Chapter 1832. The stone bridge was simple and unadorned. It stretched across the river and extended to the other side. At this time, He Tian had already walked on the stone bridge. During this period, everyone was staring at him, but in the end, nothing happened. There was nothing strange. "Let's go." Long Bedeo followed suit and walked towards the other side of the river. Some people wanted to soar into the sky and fly over the river, but as soon as their feet left the ground, they suddenly felt as if the sky above them was pressing down on them. What's going on? Everyone was shocked to find that no matter what kind of flying technique they used, they could only fly about 3 feet above the ground. There was a powerful force that they couldn't resist blocking their way. No one could fly over the river from the sky. There was a suppressing force set up by the ancient sages here. In the end, everyone had to walk on the stone bridge and cross the river. Everyone was very careful. Maybe there was something hiding under the river. Usually, these people could cross a distance of dozens of miles in an instant. But now, they could only walk forward step by step. This ancient sage is so powerful. He actually only allows people to walk into his cave step by step, as if he is worshipping a supreme existence. He Tian muttered to himself. As long as you have enough power, you can do the same. Gu Fei said, "In the world of cultivation, everything was based on power. Only with great power could you gain the respect of others and decide the life and death of others." The river roared under the stone bridge. The waves splashed high into the sky. Without any danger, they had already walked more than 10 miles. At this time, a corpse suddenly floated over from upstream. It was a Taoist wearing a Taoist robe, floating in the water with his face up. "There's no sign of life. No need to be surprised," Long Bedeo said. Very quickly, the corpse floated to the bottom of the stone bridge, and then it floated downstream. Very quickly, the corpse disappeared from everyone's line of sight. "Why is there a corpse here?" Everyone was shocked. Everything was very strange. The corpse that floated past seemed to have died not long ago, as if it was in a deep sleep. "Don't look at me. I don't know either." Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Long Bedeo quickly explained. His understanding of this grotto heaven came from the description of the ancestor of the extraterrestrial divine mountain. The group continued walking forward. Wow! Suddenly, the sound of water splashing could be heard from the bottom of the bridge. Following that, a black shadow rushed out from the bottom of the bridge and pounced towards Zhong Limeng. Fortunately, Zhong Limeng was already on guard, and the moment the black figure charged out from the bottom of the stone bridge, she instinctively flashed behind Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei punched out and fiercely bombarded the head of the unknown monster. The monster was sent flying and fell back into the river. What? When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked to the extreme. They became even more cautious. Gu Fei's punch was actually unable to shatter the monster's head. This was truly unsettling. This monster's body was too strong. There really is a terrifying creature hiding at the bottom of the river. Everyone's expression changed. One should know that on this stone bridge, they could not fly and could only walk forward step by step. If a large number of evil creatures attacked, they would also be in great danger. Gu Fei and the others quickened their pace. Boom! A muffled sound came from the bottom of the stone bridge. A huge figure poked out from the river, and an incomparably large head swallowed the person running in front. Courting death. Gu Fei did not retreat. Instead, he punched out with his primal chaos fist towards the giant head that was about to devour him. Boom! 2 powerful forces that could make people tremble suddenly collided with each other, and an extremely powerful destructive force swept out in all directions. The river beside the stone bridge was affected, and the water rushed up to the sky. The giant head was smashed by Gu Fei's punch, but strangely, there was not much blood coming out of the head that was smashed by Gu Fei's punch. This was a creature that looked like a dragon. Its huge body sank into the river, and in the blink of an eye, it was washed away by the rushing river and disappeared without a trace. Gu Fei opened the way in front, and behind him were He Tian, Zhong Limeng, and Old Jiao. Behind Old Jiao were Long Bedeo and the people he invited. Soon, they reached the opposite bank. Along the way, many powerful beings hiding at the bottom of the river attacked Gu Fei and the others. Some of them were covered in blood, and they were already injured. But Gu Fei had always been so strong, and the powerful beings that rushed out from the bottom of the bridge were no match for him at all. When everyone walked down from the stone bridge, what appeared in front of them was actually a divine mansion world. There were towering mountains in front of them, and between the mountains, there were clouds and lingering spiritual qi. This place is very good. Seeing the scenery in front of them, everyone knew that this mountain range in front of them was a spiritual land where spiritual qi gathered. Cultivators who cultivated in this kind of spiritual land would be faster than cultivating outside. In the depths of this world, there were faintly discernible palaces that seemed real and illusory at the same time. That is the palace of the ancient sages. The thing we want should be stored there. Long Badeo saw the palace in the depths of the mountain range in front of them, and his eyes shone brightly. What should we do? Some people did not know what to do. Even a fool would know that if they continued forward, they would probably trigger the killing formation set by the ancient sages and die inside. It's up to you, Gu Fei said to He Tian. The formation set by the ancient sages was extraordinary, and no one dared to walk around it. Even Long Badeo became a lot more obedient after crossing the bridge. Very strange. Qiu Wuqing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Swoosh. At this moment, a flame shot out from the mysterious woman's divine bow and directly shot into the mountain range in front of them. Rumble. After the mysterious woman shot that arrow, the mountain range in front of them suddenly shook. An incomparably huge shadow appeared in the sky above the mountain range, and then looked down at everyone. Everyone sensed an extremely dangerous aura from that phantom. The arrow shot by the mysterious woman suddenly exploded in the air before it could really shoot into the mountain range in front of them. It turned into spots of spiritual qi and dissipated in the void. This formation. At this moment, He Tian's eyes lit up. Chapter 1833. A huge shadow stood in the air above the mountain ridge in front of them, looking down at them. At this moment, everyone felt an unimaginable pressure. The pressure of a sage. This thought appeared in everyone's mind. Although the phantom in front of them wasn't a real ancient sage, it had the majestic might of a sage. Rumble, the void rumbled. The great formation in front of them was activated and started to operate. The pressure of the saint gradually became stronger. It's not simple. The person who set up this formation is definitely a sage king. Erebus's eyes lit up. He had been observing carefully for a while before he said this. At this time, the frivolous expression on his face had long since disappeared. A formation set up by a sage king. Everyone was shocked. How could they break the formation? It was a waste of time for them to come here. It should be known that even a real sage might not be able to break the formation set up by a sage king. Brother Long, you're too unkind. Aren't you sending everyone here to die? The cultivator surnamed Hong said unhappily. It was a sage king formation. How could a half-step sage break it? If they barged into this formation, they would undoubtedly die. The other people's faces were also not optimistic. Everyone, there's no free lunch in this world. If you want to get something, you have to pay first. If you don't take risks, you won't get anything, Long Badeo said disapprovingly. You want to get the divine treasures left by the ancient sage without taking any risks? Don't you feel ashamed? He Tian said disdainfully. None of these people could be relied on. Even Long Badeo was unreliable. Long Badeo just wanted to use everyone to break the formation. The divine treasures left by the ancient sage were everyone's goal. He Tian ignored them and began to deduce the formation. He was a formation master, but the level of this formation was too high. Even he might not be able to break it. Gu Fei, on the other hand, found a large rock nearby and sat cross-legged on it. He closed his eyes and rested. On the other hand, Gu Zhong, Old Jiao, and Zhong Liming were whispering to each other. Do you think these people will retreat in the face of difficulties? Zhong Liming looked at those people curiously. Among these 11 experts, she could recognize most of them. The Zhongli clan's information network was rather well informed. That's hard to say. Gu Zhong said. I don't think any of them will retreat. Elder Jiao pondered for a moment before saying these words. He had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and had experienced many things. Even his eyelashes were empty. It wasn't easy for them to reach this place. Even though they were obstructed by the Grand Array, making it difficult for them to enter the ancient sage's paradise deep within the mountain range, they would definitely not retreat just like that. While He Tian was deducing the formation, Long Bedeo also took action. He took out a map and carefully looked at it, carefully examining every minute change on the map. Sure enough, old Flood Dragon's words were right. None of these people left. They were all waiting. No one dared to act rashly because of the mighty and terrifying aura in front of them. It wasn't easy for them to cultivate, so no one was willing to take the risk. No one said a word. Array patterns kept surging out from He Tian's body and circled around him. At this time, his mind was already immersed in his array world. A large array was constantly evolving in the array world within his body. At this time, the grand array in front of them gradually stopped. The huge phantom standing above the mountains also gradually dissipated and became invisible. That terrifying sage aura also disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. An hour passed. He Tian still did not move. His eyes were constantly flashing with yin-yang divine light, and the formation runes were faintly discernible in the depths of his eyes. He used his yin-yang divine eyes to see through all illusions. In the void, on the ground, invisible formation runes were constantly imprinted in his eyes, and then constantly evolving in his inner world. A grand array of the Sage King level was extraordinary. It was enough to trap a sage. No one dared to be careless. Even Long Bedeo had to carefully examine the map in his hand. In order to break through such a grand array, there was no room for mistakes. In the grand array, one wrong step could lead to the death of both body and soul. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Long Bedeo put away the map in his hand and then moved his hands in front of him. A divine light rushed out from his hands and formed a light screen. Everyone looked carefully. This is a corner of the Grand Array. Along this route, we can avoid all kinds of dangers and reach the depths of the Grand Array. Long Bedeo said. The light screen in front of him showed a map. This was a corner of the formation map. On the formation map, there was a route marked. This route. Everyone's heart trembled. According to the route shown on the corner of the formation map, it seemed that they could really safely pass through the Grand Array in front of them and enter inside. Since it was a matter of life and death, no one dared to be careless. Everyone imprinted the corner of the formation map on the light screen into their minds. All right. Seeing that everyone had memorized the fragment of the map, the light screen in front of Long Bedeo disappeared in the void and turned into specks of light that entered his body. If you're not afraid of death, follow me. Long Bedeo strode forward after he finished speaking. He entered the array according to the location indicated on the map, but there was no response from the array. We can really go in. Everyone was surprised and happy. Since Long Bedeo was not afraid of death, they would also go all out. After all, there was an ancient sage's divine treasure in the grotto heaven. For the ancient sage's divine treasure, it was worth the risk. Brother Gu. Long Bedeo's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind, but Gu Fei did not move. He still sat cross-legged on the big stone. He did not intend to enter the Grand Array with Long Bedeo and the others. Gu Fei did not move. Gu Zhong and Old Jiao naturally did not follow Long Bedeo and the others into the Grand Array. Zhong Liming could not help but feel anxious. Everyone had entered, but Gu Fei had no intention of entering the Grand Array. Should he chase after Long Bedeo and the others? What surprised Zhong Liming was that Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman also did not enter the Grand Array. They seemed to be waiting. At this time, He Tian's aura became stronger and a saint's aura spread out from his body. This saint's aura seemed to be the same as the saint's aura that appeared earlier. Uncle Master He succeeded. Chapter 1834. Gu Fei and the others were well aware of He Tian's attainments in formations. Although this guy was usually frivolous, he was not muddle-headed when it came to major matters. He really created this grand formation. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder, stood up. He Tian's world of formations could create all kinds of formations. This was a great technique that He Tian had cultivated. Rumble. The sage aura that emanated from He Tian's body became stronger and stronger. A faint shadow appeared on his body. That shadow was the same shadow that appeared when the formation was activated. He really succeeded. The mysterious woman's eyes sparkled. He Tian's attainments in formations were simply heaven-defying. One must know that that was a killing formation set up by a king of sages. It was too shocking that he managed to create a killing formation set up by a king of sages in just 4 hours. At this moment, the sage aura on He Tian's body suddenly receded like the tide. The shadow on his body also dissipated into the void. The yin-yang Taoist rhymes that emanated from his eyes gradually disappeared into the depths of his eyes. Phew! He Tian let out a long breath and stood up from the ground. Uncle Master He? Old Jiao was extremely shocked. It was only at this moment that he realized that his Uncle Master He was really unfathomable. The title of Formation Grandmaster was not just for show. You are very strong. Even Qiu Wuqing, who had not spoken all this while, could not help but be moved at this moment. This person called He Tian was like Gu Fei. He was a freak. Qiu Wuqing knew that he had really underestimated the people in the world previously. He had defeated everyone in the God-Fallen Ocean and was almost invincible. However, he had just walked out of the God-Fallen Ocean when he encountered an opponent like Gu Fei. He and Gu Fei were not enemies. They were just opponents. It is not so easy to create a killing formation set up by a king of sages. He Tian said. He was a bit tired. Developing a great formation wasn't an easy task. It required a large amount of energy to continuously deduce it. For a sage ruler array like this, even if it was deduced thousands or tens of thousands of times, it would probably be difficult to truly evolve this array. Even He Tian could not do it. In the past 4 hours, he had only deduced a few thousand times, and he had only gotten a rough idea. He had not completely deduced the various changes of the formation. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Even though I can't really deduce the various realities of this great formation, I think I can still pass through this great formation and enter the grotto heaven. He Tian said. Black Martial Uncle, you're amazing. Gu Zhong gave He Tian a thumbs up. He Tian deduced a path of survival, and this path of survival was very different from the path of survival that Long Bidao had taken. However, the path of survival that He Tian deduced overlapped with the path of survival that Long Bidao had taken in some aspects. Let's go. After He Tian deduced it again, he walked forward. Every time he took a step, a formation pattern surged out from under his feet and spread forward. Step on the formation pattern and you will be safe. He Tian said such words. Everyone realized that the formation pattern that spread out from under He Tian's feet was still condensed after he walked, like a path formed by the formation pattern. In this way, He Tian opened the path in front, while Gu Fei and the others followed behind He Tian and walked into the great formation in front. This great formation was not ordinary. When looking from outside the formation, one could not see anything, but once inside the formation, the entire world changed. Inside the great formation was another world. Here, the sun and moon were dim, and the surroundings were dusky. Even those who cultivated the divine eyes could not see very far. This formation can create a world. I thought it was just a legend, but it actually exists. Zhong Li Meng was extremely shocked. This slaughtering formation was too terrifying. It formed a world of its own, and one could only feel the terror of this slaughtering formation after entering it. Whoosh! Rumble! Dazzling lightning flashed above everyone's head from time to time. Powerful destructive power was released and wreaked havoc. Even a half-step saint would perish if he was hit by the power of the lightning. Gu Fei and the others felt the danger, but He Tian's attainments in formations were really heaven-defying. Even though he could not completely create this slaughtering formation, the path of survival that he deduced was undoubtedly very safe. Along the way, they did not encounter any real danger. Very quickly, they were 100 miles away, but they still did not see Long Bidao and the others. Could it be that they really entered the Saint Wonderland? Gradually, He Tian's speed slowed down. What's going on? He Tian muttered to himself. His expression was incomparably solemn. He felt that something was wrong, and this made him very uneasy. "What's wrong?" Gu Fei asked. They were already 100 miles away from the slaughtering formation, but they still could not get out. And at this time, He Tian actually made a new discovery. He Tian did not reply to Gu Fei. He stopped and started to calculate again. Very quickly, his expression changed, and only after a while did he regain his composure. "This slaughtering formation is actually constantly changing," He Tian said. The slaughtering formation was changing, and the things that he deduced before seemed to be wrong. The formation was changing, and the original place of survival would also become a place of death. "Long Ba Dao and the others are in trouble," the mysterious woman said. Long Ba Dao was walking according to the map in his hand. However, this formation was not dead, it was alive and could constantly change. "What should we do?" Zhong Li Meng's expression changed. If the formation was changing, then they were in trouble as well. There was no way forward and there was no way back. They were in danger of being trapped inside. "No need to panic," Gu Fei said. Even if they were trapped inside, he could ensure Zhong Li Meng's safety. Remember that he still needed Zhong Li Meng to lead him to the Shangqing sect. Up until now, it seemed like only Zhong Li Meng knew where the Shangqing sect was. Hearing Gu Fei's words and remembering Gu Fei's powerfulness, Zhong Li Meng finally calmed down. Staying next to Gu Fei was definitely safe. At this time, countless Dao patterns appeared on He Tian's body. They intertwined around him and continued to disappear. He was calculating and evolving. Their speed slowed down. Just as my Tian was analyzing the killing formation, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from the area in front of them. Then, the entire formation was activated and began to move. Long Ba Dao and those idiots. Without question, this commotion was definitely caused by Long Ba Dao and the others, causing the slaughtering formation to move. An astonishing amount of qi appeared between heaven and earth. Damn it. Chapter 1835. Those bastards. Gu Zhong was both shocked and angry. The matrix had been triggered. Needless to say, it must have been the work of Long Bedeo and the others. They had been implicated as well. Rumble. The Sage Ruler Matrix was activated. Terrifying bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, then fell from the sky, sweeping towards Gu Fei and the others. The destructive aura filled every inch of the void. "Boss, it's all up to you now," He Tian shouted hurriedly. Even if a half-saint was hit by the power of a matrix of this level, there would only be one outcome, and that was the destruction of both his body and soul. But Gu Fei made his move. He had to make a move. At this time, the place where they were standing was considered safe, but the sky above them was not. The destructive bolts of lightning as thick as mountains fell from the sky, enough to sweep away everything. No wonder the great ancestor of the extraterrestrial divine mountain was also seriously injured, and the scar on his great path could not be healed. If one looked carefully, one could see that within the huge bolts of lightning, there were actually Sage Ruler-level celestial patterns of the Great Path. It was extremely terrifying. A huge cauldron emerged from Gu Fei's body, enveloping everyone in it. An ancient and vicissitude aura that seemed to come from ancient times appeared between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked. This was not the real ancient cauldron, but an illusion. However, the aura it exuded was extremely shocking. Even though it was just an illusion, it seemed to be able to shock the 10 paths of the heavens. Could this be the legendary mountain and river cauldron? The mysterious woman's eyes shone brightly. She stared at the illusion of the ancient cauldron, carefully examining the ancient and mysterious patterns on it. It really is the mountain and river cauldron. At this time, Qiu Wuqing was also shocked. He came from the fallen divine ocean, a forbidden land for life. This lineage was very mysterious, and its history could be traced back to the mythological era. Such an ancient and mysterious force naturally knew many secrets of the world. Boom! The destructive bolts of lightning that fell from the sky bombarded the illusion of the ancient cauldron. Everyone felt a great sense of danger, especially Zhong Liming, who had already turned pale with fright. In the face of the power of the Sage Ruler Matrix, they were as weak as ants. Roar! Right at this moment, a shrill cry resounded from ahead. It seemed like someone had suffered a calamity. Even a half-saint would be annihilated in body and soul under this level of lightning attack. Buzz! The void trembled. The shadow of the ancient cauldron had successfully blocked the destructive lightning that swept down from the sky. On the shadow of the ancient cauldron, ancient Tao patterns appeared. Although the ancient cauldron had blocked the destructive lightning, everyone was still shaken to the point that their blood was in turmoil. Zhong Limeng's cultivation was the weakest, and a trickle of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Black Martial Uncle, hurry up and break the formation. Gu Zhong shouted. Boom! At this moment, a clap of thunder sounded above everyone's heads. Then, another bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The powerful destructive force caused the cauldron of mountain and river to shake. Preposterous! He Tian tried his best to deduce the Sage King array. Soon he found another path of survival. The array patterns beneath his feet extended forward, and a great Tao formed by the interweaving array patterns extended into the depths of the array. Let's go! Everyone followed He Tian and charged forward. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook as the array began to operate. The destructive force spread in all directions, as if it was going to turn the world into chaos again. At this moment, there were still bolts of destructive lightning flashing above everyone's heads. It was as if something in the unseen world had its eyes on them. This great formation is already so powerful without anyone managing it. If someone were to take control of this great formation, it would be a disaster. He Tian muttered to himself. The Sage King array was different from ordinary arrays. This kind of array might have already developed intelligence and could operate on its own. Fortunately, we have you, a formation grandmaster. Otherwise, we might all die here. Zhong Limeng said with lingering fear. Formation grandmasters were highly valued by the major forces in any era. This was because the path of formation was too difficult. It took a lot of time and energy to cultivate. The price needed to cultivate a formation grandmaster was also very high, and one had to take a lot of risks. One must know that not everyone could become a formation grandmaster. With Boss Gu here, we can still retreat in the worst-case scenario. He Tian said. Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron with him. As long as he took out this extreme divine weapon, even if it was not activated, he could still save everyone's lives. Brother Gu, is this ancient cauldron really the legendary mountain and river cauldron? The mysterious woman couldn't help but ask. The mountain and river cauldron was an extreme divine weapon. Even a supreme would be jealous of it. Gu Fei didn't say anything, nor did he nod. Agreed. Qiu Wuqing, who was usually a man of few words, also wanted to know if this ancient cauldron was the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron had already appeared in the mythological era. Its origin was mysterious. It could be a supreme divine weapon passed down from the most ancient era before the mythological era. The extreme divine weapon was an immortal weapon. It could be passed down. Of course, the extreme divine weapon was a weapon refined by a supreme. A supreme had the ability to destroy such a weapon. If there was a battle between supreme, the extreme divine weapon could also be destroyed. This was not the time to talk in detail. The surroundings were still full of danger. If they were not careful, they could be trapped in this killing array. He Tian was constantly deducing. The array was changing all the time. It was a path of survival one moment, but it could turn into a dead end the next moment. The ground was shaking, and everyone felt as if they were walking on waves that were constantly rising and falling. Everything around them was gray and hazy, and from time to time, lightning would illuminate the dark world. Everyone felt an extremely oppressive aura. After walking for more than 10 miles, the destructive power between the heaven and earth became stronger and more terrifying. It was as if the world was really going to be destroyed. Gu Fei activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect everyone. What is that? At this moment, He Tian suddenly stopped. Then, a faint smell of blood drifted over. There seemed to be a burning smell mixed in with the smell of blood. Beside the path formed by the array patterns, there was a pile of red and black things. What is that? It seems like a pile of minced meat. Could it be that the scream just now? Chapter 1836. A powerful sage-to-be died here. He was blasted into a pile of minced meat. Seeing this scene, everyone was moved. This person should be one of the 12 sage-to-be invited by Long Bedeo. This was an existence at the level of a hero, but he had died in this place. This person is really unlucky. Tian said. There were no other corpses around. It seemed that only one person from Long Bedeo's group had died. Where did the others go? Everyone realized that there were many fragments of divine weapons in this pile of minced meat. This person had tried to fight against the power of the sage-to-be formation when he was in danger. However, it was very clear that the person could not resist at all under the bombardment of the Saint Ruler formation's power. He was killed there. Everyone continued forward. They realized that Long Bedeo and the others had entered the depths of the formation along this path. No wonder Long Bedeo and the others were able to escape. Is there a formation grandmaster among them? Old Jiao voiced out his doubts. The reason they could continue forward was because of the existence of Tian, the formation grandmaster. The formation was constantly changing. Only those who were proficient in formations, and at the level of a formation grandmaster, could barely walk in this formation. Of course, even so, it was still very dangerous. If it were not for Gu Fei, even Tian would have died in this formation, let alone walking in it. During the process of Tian's deduction, there were destructive lightning strikes from time to time. If it were not for the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, he would have died many times. A sage-to-be formation was not that easy to break through. Under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, everyone continued forward. Although they encountered powerful attacks from the formation several times, they were all daunting but not dangerous. Soon, a huge mountain appeared in front of everyone. The sky in front of them suddenly became clear, no longer gloomy. A vast and boundless aura rushed over, causing one's spirit to be shaken. This is a piece of deity ground. The scenery around the mountain in front of them was like a fairyland. There were waterfalls, flowing springs, and white clouds. At the foot of the mountain, there was a small bridge and flowing water. The red walls and roof tiles were faintly discernible under the shade of the weeping willows. He had the air of an immortal. There's still a dozen or so miles before we're out of here. Black Martial Uncle, put in more effort. Gu Zhong, the old dragon, and the others couldn't help feeling nervous. They were about to enter the immortal's world in front of them. Without a doubt, it was the immortal's world in front of them. Roar! At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the mountain. A strange beast jumped out of the mountain, its powerful aura startling the birds in the forest. What is that? Everyone was startled. That strange beast disappeared into the mountains in a flash, disappearing without a trace. Long Bedeo and the others beat us to it. The mysterious woman frowned. Clearly, Long Bedeo and the others had already entered the immortal world. Long Bedeo had the map, so he had an advantage over everyone else. Open it. Tian used all his strength. Countless formation runes interweaved in his eyes. He was trying his best to deduce the formation in front of him. The power of a formation grandmaster erupted at this time. Countless formation runes rushed out from Tian's body and imprinted in all directions. The formation runes drew the power of heaven and earth, and there were signs of changing the surrounding void. At this moment, Tian was like a formation great sage. All the killing formations were under his control. Rumble! The power of the Sage King formation surged towards Tian from all directions. At this time, a divine path appeared in front of Tian. Let's go! The divine path extended under everyone's feet and was then guided out by the divine path. In just a moment, Gu Fei and the others crossed a dozen miles and stepped into the immortal's world. You guys are here too. Just as Gu Fei and the others stepped into the immortal world, a person suddenly walked out of the forest. It was a Taoist with a black beard. It's Brother Hong. The mysterious woman recognized the Taoist as soon as she saw him. He was one of the 12 experts invited by Long Bedeo. His name was Hong Tong. Why are you here? The formation power on Tian's body had not completely retreated. At this time, his black hair moved without any wind and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. A powerful aura spread out from He Tian's body. The Formation Grandmaster really lives up to his name. Hong Tong and the others looked at He Tian and were secretly surprised. No wonder these people could enter this world without following Long Bideo. The role of a Formation Grandmaster was irreplaceable in this place. Just thinking about it makes me angry. That Long Bideo actually shook us all off. Hong Tong told them about his previous experience. Long Bideo really had bad intentions. After entering this immortal's world, he actually got rid of everyone and went into the depths of this immortal's world alone. Moreover, this place is not peaceful. There are incomparably powerful fierce beasts roaming around here. Some people have already died under the claws of these fierce beasts. Hong Tong's people said such words. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The fierce beasts here were actually so powerful that they could kill a half-step saint. They did not believe it. If these fierce beasts could kill a half-step saint, then these fierce beasts must at least be half-step saint-level fierce beasts. These fierce beasts are ancient and incomparably powerful. Hong Tong said. Ancient and strange beasts? Could they be the fierce beasts raised by the ancient sage? This was an immortal's grotto. There was only one reason why fierce beasts could appear here, and that was because the ancient sage raised many fierce beasts. After the ancient sage fell, this place became the territory of these fierce beasts. Roar. At this moment, another beast roar rang out from within the mountain. Then, everyone heard a series of shouts coming from within the mountain. The aura of a sage lingered and the power of a half-step saint was exploding. Someone has encountered a fierce beast. Everyone was shocked, especially Zhong Li Meng. Her cultivation was not high enough. If she encountered a half-step saint-level fierce beast, she would only end up as its food. Swoosh! Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious lady suddenly disappeared. Both of them had already rushed out. Gu Fei and the others were not in a hurry. They walked towards the direction of the fluctuation. Hong Tong also rushed out, but his cultivation and strength seemed to be a little weaker than Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious lady. Stay by my side, and I can guarantee your safety. Chapter 1837. The immortal world was filled with spiritual qi. There were auspicious beasts walking in the mountains and celestial birds flying in the sky. From time to time, rainbows could be seen in the sky. As expected of the sage's paradise. Everyone couldn't help but praise. The concentration of spiritual qi here was definitely 10 times or even dozens of times that of the outside world. There were even strong life essence rising in some places. This paradise was definitely not inferior to the ancestral lands of some ancient desolate lands. It would be great if I could take this paradise away. He Tian muttered to himself. It should be known that this was a paradise left behind by an ancient sage. It was very likely to be an inner world refined by that sage. It's not difficult to refine this paradise. Gu Fei said, I know, but the problem is that it's definitely not that easy to obtain. After hearing Gu Fei's words, He Tian's eyes immediately lit up. However, the light in his eyes immediately dimmed. It was not an easy task to refine a paradise left behind by an ancient sage. Don't forget that Long Beideo has also entered this world. At this moment, the mysterious woman in black suddenly said, Long Beideo. Hearing this name, Hong Tong and the others were a little excited. This Long Beideo only wanted to use their strength to break through the terrifying Sage King killing formation. Now that Long Beideo had entered this world, the others were no longer of any use to him. Thus, he abandoned everyone after crossing the river. Long Beideo had the map of the extraterrestrial Divine Mountain's old ancestor. Here, he had an advantage over everyone else. Everyone rushed towards the direction of the beast roar. There was a gap between Hong Tong and Qiu Wuqing's cultivation, so they couldn't catch up at all. However, the mysterious woman suddenly slowed down and walked together with Gu Fei and the others. That kid doesn't look like a good person to me. He Tian said disdainfully. He didn't know why, but when he first saw Long Beideo, he was very unhappy. This was just his intuition. Evil creature. At this moment, an angry roar came from a valley in front of them. Everyone had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Boom! An enormous figure flew out from the valley. Someone displayed a great technique, blasting a strange beast flying. Powerful immortal Tao power surged. Roar! The strange beast roared, and rays of blood-red light shot out from its huge body. An incomparably ferocious aura spread in all directions. The exotic beast slammed into a hillside, causing it to explode. Dust rose high into the sky, filling the air with smoke and dust. What is that? Everyone was startled. That strange beast was very powerful. It was definitely a half-step saint-level ominous beast. Moreover, its body was bursting with monstrous chi and blood. This chi and blood was too vigorous. It was even more vigorous than the chi and blood of a dragon. Could it be one of those ancient beasts? He Tian was shocked. He seemed to have figured out the origin of the beast that was sent flying. Its brother Fong Lai. At this moment, a figure shrouded in golden divine flames walked out from the valley. It was a middle-aged man. The divine flame on his body was the golden crow divine flame. Fong Lai had an extremely faint bloodline of the golden crow within his body. This was the life god flame that he cultivated. It was extremely powerful. If an ordinary half-step saint were to be burned by this god flame, even if they didn't die, their vitality would be greatly damaged. Is that Brother Hong? The middle-aged man who looked like a god of fire heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Hong Tong. However, he did not dare to be careless, because he knew how powerful that strange beast was. Roar! Indeed, a beastly roar rang out, causing the entire world to tremble. Boundless blood-red light burst out from the ground. The strange beast that was buried in the ground rushed out. Indeed, it's one of those extinct ancient beasts. He Tian said in shock. Ox-head, Qilin body. Could it be a scarlet blood beast? The mysterious woman exclaimed. This is no ordinary scarlet blood beast. It's a beast emperor. Gu Fei said. Scarlet blood beast emperor. Everyone was shocked. This kind of savage beast was a fierce beast that fed on blood in ancient times. Even the slightest smell of blood was enough to make it go crazy. It was precisely because of this that this kind of ferocious beast had been completely exterminated in ancient times. No one had thought that they would encounter a crimson blood beast emperor in this immortal world. Moreover, this crimson blood beast emperor had clearly seen blood before. Roar! The scarlet blood beast emperor roared. 2 blood-red lights shot out from its eyes. This was a sign that it had fallen into a state of madness. This evil beast killed Taoist Yu Chuan. I'm going to tear him to pieces. Fong Lai roared and charged forward. His entire body was covered in flames, causing the void to collapse and be annihilated. This was the terrifying power of a half-step saint. What? Taoist Yu Chuan is dead? Hong Tong's heart trembled. Taoist Yu Chuan was an expert of the archaic Tao sect. His divine techniques had long been cultivated to the 5th layer of half-step saint realm. How could such a powerful half-step saint be killed by the scarlet blood beast emperor? It was no wonder that Fong Lai was so furious. He and Taoist Yu Chuan were best friends. Since Taoist Yu Chuan was killed by this beast, it would be strange if he didn't fight it to the death. The battle erupted. The scarlet blood beast emperor, who had fallen into a state of madness, was really powerful. His blood and chi rose and turned into rays of divine light that constantly attacked Fong Lai. The most terrifying thing was that the blood and chi that erupted from the scarlet blood beast emperor could devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Wherever the scarlet blood beast emperor passed, all the flowers and trees lost their vitality. Their life essence was completely devoured. Even the essence of the sun in Fong Lai's body was sucked away bit by bit. The scarlet blood beast emperor grew stronger as it fought, but Fong Lai grew weaker. The situation was very disadvantageous for Fong Lai. If he couldn't kill this beast, he would be exhausted to death. Reality was cruel. It was either you die or I die. There were many people present who could kill the scarlet blood beast emperor. At least, Gu Fei had this ability. Qiu Wuqing also had this ability. Even the mysterious woman could kill this beast. However, Gu Fei had no intention of making a move. Xiao Wuqing stood on a big rock and looked at everything coldly. If it didn't concern him, he wouldn't make a move. The halberd in his hand wouldn't be stained with blood so easily. The mysterious woman in black held the divine bow in her hand and didn't show any signs of making a move. Kill! A ray of saber light soared into the sky. At this moment, Hong Tong made his move. The sharp saber light cut through the void and turned into a ray of divine light, directly killing the beast in the bloodlight. Hong Tong had some friendship with Fong Lai and Taoist Yu Chuan. Seeing that Fong Lai was in trouble, he had to make a move. Saber! Everyone was very surprised. They didn't expect Hong Tong's divine weapon to be a divine saber. In the world of cultivation, very few people would refine a divine saber as their defensive divine weapon. This was because there were very few people who practiced the saber, unlike sword cultivators who walked the path of dominance with the saber. As soon as Hong Tong made his move, a domineering aura spread out from his body. Buzz! The resplendent saber light directly broke through the layers of blood light and fiercely slashed the neck of the Scarlet Blood Beast Emperor. Hong Tong wanted to chop off the Scarlet Blood Beast Emperor's head. However, a shocking scene occurred. When Hong Tong's tyrannical saber slashed the neck of the Scarlet Blood Beast Emperor, the saber light actually rebounded as if it had slashed a piece of immortal divine steel. What? Hong Tong and the others were extremely shocked. This beast's physical body is actually so strong. Even Gu Fei was a little surprised to see this scene. It should be known that although Hong Tong's cultivation was not very high, the divine saber he refined was at least a half-sage divine saber. Could it be that this exotic beast's physical body was even stronger than the half-sage divine saber? This is the terror of the Scarlet Blood Beast Emperor. In its berserk state, this exotic beast's physical body will be 10 times stronger than usual. Perhaps even a half-sage divine weapon would not be able to break through the defense of the Scarlet Blood Beast Emperor. Although shocked by the strength of the Scarlet Blood Beast Emperor's physical body, Hong Tong and the others still rushed forward and joined forces with Fong Lai to fight the beast. With the help of Hong Tong and the others, the Scarlet Blood Beast Emperor seemed to have become even more berserk. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out from the depths of this immortal world. Then the entire world shook violently. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Could it be? He Tian suddenly thought of something. His expression became somewhat ugly. It seemed that someone was really plotting against this world. Long Bideo, Gu Fei muttered to himself. This person was very shrewd, and his schemes were also very big. Even Gu Fei had been used by this guy. This guy was really bold. At this time, above the mountain peak, there was an ancient city floating high in the sky. The ancient city was surrounded by white clouds, making it difficult for the people on the ground to see the ancient city. In front of the ancient city stood a person. This person was using a great technique to hit the closed city gate. This person was Long Bideo. In front of the ancient city gate, there were a few stone statues. These stone statues were destroyed by Long Bideo. These were the stone soldiers left behind by the ancient sages. Although these stone soldiers were very strong, they were not Long Bideo's match. Long Bideo had a forbidden weapon on him. This time, he was prepared to enter the ancient sage's grotto heaven. Sky-breaking hammer, go! Long Bideo used a great technique. He controlled a divine hammer and smashed it towards the city gate. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine hammer smashed onto the city gate. The void shook, but the tightly shut city gate didn't budge an inch. It's here again. Chapter 1838. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. A dull sound reverberated in this part of the world, shaking everyone's mind. It was as if a supreme existence was using a supreme divine ability to shake the entire world. What's going on? Is someone trying to take away this world? Everyone was bewildered. At this moment, Fong Lai and Taoist Hong Tong were still fighting with the Crimson Blood Beast Emperor. It had to be said that the Crimson Blood Beast Emperor that was in a berserk state was really strong. It was so strong that it was abnormal. Even if the two great half-saints joined forces, they still couldn't gain any advantage. It was difficult for them to truly suppress this ancient beast. Boom! there was another violent tremor. This time, even the essence of the world was attracted. The spiritual energy in this immortal's grotto heaven began to become unstable. Where did the sound come from? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Without a doubt, someone had definitely found the location of the source of heaven and earth. Moreover, that person was attacking the source of heaven and earth. There should be a source of heaven and earth in this immortal grotto heaven. Only a heaven and earth with source of heaven and earth could exist and not collapse. Once someone obtained this source of heaven and earth and refined it, this immortal grotto heaven would be taken away by that person. Let's go. The mysterious black-robed lady directly rushed towards the depths of this heaven and earth. If someone else obtained the source of heaven and earth, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qiu Wuqing's figure also disappeared. Boss. Seeing that Gu Fei was still calm and unhurried, He Tian couldn't help but feel a little anxious. One must know that this was a heaven and earth that was refined by an ancient immortal grotto heaven. This immortal grotto heaven was much better than the immortal grotto heaven that Gu Fei had obtained previously. Of course, there were a few divine springs of life in the immortal grotto heaven. Even the immortal grotto heaven that was refined by an ancient immortal grotto heaven didn't have such a heaven-defying thing. The conditions for the divine spring of life to appear were too harsh. This was a divine spring that was formed from the life that was derived from the endless death. The divine spring seized the fortune of heaven and earth, and the spring of life was incomparably precious. It could nourish the inner world, allowing it to transform into a perfect world. After all, He Tian's array formation world wasn't a true inner world. He really wanted to obtain this world left behind by the ancient sages. However, someone had already beaten him to it. Master, Gu Zhong and Old Jiao were also very anxious. They knew very well that once the other party obtained the source of heaven and earth, they would become meat on the chopping block. They would be at the mercy of others. Brother Gu, even Zhong Li Meng could not remain calm. That person is in the sky. Gu Fei suddenly raised his head and looked at the void above the mountain. There were only white clouds floating there, and he couldn't see anything at all. In the sky. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The mysterious woman, Qiu Wuqing, and the others all left. They all thought that there was something they wanted in the depths of this world, but they didn't know that the thing they wanted was right above his head. Very soon, a violent fluctuation of yuan qi came from the depths of this world. Someone had made a move. Let's go up and take a look. Gu Fei directly soared into the sky and flew towards the peak of the mountain. His senses were much stronger than an ordinary half-sage's. Even experts like Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman couldn't sense anything strange in the sky. He Tian, Gu Zhong, Old Jiao, and Zhong Li Meng hurriedly followed. Especially Zhong Li Meng, she didn't dare to be too far away from Gu Fei. It should be known that only Gu Fei had the ability to protect her here. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet high. The peak was surrounded by clouds and flashed with spiritual light. This was the tallest and largest sacred mountain in this world. It made people feel like they were looking up at a high mountain. However, just as Gu Fei and the others reached the peak of the mountain, a few strong waves of celestial force suddenly erupted from the clouds above. 3 figures broke through the clouds and descended from the sky. This is Stoneman. Everyone was shocked. Only Gu Fei still had a calm expression. The things in this world were not so easy to obtain. Saint-level stoneman puppets. Gu Fei's eyes narrowed. These 3 stonemen were the size of a normal person. There were countless immortal Dao divine runes imprinted on their bodies. At this moment, these immortal Dao divine runes were gradually awakening and lighting up. As the immortal Dao divine runes on the stonemen gradually awakened, the spiritual qi in the world was attracted and madly gathered towards the 3 stonemen. But the strong waves of energy caused the void to tremble. These 3 stonemen were like 3 sages. They descended from the sky and directly suppressed Gu Fei and the others. They are not real saint-level stoneman puppets. He Tian noticed something and warned. But even if they were not saint-level stoneman puppets, they were definitely close to it. Otherwise, there would not be the waves of sages. Gu Fei sneered and directly punched upwards. The powerful fist force soared into the sky and enveloped the 3 stoneman puppets. He wanted to block all 3 stoneman puppets at the same time with the power of one person. These were stoneman puppets refined by a sage king. These 3 stoneman puppets were imprinted with the great Tao laws of a sage king. If an ordinary half-sage came, they would only end up being killed by the stoneman puppets. Boom! Gu Fei's fist force collided with the power of the stoneman puppets. The powerful waves that spread out almost destroyed the surrounding void. However, this was an important area of the immortal world after all. The surrounding void was extremely stable. Even Gu Fei could not truly tear the void in this area. Gu Fei's combat strength was unparalleled. He successfully blocked the 3 stoneman puppets. Gu Zhong, Old Jiao, Zhong Liming and the others hurriedly retreated into the distance. Only He Tian remained. Kill! He Tian roared. Countless formation runes rushed out from his body. At this moment, he and the formation became one. The cultivation and strength of a half-sage were completely displayed. A sage aura rushed out from He Tian's body, shaking the heavens and the earth. Half-saint had the word saint attached to it. Although it could not be compared to a real sage, it already had a trace of the aura of a sage. Boom! A killing formation rushed out from He Tian's body, enveloping the 3 stoneman puppets that Gu Fei had blocked. Endless destructive divine light pierced through the 3 stoneman puppets in the formation. He Tian worked very hard this time. He used his full strength right from the start. This guy. Chapter 1839. Boom! The bodies of the 3 stone golems shone with an infinite amount of divine light. They pierced through my Tian's killing array and rushed towards my Tian. They were extremely powerful. Formation in the void, heaven and earth in one thought. He Tian's voice resounded in the killing array. Then, the space engulfed by the killing array began to evolve into a heaven and earth. Clear qi rose, turbid qi sank, and the power of yin and yang surged. It was as if there was really a heaven and earth evolving in the killing array. The 3 stone golems were teleported into the evolving cosmos. The terrifying yin and yang energy obliterated the 3 stone golems, wanting to completely annihilate them. He Tian is really going crazy. Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat and let He Tian do what he wanted. The power of the killing array was earth-shattering. He was borrowing the power of the evolving heaven and earth to kill his opponents. This was no different from trapping the 3 golems in the power of creation. The power of splitting open the sky was extremely powerful. Even though the 3 stone golems were infinitely close to the power of the sacred realm, they still suffered a great impact. Cracks appeared on their bodies, and the Tao patterns on them dimmed. However, the 3 golems were golems refined by the Saint King after all. The ancient Saint King bestowed a part of his divine abilities and techniques. Rumble. The 3 stone golems seemed to have awakened their spiritual intelligence. They actually joined forces to unleash a powerful attack. This attack directly pierced through Erebus' killing array, creating a gap in the killing array. What? He Tian was shocked. He realized that he had underestimated the power of the 3 golems. The ancient Saint King was indeed not comparable to ordinary saints. The 3 golems broke through He Tian's killing array and rushed out. Bang! At that moment, the first golem that had charged out of the killing array suddenly exploded. A figure appeared outside the opening of the array and punched the golem that had charged out first, causing it to explode into pieces. This, Gu Zhong and the others were shocked. Although they knew that their master was powerful, they didn't expect him to be this powerful. Even He Tian couldn't destroy the golem with his full strength, but Gu Fei had destroyed one with a single punch. This result was really shocking. At this moment, the 2 golems at the back joined forces and directly charged towards Gu Fei. The powerful immortal Tao power shook the heavens and earth, powerful to the extreme. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar, causing the entire world to tremble. His long hair fluttered behind him as a domineering aura rushed out from his body. Instead of dodging, he took a step forward and punched out with his right fist. Instantly, his fist was filled with primal Tao patterns, and his chaotic true energy surged. Boom! Gu Fei's right fist fiercely collided with the two golems' fists. A single fist blocked two fists, and the powerful force directly shattered the two golems' fists. The two golems were directly smashed into the killing array by Gu Fei. Rumble. At this moment, the power of Genesis rushed towards the two golems from all directions. These two golems only struggled for a moment in He Tian's killing array before they were shattered into millions of pieces and turned into dust by the power of Genesis. After the three golems were destroyed, He Tian didn't remove the killing array. He directly became one with the array and rushed up into the sky. A huge hole was instantly torn open in the thick layer of clouds. An ancient city floated above the layer of clouds, emitting an ancient aura. This was the divine city left behind by a saint king. When everyone saw the ancient city, they couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. As expected, the item left behind by the saint king was in the sky. They didn't know what was in the depths of this world, but after those people entered, they seemed to have encountered a powerful existence and were engaged in an endless battle. Inside the ancient city refined by the saint king, there was definitely a divine treasury left behind by the saint king. He Tian soared into the sky and rushed towards the ancient city. However, at this moment, a lump of black chi flew out from the ancient city and instantly enveloped the heaven and earth, descending towards He Tian. What? He Tian was shocked. He sensed an extremely powerful energy. The energy contained in this lump of black chi was extraordinary, and it seemed to be an evil energy. What is this? Gu Fei was also shocked. He could sense the power of this energy. One thought, heaven and earth. He Tian shouted and directly displayed the strongest power of the killing array. The killing array revolved, and countless formation runes blossomed with the most resplendent divine light. The center of the killing array produced a heaven-devouring power, wanting to devour the black chi descending from the sky. However, when the black chi was really devoured by the killing array, a shocking scene occurred. The formation runes of the killing array laid down by He Tian gradually dimmed. The black chi contained a terrifying corrosive power, and it could actually corrode He Tian's formation runes. This caused He Tian to be incomparably shocked. One must know that the killing array he laid down, the formation runes were branded in the void, and they were almost indestructible. Could it be that thing? He Tian seemed to have thought of something. He didn't dare to use the power of the killing array to devour the black chi descending from the sky. He controlled the killing array and quickly retreated. Boss, it's up to you now. I'm going to use the mountain and river cauldron. He Tian retreated. He had no way of breaking through the black chi. One must know that it wasn't an ordinary item. The chances of such an item appearing were really too low. In the history of cultivation, it had only appeared a few times. How could such a thing appear here? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. This black chi had a great origin, and it was the evilest thing in the world. As long as one came into contact with it, even a saint's vitality would be greatly injured. It's that bastard Long Bedeo, I'm going to kill him. He Tian sensed Long Bedeo's aura. This Long Bedeo was truly amazing, to actually obtain such an evil thing. Could it be that he wanted to kill everyone in one fell swoop? Master, what is this thing? Gu Zhong asked. The speed at which the black chi descended wasn't fast, but it covered the entire sky. Everywhere the black chi passed, everything was annihilated, even the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was destroyed. If I'm not wrong, this black chi is a type of corpse chi. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to act. Corpse chi? How is this possible? What kind of corpse chi can threaten Master He? Gu Zhong was shocked when he heard this. This black chi was actually corpse chi. This was truly unexpected. Moreover, this corpse chi was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to destroy everything. This isn't an ordinary corpse chi. This is something that is formed after a saint's corpse has been rotting for countless years. He Tian said. Saint's Corpse Chi. Chapter 1840. The black chi was like a cloud, covering the sky and sinking downwards. Everywhere it passed, the void was annihilated and everything was devoured, leaving nothing behind. After a saint's death, their corpses would rot and turn into extremely poisonous corpse chi. This corpse chi was extremely terrifying, Even a saint would be in big trouble if he were to come in contact with it. Gu Fei and the others were not saints. If they breathed in a bit of this corpse qi, they would be destroyed. Buzz! The shadow of a giant cauldron rushed out of Gu Fei's body and enveloped everyone inside. Gu Fei used the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to protect everyone. Boss, hurry up. If we let this corpse qi spread, I'm afraid this world will be finished. He Tian's heart ached. This corpse qi was devouring the spiritual qi in this world. The spiritual qi in this world was decreasing rapidly. Gu Fei was not in a hurry. He flipped his right hand and an ancient cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. An extremely ancient and vicissitude aura spread from the ancient cauldron. This is the cauldron of mountain and river. Zhong Li Meng was in disbelief because the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand was too ordinary. Although it was an ancient object, there were definitely many ancient objects left behind in the human world. The ancient bronze cauldron had ancient patterns carved on it. There were birds, beasts, insects, fishes, rivers, lakes, mountains, and even the silhouettes of ancient people. Although this ancient cauldron was only the size of a fist, it was 10,000 zhang wide. This ancient cauldron was an unparalleled divine cauldron that had appeared since the Age of Legends. Come! Gu Fei held the ancient cauldron and lifted it up. Boom! A muffled sound came from the ancient cauldron and a whirlpool appeared at the mouth of the cauldron. The ancient cauldron produced a heaven-devouring force, continuously devouring the corpse qi that was descending from the sky. You're courting death, how dare you fight with me for this world? In the sky, outside the gate of the ancient city, Long Ba Dao sneered. He held a pitch-black gourd in his hand. The corpse qi was released from this black gourd. The resources of the extraterrestrial divine mountain were indeed astonishing. They had actually refined the saint's corpse qi into a magic treasure. The corpse qi of a sage was no ordinary corpse qi. It was an extremely poisonous gas formed after the corpses of sage realm experts rotted away after their deaths. Saint-level experts wouldn't die so easily. Even in the mythological era and the ancient desolate era, saint-level experts were lofty existences. Even if a saint-level expert died, his corpse would be immortal and difficult to decay. This required a special place or a special method to cause the corpse of a saint-level expert to decay. What happened? Just as Long Bedeo was feeling extremely pleased with himself, thinking that he could kill Gu Fei and the rest in one fell swoop, he suddenly sensed something and his face became extremely ugly. Rumble. The layers of darkness that enveloped the sky actually surged, as if there was a powerful devouring force that was constantly devouring the corpse qi of the saints. How is this possible? Long Bedeo was shocked. At this time, the black gourd in his hand was shaking. The corpse energy released from the black gourd was rapidly decreasing. Retrieve. Long Bedeo quickly made a hand seal and activated the black gourd. He wanted to take back the saint corpse qi that he had released. The mouth of the black gourd immediately emitted a black light and produced a powerful devouring power. There were Dao patterns on the body of the gourd, and a saint-level aura and fluctuations spread out from the black gourd. However, at this time, the corpse energy of the saints was out of control. No matter how long Bedeo activated the black gourd, it was difficult to retrieve it. Damn it. Long Bedeo exerted all his strength. His entire body was filled with mighty immortal Dao divine power. His face had already turned red. He had used all his strength, but it was impossible to change anything. The black qi that enveloped the entire sky disappeared quickly, and finally, all of it was absorbed into an ancient cauldron the size of a fist. This is... When Long Bedeo saw the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand, he was extremely shocked. The extraterrestrial divine mountain was an ancient inheritance that could even find the corpse energy of saints. In this lineage, there were naturally people who knew many secrets of the world. The mountain and river cauldron. Long Bedeo's voice was a little shaky. He recognized the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. Only a supreme divine weapon like this could take away the corpse energy of saints. So it's your doing. Who do you think you are, wanting to kill us in one move? He Tian rushed forward. He used the void formation technique. Countless formation runes rushed out from his body and imprinted themselves in the void. Buzz! The void shook. A killing formation was directly laid out by He Tian. He and the formation became one, communicating with the heaven and earth, drawing upon the power of the world. He Tian used the formation to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, attacking Long Bedeo, who was in front of the ancient city. It was as if the heaven and earth were angry, sending down a destructive force to destroy everything. The power of heaven and earth was drawn, and all of it suppressed towards Long Bedeo. Seeing this, Long Bedeo's expression changed. This He Tian was really strong. His battle strength had already exceeded his expectations. Moreover, Gu Fei also came at this time. No matter how strong Long Bedeo was, he would not dare to fight two half-saints at the same time, especially when Gu Fei was not an ordinary half-saint. Swish! Long Bedeo was very decisive. He directly broke the void and escaped. Preposterous, He Tian was furious. He never thought that this guy would actually escape. An expert from extraterrestrial divine mountain? In the end, he was just a rat. But Gu Fei knew that this Long Bedeo was not simple. Seeing that he could not win, he immediately escaped without any hesitation. Such a person would be a good opponent. The ancient city has not been breached by that guy. He Tian put away the killing formation. Everyone came to the front of the ancient city, only to see that the gate was closed. The entire ancient city was under the cover of a huge divine formation. Only through the gate could one enter the city. I didn't think that Long Bedeo was that kind of person. Zhong Limeng sighed. She had misjudged him. There was such a huge commotion, but the other people who entered this world had not appeared yet. It seemed that everyone was being held back by something. This part of the world was not peaceful. This was the territory of the ancient desolate beasts. For countless years, no one had restrained these wild beasts, so the wild nature of these wild beasts had completely recovered. At this time, even if the ancient sages personally came, they would not be able to suppress these beasts. These beasts needed to be subdued again. These wild beasts naturally wanted to eat the cultivators who had entered this world. One must know that the flesh and blood of a half-step saint contained a large amount of essence qi. The path that these beasts walked was different from the human race. The essence contained in the corpses of cultivators could be refined by these beasts for their own use. For the savage beasts, the cultivators that entered this world were the best food for them. Everyone looked at the ancient city in front of them. The ancient city occupied a large area and floated high in the sky, blocking half of the sky. The buildings in the city were not very luxurious. This ancient city should have been refined by the ancient sage to allow his people to live in it. In the center of the ancient city, there was a divine light flashing. Seeing this divine light, He Tian was extremely excited. He could feel the aura of the origin of heaven and earth. "It's in the city," He Tian said. No wonder Long Bedeo was attacking the gate. He wanted to enter the ancient city and take away the origin of heaven and earth. As long as he refined the origin of heaven and earth, this world would belong to him. However, the world could change at any time. Even Long Bedeo could not change anything. Gu Fei's group was too arrogant. They were not a match for Gu Fei. I also know that the problem is how to enter. Gu Fei frowned as he looked at the ancient city gate. A grand formation laid down by a sage monarch was not so easy to break. It would take some time to prepare. No wonder Long Bedeo couldn't break the gate. We need to think about it carefully. He Tian also nodded. A sage monarch's grand formation was not ordinary. It was worth his time to study it. It would help him improve his formation attainments. No one was in a hurry because there was no point in being anxious. Gu Fei and He Tian carefully observed the ancient city's grand formation while Gu Zhong and the others stood to the side. There was a stone base on each side of the gate. The stone base was empty, but there were many stones scattered around it. Obviously, there were 2 stone puppets guarding the city gate. Those 2 stone puppets should have been killed by Long Bedeo. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Long Bedeo had used his own strength to kill 2 stone puppets. He actually had such powerful battle strength. Gu Fei and the others had seen the power of the stone puppets. They had spent a great deal of effort to kill the previous 3 puppets. With this kind of battle strength, he doesn't dare to fight Master. Gu Zhong said. Many people disapproved of Long Badeo's actions. Long Badeo would do anything to achieve his goals. He's hiding in the dark. We can't guard against him. Old Jiao was a bit worried. Long Badeo was the most outstanding person from extraterrestrial Divine Mountain. If such a person wanted to assassinate someone, very few people could stop him. With me and boss here, that guy won't dare to come again. Don't worry. He Tian said. Long Badeo was scared away by them. If he dared to appear again, it would be impossible for him to escape. There was no doubt about Gu Fei's strength. Hearing He Tian's words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But they still didn't dare to relax. It had to be known that their opponent was a half-step saint. Being targeted by a half-step saint wasn't a good thing. So it's here. Chapter 1841. This person is... In front of the ancient city gate, everyone was taken aback. The first person to arrive was actually an old man. This old man wasn't simple. Although he wasn't like Qiu Wuqing and that mysterious woman, there was one thing that could be confirmed. This old man was very powerful. He's one of the 12 semi-sage experts invited by Long Badeo. I didn't expect this guy to hide so deeply. He Tian looked at the old man with a dignified expression. The old man did not emit any powerful aura, but even Gu Fei could feel a strong pressure from the old man. Brother Gu, you really live up to your reputation. You actually found this place. After seeing Gu Fei and the others, the old man did not seem surprised, as if he had already expected that Gu Fei and the others could find the ancient city hidden in the sky. Or you? Gu Fei did not say anything. He Tian stared at the old man and asked the question that everyone wanted to know. Who is this old man? How could he get rid of those wild beasts? This old man is a nobody, I don't need to say my name. The old man did not want to say his origin. Gu Fei sneered. This guy is pretending to be mysterious, or does he have other motives? But even if this guy had ulterior motives, Gu Fei was not afraid. Boss, what do you think? He Tian's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. He transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Ignore him, said Gu Fei. Although this old man was powerful, he was not someone to be trifled with. The only thing that made Gu Fei worried was that He Tian and himself were the only opponents of this old man. If this old man suddenly attacked Gu Zhong, old Jiao and the others, Gu Zhong and the others would be in danger. Hee, brother Gu, don't worry. This old man means no harm. The old man seemed to have seen through Gu Fei and the others' concerns, so he said these words. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. This old man had the ability to discern a person's thoughts from their body language and had actually guessed the trace of worry in his heart. Of course, with Gu Fei's current cultivation and strength, if others wanted to deal with him, they would have to be very careful. If they couldn't kill Gu Fei, then they would have to bear Gu Fei's revenge. Gu Fei was a ruthless person who dared to challenge quasi-sages. Quasi-sages had already been recognized as the pinnacle existence in the mortal world, second only to existences like Ghost Emperor Fengdu. At this stage of cultivation, Gu Fei could vaguely guess that Ghost Emperor Fengdu's state was very special. This kind of existence was truly invincible in the world. This is good, Gu Fei said. Although he didn't trust this old man, the old man didn't show any hostility. It seemed like there was no reason to kill him. He was not a homicidal maniac who would kill anyone he saw. But at this moment, a sword light suddenly broke through the layer of clouds below the ancient city and rushed up. It was a powerful sword cultivator. He became one with the sword and turned into a sword light, landing in front of the city gate. It was a skinny middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face was sallow and sickly, but no one dared to look down on him. This person was like an unsheathed heavenly sword from head to toe. The sword chi fluctuation of the half-step saint realm caused the surrounding temperature to drop. This middle-aged man was also one of the 12 half-step saints invited by Long Badeo. Among the 12 half-step saints invited by Long Badeo, besides one who was killed by Gu Fei, the other one was killed by Red Blood Beast Huang and used as food. However, what surprised Gu Fei was that Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman were the strongest among the 12 half-step saints. However, these two people found the ancient city in the sky earlier than Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman. Roar. At this moment, a furious roar rang out from the depths of this world. It's Qiu Wuqing. Upon hearing this voice, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He was well aware of Qiu Wuqing's combat strength. This was an expert who could fight endlessly with him. Moreover, Qiu Wuqing had the rare God-Fiend body. The God-Fiend body could only be possessed by those who had truly awakened the God-Fiend bloodline. Among the ancient deity demons in the God-Fallen Sea, there was absolutely no one who could have the God-Fiend body. In this life, among the deity demons, only Qiu Wuqing had the God-Fiend body. There was no doubt that this ancient body was powerful. Hearing Qiu Wuqing's roar, he seemed to be in big trouble and was fighting with a powerful existence. The powerful God-Fiend aura could even be sensed from the ancient city in the sky. Old Xiu has encountered a powerful enemy. He Tian was shocked. In this world, there seemed to be an existence that could force Qiu Wuqing to go all out. This surprised him a little. However, this was a cave refined by the ancient sages. It seemed that nothing was impossible. The stone puppets from before had a powerful strength that was close to that of a sage-to-be. In other areas of this world, there was also a strong fluctuation. Needless to say, it was the others who had encountered trouble. Boss, what should we do next? He Tian asked Gu Fei. Now that there were more and more people, Qiu Wuqing and the others would arrive soon. Long Bedeo was hiding in the dark and was the most difficult to guard against. The lineage of the extraterrestrial divine mountain was very ancient. No one knew what other trump cards Long Bedeo had not used. One should know that he even had a magic treasure refined from the corpse chi of a sage. In fact, what Gu Fei didn't know was that when the corpse chi of a sage was taken away by Gu Fei with the mountain and river cauldron, Long Bedeo's heart was bleeding. This was a magic treasure that he obtained when he explored an ancient relic. The black gourd itself had an extraordinary origin. It was the first gourd that grew on a nether ghost vine that grew in the depths of hell. This was an evil object of extreme een that was bred by the endless death chi. It was born from heaven and earth, which also meant that this ghost vine was extraordinary. Only this kind of gourd could contain the corpse chi of a sage. Let's wait and see. Gu Fei didn't want to make a move too early. He wanted to see how these people would break the gate and enter the ancient city. This was a divine city that was sealed by the Sage King himself. None of the 12 sage-to-be invited by Long Bedeo were weak. These people definitely had many tricks up their sleeves. However, Gu Fei was not in a hurry. He Tian nodded. Only by knowing oneself and one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Let's see if we can find Long Bedeo first. He is hiding in the dark and is very disadvantageous to us. Gu Fei wanted to eliminate Long Bedeo, this hidden danger. Long Bedeo actually wanted to kill them with the death chi of a sage. He felt a little uneasy if he didn't get rid of such a person. I think so too. He Tian almost fell for it. He was even more eager to get rid of Long Bedeo. Chapter 1842. The divine art of divination was a secret technique of the heavenly secret sect. No one knew where He Tian learned it from. Even though it was just a little, it seemed to be the real deal. He kept forming hand seals, and a mysterious and profound aura spread out from his body. He seemed to be communicating with the heavens and earth, attracting a trace of strange fluctuations. Can Uncle He succeed? Gu Zhong and Old Jiao were a little nervous. They knew that He Tian and Gu Fei were looking for Long Bedeo because of them. Long Bedeo was strong, but he was not a threat to Gu Fei and He Tian. Gu Zhong, Old Jiao, and Zhong Liming were different. They were only at the first sky of Almighty Realm. They were not Long Bedeo's match. Even Gu Zhong might not be able to compete with Long Bedeo. After all, Long Bedeo was a half-step saint. Unless Gu Zhong could cultivate to the fifth sky of Almighty Realm. Only martial artists at the fifth sky of Almighty Realm and above were qualified to challenge half-step saints. Gu Zhong was not his master, Gu Fei. Swoosh! At this time, He Tian's eyes suddenly shot out 2 rays of divine light. The power of yin and yang circulated in his eyes. Dao patterns intertwined in the depths of his eyes. Found it. After a series of deductions, he actually found the approximate location of Long Bedeo, which made Gu Fei and the others surprised and happy at the same time. Then, Gu Fei and He Tian immediately moved towards Long Bedeo's location. Gu Zhong and the others were taken into Gu Fei's inner world. The world left behind by the ancient sages was very big. It was 100,000 miles wide. It was too easy to hide a person in such a big world. However, Long Bedeo was very unlucky. He encountered a freak like He Tian. Kill. He Tian used the void formation technique. Countless formation patterns rushed out from his body and branded in all directions, covering a certain mountain in the sage world. Roar. Immediately after, an angry roar came from the depths of the mountain and a figure rushed out. That person was none other than Long Bedeo. Without any words, He Tian and Long Bedeo started fighting. The killing formation was activated and countless divine lights pierced towards Long Bedeo. The void was being destroyed. He Tian was really angry. He attacked with all his strength. If it were not for Gu Fei, he would have been killed by this so-called descendant of extraterrestrial divine mountain. The corpse chi of a sage was an extremely poisonous substance that even sages were afraid of. He Tian was just a semi-sage. So, as long as a trace of sage's death chi touched his body, he would die. No matter how talented he was, he would still die. Long Bedeo was also very clear that when he attacked Gu Fei and the others, he already knew that if he couldn't kill them, he would be in danger. Of course, he was an expert from the extraterrestrial divine mountain with a mysterious and ancient force behind him. He was not afraid of Gu Fei. Boom! The black gourd in Long Bedeo's hand spewed out rays of black light. This black gourd was used to store the corpse chi of a sage. This gourd was not only able to store the corpse chi of a sage, it was also an incomparably powerful instrument. Rays of black light pierced through the void, destroying everything. Even the formation runes that He Tian had left in the void were destroyed by the black light. A wave of sage-level energy spread out from the black gourd. Divine instrument. He Tian was shocked. Long Bedeo was the descendant of extraterrestrial divine mountain and had many treasures on him. This black gourd was also a rare instrument. Collect. Long Bedeo suddenly pointed the black gourd at He Tian and activated a technique. A heaven-devouring force immediately rushed out from the black gourd and swallowed He Tian, who was in the killing formation. What? He Tian felt his body tighten as if it was tied up by an invisible thread. Then, he flew towards the mouth of the black gourd. Want to take your father? With a single thought, an almost invisible sword light rushed out from Mahakala's body. It immediately destroyed the devouring power that enveloped him, and then rushed towards Long Bedeo. Divine sword. Long Bedeo's heart skipped a beat when he saw the almost transparent sword light. His opponent also had a divine weapon, and it was an almost transparent divine sword. The invisible sword light was as fast as lightning. In an instant, it arrived in front of Long Bedeo. The cold sword chi made Long Bedeo feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Swoosh! Just as the formless sword light was about to hit Long Bedeo, a divine diagram suddenly rushed out of Long Bedeo's body and enveloped him. Buzz! The invisible divine sword struck the divine diagram and slid past it. The invisible divine sword's sword light was deflected by the power that erupted from the divine diagram. What? He Tian couldn't help being startled. Long Bedeo really had quite a few treasures on him. He's going to escape again. Suddenly, Gu Fei's voice rang in He Tian's mind. Escaping again. He Tian was startled. This place was already sealed by his killing formation. How could this guy still escape? Swoosh! At this moment, the divine diagram that enveloped Long Bedeo suddenly shone with millions of divine lights. It actually pierced through the void, wrapped around Long Bedeo, and directly escaped. Boom! At the same time, a huge hand directly grabbed down from the sky, smashing the void and turning the place where Long Bedeo was into chaos. Gu Fei took action, but he was half a step too slow. Long Bedeo escaped into the void and disappeared in an instant. His speed was unimaginable. Roar! He Tian roared at the sky. Long Bedeo was too cunning and had secret treasures on him. Even with Gu Fei's help, this guy still escaped again. However, He Tian would not let this guy go so easily. He put away the killing formation and once again used the great divination divine art to deduce Long Bideo's location. However, this time, He Tian's great divination divine art failed. Long Bideo seemed to have used a secret treasure to hide himself. At this time, even if the real Heaven's Secrets sect master came, he would not be able to deduce Long Bideo's location. Long Bideo knew that he was not a match for Gu Fei and He Tian. He did not want to take the risk. He was a very cautious person, otherwise he would not have lived until now. Damn it. After deducing more than a dozen times in a row, He Tian had to give up. If a half-saint wanted to escape, and this master had an artifact that could allow him to escape, it would be very difficult to intercept such an existence. Unless Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron first to seal the heaven and earth, then he would be able to stop Long Bideo. Rumble. Just as He Tian was filled with hatred, a thunderous sound came from the sky. It's starting so soon. Chapter 1843. Long Bideo's escape made He Tian very unhappy. That guy was extremely cunning and did not dare to confront He Tian and Gu Fei head-on at all. He directly escaped with a secret treasure. This outstanding figure from the extraterrestrial divine mountain seemed to be as good at escaping as He Tian. Rumble. At this moment, a muffled, thunderous sound came from the sky. The thick layer of clouds above the mountain peak surged violently. Soon, the clouds dispersed and an ancient city appeared high up in the sky. An ancient and vicissitude aura spread out from the ancient city. I didn't expect it to be in the sky. Someone exclaimed. Not everyone could find the ancient city in the sky immediately. The ancient city was protected by the ancient sage's formation. If it wasn't for someone attacking the formation protecting the ancient city's aura wouldn't have leaked out. It's finally starting. Someone can't wait any longer. Gu Fei muttered. At this time, he did not release Gu Zhong and the others who were in his inner world. This level of competition was not something they could handle. If it was in the human world, a cultivator of the almighty realm would be able to hold his own. However, it was not possible here. One should know that those who entered the sage realm were all experts of the half-step saint realm. Even Gu Zhong could not compete with a half-step saint at this time. Boss, should we go and have a look? He Tian knew that those half-step saints who were tricked by Long Bideo also had many secret treasures on them. Perhaps they could break open the Sage King formation. Die, evil beast! Just when Gu Fei and the others were about to soar into the sky, a roar came from the depths of the mountain. Then, an extremely powerful divine demon force instantly erupted. Swoosh! Then, a blood light suddenly appeared in the depths of the mountain. A giant beast suddenly fell to the ground. It's Qiu Wuqing. Qiu Wuqing's combat strength was unquestionable. In Gu Fei's view, Qiu Wuqing's strength was probably above Azure Dragon's. He was a formidable opponent. A figure walked out from the depths of the mountain ridge. The power of gods and demons was vast and mighty. Qiu Wuqing was like the grim reaper that walked out from hell. Fresh blood was still dripping from the halberd in his hand. Qiu Wuqing had also discovered Gu Fei and He Tian. However, he didn't come over. Instead, he took a glance at the place where Gu Fei and He Tian were. Then he wielded his halberd and rushed towards the ancient city in the sky. Rumble! The muffled sounds of thunder continued to ring out. This time, the ripples of energy in the sky were much more powerful. Someone was attacking with a saint weapon. The saintly aura surged through the surroundings, intimidating the entire world. Even the most powerful ferocious beast in the world did not dare to make any strange movements at this moment. Without becoming a saint, one would always be an ant. In front of the power of a saint, even a powerful beast at the level of a beast emperor would have to bow its head. There was no doubt about it. Very quickly, a figure also rushed out from another region of the world. That person was that mysterious woman. She held a divine bow in her hand and her entire body was shrouded in a layer of divine fire. She stepped on fire clouds and looked like a fairy in the fire. She was elegant and otherworldly, without a trace of the aura of a mortal. Let's go and watch the show. Gu Fei rushed into the sky. With one step, he arrived at the peak of the mountain in an instant. Then he went directly to the city gate of the ancient city in the sky. He Tian arrived soon after. Brother Gu. After the mysterious woman saw Gu Fei, she walked over. Qiu Wuqing also saw Gu Fei. However, he did not walk over. He only nodded at Gu Fei and ignored Gu Fei and He Tian. Gu Fei did not mind. This was Qiu Wuqing's temperament. He was cold and gave people a feeling that it was difficult to get close to him. At this time, there were already 5 or 6 people gathered in front of the city gate. Gu Fei was surprised to find that among these people, there were actually unfamiliar faces. There were 2 people that Gu Fei had not seen before. These 2 people were not among the 12 sages to be invited by Long Bideo. Could it be that there were still cultivators in this sage world? The 2 people had a fierce aura on them. This kind of aura was accumulated by living in the sacred mountain for many years and fighting with powerful beasts. The 2 cultivators were also wrapped in the skin of some kind of strange beast. They looked like hunters in the mountains. However, it would be wrong to look down on them because of this. These 2 people were very powerful. They were also at the sage-to-be level. Moreover, they had been fighting with beasts for many years. Their combat experience must be very rich. The old man and the skinny middle-aged man were standing in front of the city gate. They drove the holy weapons in their hands and bombarded the city gate. The strong power of the divine path made everyone feel a great threat. Boom! A divine hammer flew out of the old man's hand. There were countless Tao patterns on the divine hammer. It displayed the strong fluctuation of the divine path and smashed towards the city gate. This was a holy weapon. The brand of the divine path had awakened in the divine hammer, and it displayed an extremely strong power. However, when such a powerful hammer slammed into the city gates, the 2 tightly shut gates also began to glow with immortal Tao runes. The divine patterns of the immortal path interweaved and attracted the power of the immortal path. The divine hammer actually bounced away. The formation set up by the King of Saints was not that easy to break. The old man flew up and caught the divine hammer that was bounced away. He could not help but shake his head. Ordinary divine weapons really could not shake the King of Saints formation that covered the entire ancient city. However, a shocking sword chi rushed out of the middle-aged man's body. A huge golden dragon rushed out of his body and instantly soared tens of thousands of feet. Then, it swooped down and collided with the city gate. The powerful ripples of sword chi caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Everyone felt a chill in their bodies, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. It's the golden dragon sword. I didn't expect this divine sword to appear. Someone recognized the dragon-shaped sword light. It was the golden dragon sword, which had appeared during the later period of the primordial age. It was a divine sword refined by a person called the Golden Dragon Saint. Legend had it that the Golden Dragon Saint was a true 9 heavens golden dragon that cultivated into a divine dragon. The Golden Dragon Sword was a divine sword refined by him using his transformed divine body. Although the Golden Dragon Saint was a demonic saint, he often took human form and walked among humans. He had once left behind a great reputation and was an unparalleled existence during the later period of the primordial age. The golden dragon sword that had turned into a huge golden dragon instantly collided with the ancient city gate. This time, ripples visible to the naked eye appeared on the city gate, spreading in all directions like waves. However, the golden dragon also dissipated. A divine sword that shone with golden light vibrated. The divine sword was also knocked away by the power of the King of Saints formation on the city gate. What? Even the golden dragon sword can't break it. What should we do? Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Those who knew about the origin of the golden dragon saint were even more shocked. The golden dragon saint seemed to be a king of sages. This golden dragon sword is indeed extraordinary. Gu Fei and He Tian looked at each other. The golden dragon sword was already able to shake the ancient city gate, but the problem was that the middle-aged man's cultivation was not high enough. It was impossible for him to unleash the true power of the golden dragon sword. The skinny middle-aged man was only a half-sage, and the golden dragon sword was a legendary weapon refined by the king of demons. A half-sage's cultivation could not awaken the king of sages' imprint in the golden dragon sword. Unless the descendant of the golden dragon saint came and poured his blood on the divine sword, he might be able to awaken the great path imprint in the king of sages' divine weapon. It was obvious that the skinny middle-aged man did not have any demonic aura on him. He was not a demonic cultivator, and it was even more impossible for him to be the descendant of the golden dragon saint in the later period of the primordial age. "Fellow Taoists, come and lend me a hand," the middle-aged man said to the crowd. The golden dragon sword had already flown back into his hand. The golden dragon sword had just successfully shaken the ancient city's grand formation. That was obvious to all, and the crowd could not help but be tempted. "All right." The old man walked over and placed his right hand on the middle-aged man's back, injecting his immortal power into the man's body. Seeing the old man walk out, a few others walked out as well and placed their hands on the middle-aged man's shoulder or back. Rumble. 4 half-sages were exerting their powers at the same time. The middle-aged man's body immediately rumbled with the sound of wind and thunder. His slightly pale face was now flushed red. He used a secret art and guided the 4 powerful forces that had rushed into his body into the golden dragon sword in his hand. Buzz. The golden dragon sword was ringing, and an astonishing burst of sword chi erupted from it. A series of tiny dragon-shaped Tao patterns seemed to have sprung to life as they swam across the blade of the golden dragon sword. The divine sword seemed to be showing signs of awakening under the powerful divine power. The middle-aged man's face was so red that he looked like he was about to bleed. He circulated his magic power with all his might and guided the power of the 4 half-sages behind him into the golden dragon sword. Boom! Suddenly, the golden dragon sword exerted a powerful suction force and began devouring the power of the middle-aged man and the 4 half-sages behind him. What? The 4 half-sages behind the middle-aged man were shocked. They could sense that their origin power was being shaken by the devouring force, and the power of the immortal Tao within them was rapidly being drained away. The golden dragon sword underwent a shocking change. The brand of the great Tao within it was truly awakening, and it was being forcibly awakened by powerful magic power. Wisps of holy aura began to proliferate from the golden dragon sword. Everyone's expressions changed. Even Gu Fei's expression grew solemn. He Tian put away his trademark frivolous expression and watched the scene unfold. Gu Fei and He Tian had both cultivated the eyes of God, so they could see 9 faint patterns on the golden dragon sword. They were 9 Tao patterns. Once cultivation reached a certain level, all Tao patterns would gradually evolve into 9 ultimate Tao patterns. Even Saint Kings were no exception. Chapter 1844. The golden dragon sword refined by a sage king was incomparably powerful. The 9 runes imprinted on the blade were faintly discernible, and a wave of sage aura emanated from the divine sword. The divine sword hummed and gradually awakened. However, the middle-aged man and the 4 half-saints behind him had already turned deathly pale. The golden dragon sword was constantly devouring the power in their bodies. The suction from the divine sword had even shaken their origin power. The golden dragon sword automatically devoured the power of the 5 half-saints. Only with the combined power of 5 half-saints could the golden dragon sword show signs of awakening. "Fellow Taoists, what are you waiting for?" the middle-aged man said weakly to the people around him. At this time, only the golden dragon sword had a chance of breaking through the Sage King's formation. "Let's go all out." Someone stepped forward and pressed his palm on the middle-aged man. He circulated the power in his body and poured a powerful immortal essence into the middle-aged man's body. The divine sword continued to vibrate, and the golden sword aura emanating from the sword became even stronger. The golden divine light illuminated half the sky, turning it golden. At this time, another person stepped forward. These people could already tell that if the golden dragon sword could really unleash its true power, it would have no problem breaking through the ancient city's ceiling formation. The sword aura emanating from the golden dragon sword grew more and more intense. In the end, even the 2 people in animal skins made their moves. After devouring an endless amount of power, the golden dragon sword finally awakened. Sword aura filled the sky, and the golden divine sword became the only thing between heaven and earth. The powerful fluctuations of the Sage King level made everyone's expression change. The golden dragon sword, which had gathered the power of 7 half-saints, finally displayed its true power. Of course, this power was still less than a tenth of the golden dragon sword's true power. The golden dragon sword had only awakened a small portion of its power, but it was already enough. "Break for me!" the middle-aged man roared. He used all his strength to drive the awakened golden dragon sword. The divine sword immediately flew out and turned into a golden dragon, charging towards the tightly shut city gates. The golden dragon was like a real dragon with flesh and blood from the 9 heavens. It exuded an unparalleled dragon aura that shook the heavens and the earth. Faint dragon roars could be heard in the void. Gu Fei and He Tian had been watching from the sidelines, not taking any action. The golden dragon sword was indeed worthy of being a holy monarch divine sword. It actually required the power of 7 half-sages to awaken. If it were an ordinary holy weapon, it would not require this. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering noise, the golden dragon slammed into the city gate, causing countless formation runes to appear on the city gate. Under the attack of the powerful sword Qi, a large number of runes collapsed. The Sage King level runes had actually been destroyed. A crack was blasted open on the tightly shut city gate, and everyone was pleasantly surprised to see that the golden dragon sword was indeed extremely powerful. The golden dragon sword was a saint ruler weapon refined by a supreme figure in the later stages of the primordial era. The sword was very famous during that time. However, since the golden dragon sword had been obtained by a later generation, it also meant that the golden dragon saint might have fallen. It should be known that the divine weapon refined by a saint would never leave their body. Once it left their body, there was only one result, and that was that the original owner had fallen. Even someone as powerful as a Sage King could fall. The city gate has really been blasted open. Gu Fei and He Tian could not help but be shocked when they saw this. At this moment, Xiao Wuxia and the mysterious woman, who had been quietly observing the situation like Gu Fei, were also extremely shocked. Once again, everyone poured an immeasurable amount of spiritual essence into the golden dragon divine sword. Once again, the golden dragon divine sword erupted with a terrifying fluctuation that shook the heavens. The divine sword transformed into a golden dragon and charged towards the city gate that had already been blasted open. There was another loud explosion, and the heavy city gate was blasted open a little more. However, it was still difficult for one person to pass through. The middle-aged man guided the power of the 6 half-step saints behind him to drive the golden dragon sword and attacked another 4 or 5 times. At this time, a gap that could allow one person to pass through finally appeared on the city gate. At this time, the middle-aged man and the other 6 half-step saints were so tired that they were drenched in sweat. They looked as if they had just jumped out of the water and were on the verge of collapsing. Thank you, everyone. At this time, He Tian walked up with a smile and directly entered the ancient city. The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. The city gate that they had blasted open with their lives was actually beaten by someone else and entered the ancient city before them. This made them so angry that they almost vomited blood. Seeing that He Tian had entered the ancient city, Xiao Wuxia and the mysterious woman also moved. With a flash, they also entered the ancient city. However, when Xiao Wuxia and the mysterious woman rushed into the ancient city, there was a cry of surprise and the sound of a big fight coming from within the ancient city. Roar, what's going on? Xiao Wuxia's voice was heard. He seemed to have encountered some trouble in the city, and a powerful wave of divine demon power spread out from the city gate. Damn it. The mysterious woman's voice was also heard. Yes, thank you both for scouting the way for me. At this time, He Tian's voice was heard from behind the city gate. Although he was the first person to enter the ancient city, he did not walk in. He only hid behind the city gate. This guy was very careful. No one knew what dangers were in the city. When Xiao Wuxia and the mysterious woman saw that Erebus had entered the ancient city, they naturally didn't want to be left behind. Hence, they dashed in immediately. How could they have known that Erebus was actually hiding behind the city gate when they dashed in? You're cheating people again. When Gu Fei walked into the ancient city and saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. He saw that Qiu Wuqing was surrounded by 3 stone men on the streets of the ancient city. On the other hand, the mysterious woman had barged into a killing formation. She was constantly attacking the formation, trying to break out of it. There was indeed something strange about this ancient city. The stone men puppets were extremely powerful and had strength close to the saint level. Qiu Wuqing was in great danger as he fought with the 3 stone men. Puppets were ultimately still puppets. Under the situation where there was no one controlling them, although they had great strength, they were still not as flexible as a real person. Roar! After Qiu Wuqing forced 2 stone men to retreat, he suddenly let out a loud roar and leaped up. He waved the black halberd in his hands with all his strength and slashed at the 3rd stone man puppet with all his might. Bang! The black halberd slashed on the head of the stone man puppet. The halberd directly exploded half of the stone man puppet's head. Chapter 1845. The gate of the ancient city was blasted open. The golden dragon sword was indeed worthy of being a saint weapon refined by a saint king in the late primordial era. Even though it hadn't fully awakened, it was enough to shake the saint king formation. Of course, both formations and saint weapons were things refined by saints to improve their combat strength. However, saint weapons were saint weapons after all, so they were naturally more powerful than formations. Buzz! The golden dragon sword vibrated. The 7 half-saints were on the verge of collapse. The golden dragon sword stopped devouring the essence of the 7 half-saints, and the golden light it emitted gradually dimmed. Preposterous. The 7 half-saints who had contributed the most were so angry that they almost vomited blood when they saw Gu Fei and the others taking advantage of the situation and rushing into the ancient city first. However, they couldn't do anything at this time. He Tian's loud laughter came from the gate, and the 7 half-saints' expressions became even more unsightly. The middle-aged man and the 6 half-saints sat cross-legged on the ground and used all their strength to draw the surrounding spirit chi of heaven and earth. They wanted to recover their lost vitality as quickly as possible. The 7 half-saints worked together, and the spirit chi of heaven and earth in all directions was drawn to the 7 figures sitting cross-legged outside the city gate. They were like 7 bottomless vortexes that devoured almost all the spirit chi of heaven and earth in a radius of 10,000 miles. The spirit chi of heaven and earth was dense in this part of the sage world, and the trees here were taller and more luxuriant than those outside. Some trees had even grown for 10,000 years and had become tree spirits. Phew! The middle-aged man let out a long sigh after an hour, then stood up and put the golden dragon sword that was hovering above everyone's head back into his body. The middle-aged man had an impressive background. He was an expert from an ancient sword cultivation sect, the Sky Rapier sect. The golden dragon sword was the Sky Rapier sect's sect-guarding divine weapon. Swoosh! The middle-aged man transformed into a ray of sword light and rushed into the ancient city. Gu Fei and the others were nowhere to be seen by now. The city was filled with a tense atmosphere. Everyone wanted to obtain the item in the depths of the ancient city. Bang! 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 Heavy footsteps sounded out in the surroundings of the ancient city. There were stone golem puppets everywhere in the ancient city. They were a powerful force that protected the ancient city. The stone golems in the ancient city contained a portion of the Sage King's great Tao imprint and were extremely powerful. Each of the stone golems had a combat strength of at least a quasi-sage. However, these stone men had a fatal weakness. They didn't have their own consciousness and couldn't react accurately to any sudden situation. However, the stone golems had a common goal, which was to kill all living beings that dared to enter the ancient city. That was the mission that the Saint King had given the stone golems. The middle-aged man had no choice but to stop because a figure had appeared in front of him. It was a stone golem. At this moment, the stone man also noticed the middle-aged man. He took a step forward and instantly appeared before the middle-aged man. He then threw a punch at the middle-aged man. Rumble! That stone fist was extremely heavy, causing the void to tremble. The power of this fist was too great, causing the middle-aged man's expression to change. The battle was unavoidable. The middle-aged man and the stone man clashed together. At this moment, intense energy waves erupted from various places in the ancient city. It was hard for anyone who entered the ancient city to avoid bumping into the stone golems that guarded the ancient city. Boom! A stone golem exploded and a figure passed through the shattered rocks. This person was extremely powerful. His black hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were like cold stars. It was Gu Fei. In another direction, the void vibrated. Countless runes covered a radius of 100 feet. This was a killing formation. Within the killing formation were 3 stone golems. The stone golems were very strong. Even though they were trapped by the killing formation, they were still charging left and right. They shook the killing formation and were about to break out. I'll let you have a taste of how strong your Grandpa He is. In the middle of the killing formation, a figure sat cross-legged in the air. Countless runes rushed out from his body, imprinting themselves in the air. The killing formation triggered a heaven-shaking power that rushed towards the 3 stone golems in the middle of the formation. If an ordinary half-sage was trapped in this killing formation, he would have been killed long ago. However, these 3 stone golems were puppets refined by the Sage King. The Sage King's methods were very powerful. He had refined countless stone golems and every single one of them had the combat strength of a half-sage. This was simply an army of half-sages. Even if it was a power that had existed for countless years, it would be impossible for them to have such an army. He Tian wanted to destroy these 3 stone golems. The shocking divine light within the killing formation transformed into a sword of extermination, piercing through the 3 stone golems from all directions. Even though the 3 stone golems were very strong, they still suffered a huge impact. Dust was constantly falling from their bodies. At this moment, Gu Fei had already destroyed the last stone golem and was walking towards He Tian. On the dark street, only Gu Fei's footsteps could be heard. This street was deserted. Broken rocks could be seen everywhere on the ground. These were the broken pieces of the stone golems that were killed by Gu Fei. All the stone golems on the street had been cleared by him. At the end of the street, He Tian was still operating the killing formation. He wanted to kill the 3 stone golems that he had trapped in the formation. However, these stone golems were still puppets refined by the Sage King. They weren't that easy to kill. Do you need my help? Gu Fei asked. I couldn't ask for more. After He Tian saw that Gu Fei had arrived, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. They couldn't waste any more time because many people had already entered this ancient city. He had already sensed the fluctuation of a sage-level expert appearing in the center of this ancient city. Someone had already charged into the depths of this ancient city with a sage-level treasure. If someone else obtained that item, then it would have nothing to do with them anymore. All right. Gu Fei nodded and directly walked into He Tian's killing formation. He walked towards the 3 stone golems that were trapped in it. His expression was relaxed, without a trace of nervousness. Without any suspense, Gu Fei attacked. The 3 stone golems were immediately destroyed by his chaotic fists. A portion of the great Tao imprints within the stone golems also dissipated. Let's go! Gu Fei punched 3 times consecutively and destroyed the 3 stone golems. He then directly walked towards the depths of the ancient city. At this time, 2 powerful auras had already appeared in the depths of the ancient city. Someone had entered earlier than Gu Fei and the others to fight for that item. Chapter 1846. The ancient city was dark. From time to time, heavy footsteps could be heard. It was the stoneman puppets patrolling the city. While Gu Fei and He Tian were walking towards the depths of the ancient city, a great battle had already broken out. Powerful fluctuations of half-step saints spread out. What's going on? Gu Fei and He Tian were a bit astonished because the 2 existences that were fighting were actually 2 experts invited by Long Bideo. These 2 experts were fighting over the same thing. Xian Tong, hand that thing over. One of the short and fat old man roared. His eyes were red as if he was angered to the extreme. He kept using his ultimate techniques to attack his opponent. Old immeasurable ghost, if you have the ability, then take that thing from my hands. The middle-aged Taoist called Xian Tong said. There was a faint divine light flickering in his sleeve, as if there really was a divine item in his sleeve. Damn it! The immeasurable old man was truly enraged. Originally, he was the one who saw that item, but this Xian Tong had interfered and taken that item away. How could this not infuriate the immeasurable old man? At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian came over. They couldn't help but be a little surprised when they saw the two experts fighting. What was hidden in Xian Tong's sleeve? Something that could make two half-step saints fight over it was absolutely extraordinary. Boom! Without hesitation, He Tian attacked. Countless formation runes rushed out from his body and branded into the void, forming a formation in the void. The shocking killing intent caused the two half-saints who were fighting to be shocked. The sudden attack caused the two half-step saints to be a little flustered. He Tian's killing formation instantly enveloped a radius of 1,000 zhang, covering the two half-step saints. Bang! The immeasurable old man's hand bloomed with immeasurable immortal light. A huge seal rushed out from his hand. Suddenly, thousands of auspicious qi appeared and the power of the immortal Tao filled the space. Under the power of the seal, the formation runes of He Tian's killing formation were dissipating. Sacred artifact! When He Tian saw this scene, his pupils involuntarily contracted. This immeasurable old man actually had a saint artifact in his hands, and the might displayed by that immortal Tao saint artifact was truly astonishing. The killing formation trembled, almost destroyed by that great imprint with a single strike. He Tian suffered a great impact. He made a prompt decision and immediately retreated. At this time, Xian Tong also made his move. A long black whip appeared in his hand. The whip turned into a poisonous python and rushed towards He Tian. This venomous python also gave off a divine aura, and there was a divine aura of the great Tao lingering around it. Another sacred artifact. He Tian is taken aback. These guys invited by Long Bideo are all extraordinary. It seems like each of them has a great power behind them. It should be noted that sacred artifacts were not something that ordinary cultivators could possess. Heaven Transformation Seal, Soaring Serpent Whip. A voice rang out. The mysterious woman had arrived. She was also very surprised to see these two sacred artifacts. The great imprint that emitted endless immortal light was a famous sacred artifact of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Transformation Seal. This Heaven Transformation Seal was a protective divine artifact refined by an immortal Tao saint of the primordial era. Once it was unleashed, the world would turn into primordial chaos. It was incomparably powerful. The Soaring Serpent Whip was a very malicious sacred tool. The original owner of the Soaring Serpent Whip was an extremely vicious fellow. This divine whip was refined from the corpse of a primordial venomous python. That primordial venomous python was innately poisonous. Living beings did not dare to approach it. Its poison was enough to make even a saint fearful. He Tian had no choice but to retreat. He was not a saint. If he was infected by the soaring serpent's poison, he would most likely die and enter the cycle of reincarnation. To He Tian, his reincarnation had just begun. How could he be willing to end it like this? Whoosh! He Tian retracted his killing formation. Boundless formation runes converged from all directions and entered his body. At the same time, his silhouette flickered in the air, retreating to Gu Fei's side. The Heaven Transformation Seal and Soaring Serpent Whip continued their pursuit. The Great Seal was like a huge mountain, smashing down on Gu Fei and He Tian from the sky, blocking out the entire sky. Terrifying power of the immortal Tao poured down from the Great Seal. This was a shocking power that could slice apart the void, returning a part of the world to primordial chaos. Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. They sensed a familiar energy fluctuation from the Heaven Transformation Seal. That was the power of one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The secret art of returning truth. How is this possible? Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. No wonder this Heaven Transformation Seal could turn the void into primordial chaos. So it turned out that it contained the power of one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the secret art of returning truth. However, they soon sensed something strange. The power of returning truth on the heaven transformation seal was not pure at all. It seemed like it wasn't the complete power of returning truth. 10,000 transformations return truth. Tian made his move. He directly stretched out his right hand. Divine immortal light surged on his right hand, turning into a huge hand that blotted out the sky, grabbing towards the heaven transformation imprint. The seal began to vibrate. It seemed to resonate with one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the secret art of returning truth, which was used by Mahakala. What? The immeasurable old man was shocked. This seal was a supreme treasure of his sect and could not be lost. However, his opponent was actually able to use a secret art to activate it. This was something that had never happened before. Rumble. The heaven transformation seal was still descending, but the destructive power of the seal had diminished by quite a bit. Countless divine runes of the immortal Tao flickered on the surface of the seal. Boom! The heaven transformation seal smashed down from the sky, but it wasn't aimed at Gu Fei and He Tian. Instead, it smashed into the soaring serpent whip that had transformed into a poisonous python. The 2 saint treasures collided violently. The destructive power of the collision shook the entire ancient city. If it wasn't for the protection of the formations, this ancient city would definitely have been destroyed. Old man immeasurable, Xianxia was shocked. At this moment, this old man immeasurable was truly vengeful. As long as there was a chance, he would suppress Xianxia. How hateful! The immeasurable old man snorted coldly. In truth, only he knew that this collision between the heaven transformation seal and the soaring serpent whip was not intentional. However, he didn't need to explain anything. It's effective. He Tian circulated the secret art of returning truth with all his might. Within his palm, there seemed to be a world that was constantly evolving, transforming into primordial chaos, transforming into heaven and earth, and then returning back to primordial chaos. Above his palm, there seemed to be a cycle of reincarnation, a cycle of reincarnation. The power of the secret art of returning truth was unleashed to its peak. The heaven transformation seal gradually broke free from the immeasurable old man's control, descending towards He Tian's palm. What? Chapter 1847. Although He Tian's secret art of returning truth hadn't been cultivated to perfection, it was enough to break apart the void of the world, returning a part of the void to primal chaos. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Each secret was an undefeatable supreme immortal art. They were the 9 ultimate powers derived from the supreme Tao ancestor. He Tian cultivated the immortal Tao. Although his immortal Tao was different from others and he walked his own path, the general direction remained the same. Rumble. The heaven transformation seal descended from the sky, becoming smaller and smaller. The Tao runes on it dimmed and gradually disappeared into the seal. The power of the seal was converging. How is this possible? Only now did the immeasurable old man panic. The opponent seemed to be using some kind of secret art. This secret art could actually resonate with the heaven transformation seal. Everyone was dumbfounded. The heaven transformation seal actually broke free from the immeasurable old man's control. He Tian extended his hand and directly grabbed the seal. The power of the immortal Tao surged in his hand, suppressing the seal in his hand. A half-sage could actually suppress a sacred weapon. This was simply a miracle. Everyone couldn't believe it. How was this possible? The mysterious woman's eyes flickered when she saw this. She seemed to have noticed something, but she didn't say anything. The immeasurable old man was dumbfounded. A sacred weapon of his sect was so easily taken away by the opponent. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Many thanks. An evil smile appeared on He Tian's face as he looked at the immeasurable old man. The immeasurable old man was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This guy was still pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of him. The immeasurable old man almost wanted to rush up and fight with He Tian. However, he hadn't completely lost his rationality. Rushing up now was no different from suicide. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. Even Xianxia kept his soaring serpent whip, fearing that it would also be taken away by He Tian. Everyone was cautious as they quietly watched He Tian. In fact, He Tian knew very well that he was lucky. The ancient sage who refined this seal seemed to have obtained an incomplete version of one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the secret art of returning truth. The power of the immortal Tao contained within the Heaven Transformation Seal was precisely the power of the incomplete secret art of returning to truth. Soon, the ancient seal in He Tian's hand quietened down and turned into a green jade seal the size of an adult's fist. When the immeasurable old man saw this scene, his eyes turned red. He knew that his sect's sacred artifact had already been completely suppressed by his opponent. This meant that he had lost the ancient seal. "I will kill you." This time, the immeasurable old man could no longer endure it. He was very clear what losing this ancient seal meant. Even if he returned to the sect, only death would await him. Boom! The immeasurable old man's entire body radiated with boundless divine light. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation gushed out from his body as he pounced towards He Tian. His white hair danced wildly in the wind and his face was incomparably malevolent. Just like that, he pounced over, using his most powerful killer move. Moreover, he didn't defend himself at all. All of his moves were for the sake of his life. He transformed. He Tian used the secret art of returning truth to activate the ancient seal in his hand. The ancient seal immediately came to life and a wave of Heaven Transformation seal surged forth, dispersing all of the immeasurable old man's attacks. How is this possible? The immeasurable old man was on the verge of going crazy. He attacked with all his might as boundless destructive divine light gushed out from his hands, piercing towards He Tian below. However, the Heaven Transformation seal's power enveloped He Tian within. At this moment, He Tian was simply invulnerable to all attacks. All attacks could be dispelled. Enough! He Tian made his move. A nearly invisible sword light flew out from his body. It pierced through the layer of Heaven Transformation seal's power and shot towards the immeasurable old man who was crazily attacking him. Just as the invisible sword light was about to strike the immeasurable old man, a figure suddenly appeared behind the immeasurable old man. He grabbed the immeasurable old man by his collar and flung him away. At the same time that the person flung the immeasurable old man away, he stretched out his left hand and flicked the invisible sword light away. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. From grabbing the immeasurable old man, to flinging him away, to flicking the invisible sword light away, all of these actions were completed in an instant. It could be said to be extremely fast. Boss, He Tian didn't understand why Gu Fei wanted to save this old man. The person who acted could only be Gu Fei. Because among everyone present, only Gu Fei had such cultivation and strength. No one else could do so. Only he could easily capture the immeasurable old man and flick away He Tian's invisible sword light. This person doesn't deserve to die. Gu Fei said. This immeasurable old man's lineage actually obtained an incomplete version of one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the secret art of returning truth. This could also be considered a form of fate. He Tian retracted his invisible sword. After thinking for a moment, he no longer acted. At this moment, heavy footsteps rang out in the surroundings. The battle between He Tian and the immeasurable old man had caused quite a commotion. It had long alarmed the stone men in the city. Dull roars rang out in the surroundings as a heaven-shaking aura constantly erupted. This time, the stone men that appeared seemed to be even stronger than before. Everyone was incomparably nervous. This place wasn't far from the center of the ancient city. The stone men that appeared here would definitely be very difficult to deal with. Bang! Everyone stared at the corner of the street. As the heavy footsteps rang out, a figure appeared at the end of the street. It was a stoneman that was a head taller than the average stoneman. Moreover, the stoneman was clad in thick armor and held a bronze spear in his hand. This was a general among the stonemen. A heaven-shaking killing intent emanated from the general. It was as if a general who had experienced many battles had appeared before everyone's eyes. Trespassers shall die. A divine will rippled out from the general's body as a voice rang out in everyone's hearts. At the same time, 2 rays of green light shot out from the general's eyes, sweeping through everyone. What? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. This general actually had its own consciousness. This was bad. At this moment, more stone men stood out from the corner of the street. Very soon, there were over 100 stone men standing behind the general. Every single one of them had a powerful baleful aura coiling around them. Gu Fei couldn't be more familiar with this baleful aura. This was a baleful aura that could only be condensed after killing many living beings. In other words, these stone men had killed many living beings in the past. Is this a soldier left behind by the ancient sages? Chapter 1848. The stone general was incomparably powerful, as if a true saint had descended. Moreover, the corpse general that appeared at the corner of the street was different from the other golems. This stone general had its own consciousness. This was not a good thing. Kill! Without saying anything else, the stone general led hundreds of golems and charged at Gu Fei's group. A powerful aura surged forth, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging. Everyone's expression changed at this scene. But at this moment, a sword chime suddenly came from the sky. A man and a sword appeared above the stone general. Then, a golden sword ray descended from the sky and slashed at the stone general. Hey, it's him. He Tian was startled at the sight of the man. The man standing on the golden sword was the tall and skinny middle-aged man from the Heavenly Rapier sect. His cultivation was also astonishing. He had actually recovered so quickly. Clang! The stone general raised the bronze spear in his hand and collided with the golden sword ray that swept down from the sky. The golden sword ray shattered and turned into millions of golden rays, dissipating in the air. What? The sword spirit was shocked. The stone general was much more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. One should know that the sword ray from the golden saint dragon was easily blocked by the stone general. The sword spirit is out of luck. The mysterious woman muttered to herself. Her face was covered by a silk scarf embroidered with a divine phoenix. No one could see her true appearance. The sword spirit was one of the 10 sword emperors of the Heavenly Rapier sect. This time, he had brought the golden saint dragon with him. Previously, he had worked with the other 6 half-saints to revive the golden saint dragon and break the ancient city's formation, allowing everyone to enter the ancient city. Swoosh! At this moment, the stone general on the ground stabbed at the sword spirit in the sky with his bronze spear. A powerful force spread in all directions. This was the power of a saint. Boom! With a loud bang, sword spirit sun was sent flying thousands of meters away along with his sword. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. If not for the golden saint dragon sword blocking most of the power of Shizhang's attack, he would have been smashed into pieces. So strong. Everyone's hearts pounded when they saw this. The power the stone general was displaying was too great. This was practically a saint taking action. Xian Tong immediately turned around and left. Such an existence wasn't something he could contend against. If he didn't leave, he might lose his life here. Those who could become half-sages had lived for countless years and were extremely astute. Even their eyelashes were blank. When they saw that the situation was bad, some of them tried to flee. Kill. The stone general led over 100 stone golems and charged towards Gu Fei's group like a flood. Under the stone general's lead, the 100 stone golems all emitted powerful energy fluctuations. Roar! At this moment, a person appeared from the corner of the street behind Shizhang. This person roared loudly and directly rushed into the sky. Then, he swung the halberd in his hand and used all his strength to smash it down on Shizhang's head. It's Qiu Wuqing. He's here too. Even He Tian couldn't help but be moved when he saw that someone was attacking Stone General. However, he was even more shocked when he saw that it was Qiu Wuqing who was attacking. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The Stone General held the bronze spear with both hands and raised it up, blocking the black halberd that was smashing down. What? Qiu Wuqing couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that his opponent was able to withstand his attack. His god-fiend body was extremely strong. Even if there was an ancient sacred mountain below him, it would probably be smashed into pieces by this attack. However, this fierce attack was blocked by his opponent. A strong rebounding force came from the halberd, causing his hands to feel a little numb. The Stone General actually didn't feel good either. If one looked closely, one could see that there were extremely fine cracks on his arms. However, these cracks didn't appear for long and disappeared very quickly. In this attack, neither side gained any advantage. The stone general suddenly raised his head. Two powerful rays of divine light shot out from his eyes and pierced towards Qiu Wuqing. Qiu Wuqing hurriedly flew backwards and avoided the two rays of divine light shot out from the stone general's eyes. In an instant he retreated thousands of feet away. His movements were so fast that few could catch up to him. This stone general is very strong. The mysterious woman said. Qiu Wuqing had the god-fiend body. Needless to say, his physical body was strong. There really weren't many people who could compete with him in terms of physical strength. Kill! The stone general held the bronze spear in his hand and rushed towards Qiu Wuqing. However, the direction of the hundreds of stone general didn't change. They continued to rush towards Gu Fei and the others. Although there were only hundreds of stone general, it gave people the feeling that there were thousands of soldiers and horses. Swoosh! Gu Fei moved. In a flash, he had already rushed into the crowd of stone general. Bang! The head of the first stone general was blown up by Gu Fei's punch. Boom! Immediately after, Gu Fei swept his right leg and broke the waists of the two stone general that came from behind him. In an instant, he had crippled 3 stone general. Gu Fei was really strong to the point that it made people's hearts tremble. Close combat was the strength of warriors. In a fight, as long as warriors got close to one's body, the consequences would be very serious. Therefore, in ancient times, when other cultivators fought with warriors, they didn't dare to let their opponents get close to them. At this time, Gu Fei was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He used both his hands and feet and constantly smashed stone general under his fists. Most of the stone general that was kicked by him were also kicked into pieces. In just a few breaths' time, Gu Fei had crippled this group of over 100 stone men, and the streets were littered with shattered stones. Seeing this scene, even the mysterious woman couldn't help but be shocked. This Gu Fei was indeed worthy of being a successor of the martial Dao. His combat strength was so strong that it was simply unheard of. Is this person really only a half-step saint? On top of a building far away from the ancient city, a young man was watching the development of the situation coldly. This person was Long Baidao, who had escaped from the hands of Gu Fei and He Tian. No one knew when Long Baidao had already sneaked into the ancient city. In the other directions of the ancient city, there were also half-step saints watching. Gu Fei's combat strength was displayed, which made everyone afraid of Gu Fei. At this time, the battle between Qiu Wuqing and the stone general was also continuing. Chapter 1849. Boom! Qiu Wuqing displayed his god-fiend physique and battled with the stoneman general in the sky above the ancient city. Powerful waves spread in all directions, making one's heart palpitate. The god-fiend physique was extremely powerful. The power of divinity and demonic intertwined on Qiu Wuqing's body and achieved a wonderful balance. The two different powers clashed with each other, raising the combat power of the god-fiend physique to a terrifying level. Only those who possessed the god-fiend physique could control the power of divinity and demonic, because the god-fiend physique was naturally close to these two powers. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to withstand the two completely different powers appearing in his body at the same time. No one dared to try this. This Qiu Wuqing is indeed someone who has the strength to challenge Gu Fei. The combat power that Qiu Wuqing displayed was too shocking. He could fight with a stoneman general without rest. Although he was forced to retreat, he did not show any signs of losing. At this moment, the combat power that Gu Fei displayed was even more shocking. He did not make a move, but once he did, it was definitely a thunderous blow. Boom! With a dull sound, a powerful destructive force exploded in the middle of the dozen stone men. The dozen stone men were instantly sent flying into the sky like kites with broken strings. Bang! 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 The stone men that were sent flying into the sky by the unparalleled fist force exploded one by one. Even if they had Saint King level Dao patterns, it was useless. When these stone men were refined, they were only given the combat power of a demi-saint. It should be known that even a saint king could not refine a stoneman soldier that had the combat power of a saint. Huh, the boss is mighty. He Tian laughed. The stronger Gu Fei was, the more advantageous it was for them. In the world of cultivation, the one with the harder fist could dictate everything, including the life and death of the other party. The mysterious woman did not say anything. There were many people watching nearby, and some were fighting with the stonemen. The ancient city that had been silent for countless years was completely broken by Gu Fei and the others. For countless years, there was really no one who could attack this ancient city. Not even the ancestor of the extraterrestrial divine mountain. The ancestor did not have a saint ruler's weapon, nor was he a saint ruler. It was impossible for him to break through the formation around the ancient city and attack it. Otherwise, the world would have probably been taken away by the ancestor of the divine mountain long ago. In just a few breaths of time, over 100 stone golems had been smashed to pieces by Gu Fei. The entire street was covered in stones. This kind of combat power was enough to make people's hearts palpitate. Bang! At this moment, Qiu Wuqing and the stoneman general were still fighting. Boom! Clang! The battle was extremely intense, and the two great experts clashed continuously. Especially on Qiu Wuqing's body, there were divine patterns and demonic patterns intertwining, and the power of the god-devil body was overwhelming. The halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand continued to shatter the void and collided with the bronze battle spear in the stoneman general's hand. Countless Dao patterns appeared and then dissipated. Gu Fei stood on the deserted street and looked up. With just a glance, he knew that Qiu Wuqing would not lose, but it would be very difficult for him to win. The stoneman general's body contained a strand of divine thought. It was unknown whether this strand of divine thought was derived from the stoneman general itself or a remnant thought left by the ancient sages on the stoneman general. However, because of the existence of this remnant thought, the stoneman general's combat power was raised to a level that was infinitely close to that of a sage. When one's cultivation reached the level of a saint ruler, one's divine thought could be divided into millions. This kind of technique was not a difficult thing to do. The stoneman general's combat power was shocking. The bronze battle spear in its hand emitted a shocking power that shook the heavens and the earth. Even Qiu Wuqing was constantly forced to retreat. Gu Fei did not plan to help Qiu Wuqing because Qiu Wuqing did not ask him to help. Heavy footsteps could be heard. It seemed as though all the stone men in the entire ancient city were gathering towards the area where Gu Fei and the others were at. In the dim sky and earth, a few powerful figures appeared. They were 3 stonemen general. 3 extremely horrifying auras spread from the 3 stonemen general, shocking the surroundings. There are still 3 powerful stonemen. Everyone could not help but be shocked when they felt the 3 powerful auras. A single stoneman general was able to resist an existence like Qiu Wuqing. Now that the 3 stoneman generals were here, even Gu Fei might be able to stop them. However, the 3 stoneman generals did not attack immediately. Instead, they surrounded the crowd in a triangular formation. Behind each stoneman general stood many stonemen. This was a combat power that could make a demisage shudder. The ancient sage was indeed generous. He had actually refined so many stonemen and 4 stoneman generals. The stoneman general was an existence that was infinitely close to a sage. Swoosh! Gu Fei glanced at the 3 stoneman generals before he took a step forward and rushed towards the depths of the ancient city. He did not want to drag things out. As long as he could get his hands on the item in the depths of the ancient city, everything would be settled. However, at the moment when Gu Fei moved, the 3 stoneman generals also moved. The 3 stoneman generals were extremely powerful. As they moved rapidly in the void, they left behind afterimages wherever they passed. So fast. Everyone could not help but be shocked when they saw this. The combat power of the stoneman generals was much stronger than they had imagined. The 3 stoneman generals chased after Gu Fei and attacked when they were thousands of feet away from Gu Fei. Boom! A towering flame burst out from one of the stoneman generals. Countless blazing Dao patterns appeared on the stoneman general's body. The stoneman general seemed to have turned into a fire god. The dazzling flame lit up the dark sky. Clang! Another stoneman general also attacked. The stone sword in his hand emitted sword light that was thousands of feet long, forming a dense sword net that enveloped Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei didn't stop. He continued to charge forward. At the same time, he threw a punch upwards, directly blasting a big hole in the sword light that enveloped him. At this moment, a silhouette flashed in front of Gu Fei. A stoneman general had already blocked in front of him. Scram! Gu Fei roared furiously. He swung his fist and smashed it forward. The powerful force caused space to collapse, and then it shattered, transforming into a destructive force that rushed forward. Roar! The stoneman general in front of Gu Fei also roared. He did not dodge and punch towards Gu Fei's fist. On the stoneman's fist, there were Dao patterns appearing. Boom! With a loud bang, the two fists collided in an instant. A powerful ripple of energy spread from their fists, forcing the other two stoneman warriors to retreat. Chapter 1850. How could this be? The stoneman general looked at his right fist and sent out a series of ripples through his consciousness. His right fist was densely filled with hair-thin cracks. To think that his incredibly strong stone body would be shattered, and the other party was just a mere half-sage. This was something that the stoneman general could not comprehend. How could a mere half-sage possess such a fighting strength? The stoneman general was different from the other ordinary stonemen. The stoneman general had its own independent thoughts, and could judge the situation and react accordingly. This wasn't something that ordinary stonemen could compare with. Your fist is pretty tough. To think that it wouldn't be shattered by me. Looking at the stoneman general, Gu Fei's lips curled into a grin. This was a pretty decent opponent. An opponent as such was going to be his whetstone. You! The stoneman general was both shocked and enraged. To think that the other party would dare to look down on him. Damn it! A chilling killing intent spread out from the body of the stoneman general. The stoneman general's killing intent towards Gu Fei was unprecedentedly strong. He was bent on killing this human before him. Xing! Just then, another stoneman general wielding a stone sword rushed over. An infinite sword beam burst forth from the stone sword, tearing through the void as it slashed out at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. To think that this stoneman general was displaying an offensive skill of the sword cultivator lineage. The sword chi was boundless, causing the temperature of the surrounding void to plunge rapidly. If that's the case, I'll break it with a single punch. Gu Fei's might was unparalleled. His head of black hair fluttered without any wind as he punched out. Even though it seemed like an ordinary punch, the feeling it gave off was different from the rest of the world. Bam! The void vibrated. That terrifying sword beam that was rushing over was dissipated by that single punch. This was a punch that was so strong that it could cause one to feel despair. Boom! As though the god of fire had descended onto the world, the third stoneman general rushed over. On the body of the stoneman general, a series of fire patterns appeared. A torrential amount of god flames burst forth from the body of the stoneman general, covering the entire sky as it burned towards Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei directly struck out with the water element fist of the 5-element fist. Immediately, a series of shocking sounds that sounded like the raging sea and surging waves resounded in the void. A water-blue fist force surged out from his fist. It was as if it had really attracted a Milky Way, and it rushed towards the fire that was sweeping towards him. When the overwhelming fire encountered Gu Fei's water element fist, it was completely dispersed by Gu Fei's water element fist force. Water and fire were incompatible. Gu Fei's fist force just happened to restrain the fire element stoneman general's divine fire. What? That fiery stone being general was beyond astounded. Was this human truly a half-saint? This sort of combat strength was definitely not something that a half-saint could possess. The three golem warriors had no choice but to fight Gu Fei together. Even though Gu Fei was extremely strong and was known to be invincible within the same cultivation state, he did not dare to be careless against these three golem warriors. After all, these three golem warriors were war puppets that were crafted by the ancient Saint Kings. These three golem warriors had their own unique skills. They were the fiery general, the Herculean general, and the god sword general respectively. The Herculean general had a pair of stone arms that were filled with Tao patterns. These were arms that could even match up to a holy weapon, possessing an unparalleled amount of strength. The attacks of the Herculean general were simple and direct. A single punch of his was enough to destroy the void. This sort of supreme strength was something that only Gu Fei's half-saint martial body could contend against. Gu Fei was incomparably ferocious as he clashed with the Herculean general repeatedly. With his immense strength, he forced the Herculean general to retreat. As for the fiery general and the God-sword general, they struck out with their strongest attacks at Gu Fei while Gu Fei was clashing with the Herculean general. Their terrifying strength rippled out in all directions. The mysterious woman, He Tian, and the others had no choice but to retreat far away. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind as divine light shot out from his eyes. He instantly appeared in front of the Herculean general and fiercely clashed with his fists. At the same time, a stone sword pierced toward the space between his eyebrows. It was extremely fast, and he could only tilt his head to avoid the fatal spot between his eyebrows. The stone sword pierced through his forehead and cut off a lock of hair in front of his forehead. The fiery general also attacked with all his strength. Great flames burned the sky. Within the monstrous divine fire, a fire dragon rushed out and attempted to devour Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched the fire dragon and shattered it. However, he himself was also sent flying hundreds of meters away by the powerful strength contained within the fire dragon. Even someone as strong as Gu Fei could not gain any advantage against 3 golem warriors who were infinitely close to the holy weapon realm. What other tricks do you have? Use them quickly. The stronger the golem warrior was, the stronger Gu Fei's battle intent was. His battle intent was like a rainbow. After stopping his retreat, he immediately rushed over again. The battle continued. The 3 golem warriors fought against Gu Fei. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short time. At this moment, the stone golems that were gathering from all directions finally managed to surround Erebus and the others. There were simply too many stone golems in this ancient city. In the dusky world, a few people were running for their lives. Behind them was a group of stone golems. These stone golems were all battle tools. The ancient sage had only given these stone golems the simplest order, and that was to kill all living beings that intruded into the ancient city. A mist of blood suddenly appeared. A golem behind a golem caught up to a cultivator who was running for his life. His physical body exploded. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Even someone as strong as a half-sage could only run for his life when facing a group of golems whose battle strength was comparable to a sage to be. There were cultivators fighting with the golems in other areas of the ancient city. Half-sages were constantly being killed by the golems. The most powerful golem warriors were attracted by Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing. Otherwise, these half-sages who intruded into the ancient city would be in big trouble. At this time, Erebus and the mysterious woman were also fighting the stone golems that were coming from all directions. But the void trembled. The mysterious woman pulled the divine bow in her hand and shot out divine fire arrows. These were divine arrows that contained the power of the great Tao. Every arrow could penetrate a golem. The divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand was a divine weapon. The divine arrows shot by this divine bow were shockingly powerful. In just a short while, more than 10 golems were pierced by the divine arrows shot by the divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand. Meanwhile, He Tian directly took out a killing array and trapped a group of golems in it. The others did not have the cultivation and strength of He Tian and the mysterious woman. Therefore, they began to run for their lives. The immeasurable old man was really unlucky. His heaven transformation seal had been taken away by He Tian. At this time, he was surrounded by 4 or 5 golems. He did not even have the chance to escape. Without any suspense, the immeasurable old man was killed by those 5 golems. Chapter 1851. Killing Qi soared into the sky in the dusky sky and the dusky ancient city. Countless stone golems walked out and surrounded the surviving half-sages in the city. Battles continued. Many stonemen shot into the sky and intercepted the fleeing half-saints. At this moment, these half-saints who'd entered the ancient city could be said to have no way out, so they could only charge towards the city gates. The city gate was the only way out. Many people had already given up on the item in the center of the city. Nothing was more important than their own lives. One had to know that there would be nothing left if they died. Roar! In a corner of the city, an old man was roaring at the sky. In front of him was a stoneman with its head blown off. However, the air was filled with the smell of blood. It turned out that there was a big hole in the old man's chest. His internal organs were flowing out, but this wasn't a fatal wound. The fatal thing was that there was a bloody hole on the old man's forehead. This old man was one of the 12 half-saints invited by Longbedeo. However, he was already at the end of his life and could die at any time. I'm not willing. Specks of spiritual light floated out from the bloody hole on the old man's forehead. Then, the old man's eyes became dim and lifeless. The old man slowly fell to the corner of the wall, dead. Stonemen didn't have any breath of life, but the half-saints in the city had a powerful breath of life. Someone sensed that another breath of life had disappeared. Die. The more you die, the better it is for me. In the dark street, a figure walked in the darkness like a ghost, without a sound or presence. Not even a trace of aura was emitted. Boom! At this time, Gu Fei was fighting against the 3 stonemen. His aura was vast and mighty, piercing holes in the sky and earth. Powerful forces continuously collided and the 3 stoneman generals were forced back from time to time. But this time, Gu Fei found it difficult to blast the 3 stoneman generals apart. Because of the 3 stone men working together, the other 2 would go all out to save one when one of them was in danger. This made Gu Fei have no choice but to deal with them seriously. Another person has fallen. Gu Fei suddenly sensed the disappearance of a life aura. At his level of cultivation, the sensitivity of his senses was far beyond the reach of others. He could sense how many life auras there were in the entire ancient city. Of course, he couldn't sense those who were deliberately hiding their tracks. In addition to the half-saints invited by Longbedeo, there were also other creatures that entered the ancient city. The ground was the world of fierce beasts. Among these ferocious beasts, there were extremely powerful beast kings. These beast kings did not want to be trapped in this world forever. After all, the world outside was much more exciting than the world refined by the sage. The bloodlines of these ancient beasts all had inheritances left behind by their ancestors. As long as these beasts were powerful to a certain extent, they would be able to obtain these inheritances. These ferocious beasts also knew that the outside world was more suitable for them than this immortal land. This world was merely a world refined by the ancient sage. The laws of the world here were not complete. No matter how hard these ferocious beasts cultivated, it was impossible for them to become sages. In other words, this world was suppressing the creatures here. If they wanted to go to the next level, they had to enter a perfect world. This was because only in a flawless world could they comprehend the complete Great Tao. Compared to the half-saints from the outside world, the creatures in the sage realm wanted to break through this world and enter the real world. At this moment, there were dozens of powerful life auras in the ancient city. The powerful beings in the sage realm all knew that there was something in the divine city in the sky that could help them escape. Therefore, every 10,000 years, there would be peerless ferocious beasts attacking the divine city in the sky. It had only been 5,000 years since the last time they attacked the divine city. This was not the best time to attack the divine city. However, the arrival of Gu Fei and the others had changed everything. Wu. Just as Gu Fei and the others were fighting with the stone warrior general, an ancient horn sounded from the depths of this world. Then, extremely powerful ferocious beasts charged out from all over the world, including peerless demons that could take human form. It's not time yet. Why did you blow the horn? The voice of a great demon reverberated in the sky, spreading to every corner of the world. Why did you alarm us? You should know that we have yet to fully recover. A black dragon descended in the sky above the mountain. His will swept in all directions. This was one of the big shots in the sage realm. His cultivation had already surpassed the standard. He only needed to soar into the sky and he would become a sacred dragon. A figure walked out from the depths of the mountain. It was a middle-aged man who was covered in flames. The middle-aged man held a black horn in his hand. The humans from the outside have already broken through the divine city in the sky. The middle-aged man was also one of the big shots in the sage realm. He was the one who blew the horn and alarmed the other two big shots. What? Is that true? The two big shots were shocked. They had been in charge of the world for hundreds of thousands of years. They had attacked the divine city in the sky no less than 10 times, but every time, they would suffer great losses. They could not break through the formation set up by the sage realm. How could they not be shocked when they suddenly heard that the humans from the outside had broken through the divine city in the sky? This is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. We should gather all of our soldiers and attack the divine city to obtain that item. The three magnates were extremely excited. Their cultivation had long since reached the limit that this world allowed. It was impossible for them to advance any further in this sage world. They knew that attacking the divine city in the sky would cause great losses, but they still attacked once every 10,000 years, all so that they could leave this world. Very soon, the three big shots gathered 100,000 ferocious beast soldiers. A small number of great demons were also gathered. In an instant, the banners of the Lord of the Divine Mountain fluttered in the wind. The top of the mountain was filled with the figures of incomparably ferocious beasts. Under the lead of the three great leaders, the 100,000 soldiers soared into the sky like a dark cloud, blocking out the sky. Kill! The roars of the beasts shook the sky and the earth, causing the sky to change color. Chapter 1852. 100,000 soldiers, under the lead of the three great leaders, charged towards the divine city in the sky. Their killing intent shook the heavens and earth. It was a shocking scene. The black dragon was the first to attack. He let out a furious roar and the thick clouds in the sky dispersed immediately. An ancient city appeared in the sky. The humans have really breached the divine city. When the three magnates saw the half-open city gates, they were all incomparably excited. They would attack the divine city once every 10,000 years, but every time, they would not be able to shake the sage formation. They could not even open the city gates. Kill! The black dragon rushed over and directly entered the divine city. The other two great leaders naturally did not want to be left behind. They charged into the divine city as well. The 100,000 soldiers that the three great leaders had brought with them were still orderly. Pairs of soldiers passed through the half-open city gate and entered the divine city. Boom! The formation could not be avoided. As this force suddenly charged into the divine city, some of the stone men reacted immediately and charged towards the city gate. The black dragon's laughter spread throughout the entire divine city. He displayed his powerful fighting strength and sent 2 stone men flying. He was extremely powerful. What's going on? The struggling half-saints in the city were surprised and happy. The stone men that were chasing after them suddenly turned around and charged towards the city gate. The three great leaders have finally come. An expert of the sage and sage realm said, "The three great leaders of the sage and sage realm were the strongest existences in the sage and sage realm. The three great leaders had led 100,000 soldiers to attack the divine city 5,000 years ago. They had suffered great losses and would need to sleep for at least 10,000 years to recover. This time, the three great leaders had actually woken up from their slumber. 3 powerful auras that could make even half-saints tremble appeared in the divine city. Then, countless ferocious beast soldiers charged into the divine city and started a fierce battle with the stonemen. However, it was obvious that the stone men created by the sage and sage realm were much stronger than the soldiers. One should know that these stone men could unleash the fighting strength of a demi-saint. Although the 100,000 ferocious beast warriors were huge in number, there were only a few truly powerful ferocious beasts. Although 5,000 years was a long period of time, the ferocious beast warriors had suffered heavy losses during the previous attack on the divine city. Among the ferocious beast warriors that had grown up again, there were very few powerful ferocious beasts that could truly stand on their own. However, the 3 magnates were extremely powerful. Their cultivation had probably surpassed the sage-to-be, and they were only half a step away from the sage-to-be. That black dragon was extremely powerful. He kept attacking, and many of the stone golems were instantly smashed into pieces. The combat strength of a quasi-sage seemed very weak in front of the black dragon. The great demon in the form of a middle-aged man was even more powerful. He didn't move much, but the stone golems that charged towards him all fell to the ground, instantly turning into a pile of dust. The other mysterious giant had been hidden in a cloud of white mist from beginning to end, not revealing his true appearance. However, this mysterious giant was also very terrifying. The white mist that lingered around his body spread out, and the stone golems that were enveloped by the mist were instantly frozen. Then, the stone golems cracked and shattered into a pile. The three magnates charged straight into the depths of the ancient city with irresistible force. They wanted to attack that place and obtain that item. Where did these fellows come from? At this time, Gu Fei also noticed the three magnates. These three fellows were extremely powerful. He was currently being held up by the three stone golem generals. He wanted to attack the depths of the ancient city, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Preposterous! He Tian was shocked to see this scene. These three fellows actually jumped out at this critical moment to take advantage of the situation. How hateful! Because of this, the surviving half-saints managed to escape. More and more stone golems soared into the sky and charged towards the three magnates. The entire ancient city was in chaos. Some of the surviving half-saints hurriedly rushed towards the city gate. However, what awaited them was not a path of survival. The ferocious beast soldiers that rushed in from the city gate immediately attacked the other cultivators in the city. Under the impact of this torrent, the few half-saints did not struggle for long before they were drowned by the ferocious beast torrent. The ferocious beasts that saw blood erupted. As long as they saw a ferocious beast that was not on their side, they would directly attack and kill it. In this way, the hearts of those half-saints who thought that they could escape immediately turned cold. The 12 half-saints that Long Baideo invited were continuously killed by the ferocious beasts and stone golems. Apart from Gu Fei and a few others, almost all of them were dead. Roar! The ferocious beast's roar shook the entire ancient city. The stone golems in the city began to attack the stone golems that were attacking the ancient city in an orderly manner. A large number of ferocious beast soldiers fell under the attack of the stone golems. The main street of the ancient city was filled with blood, and the stench of blood permeated the ancient city. Very soon, the three magnates attacked the depths of the ancient city. There was a black palace there, and there was a fluctuation of heaven and earth coming out of it. I didn't expect to succeed so easily. Black Dragon laughed heartily. They had been trapped in this sage world for hundreds of thousands of years. At this time, the key to enter and exit this world was in the palace. How could he not be ecstatic? Swoosh! Black Dragon's body glowed with light. He shrunk his body and charged straight towards the palace. Bang! Just as Black Dragon was about to rush in, he suddenly stopped. It was as if he had crashed into an invisible wall, causing his scalp to bleed. Under the violent impact, the void in front of Black Dragon produced visible ripples that looked like transparent water. What? Black Dragon was shocked and angry. He never thought that there would be a formation outside the palace. He was a little anxious and almost smashed his head. The middle-aged man and the mysterious man were also shocked. There's also a formation. The middle-aged man and the mysterious man couldn't help but be dumbfounded. That ancient person was really too careful. In the distance, Gu Fei couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw this. The three guys who had suddenly jumped out would not be able to obtain the item in the palace in a short time. All of you scram. Gu Fei flipped his right hand and the 9 heaven stars sword immediately appeared in his hand. Buzz. The divine sword hummed and a 10,000 zhang long sword light appeared in Gu Fei's hand. It pierced through the void and forced the 3 stone golem warriors to retreat at the same time. Clang! The sword light slashed the stone golem warriors. Sparks flew everywhere and sword marks were left. Stone chips fell from the bodies of the stone golem warriors. Swoosh! Chapter 1853. An inexplicable aura lingered in the ancient palace. Within the palace, there was something that everyone coveted. It was the most precious thing in the entire Sage realm. The black dragon roared. After the Sage realm disappeared, the three giants reigned supreme in this part of the world. Everything here belonged to them. However, the three giants all wanted to obtain the source of heaven and earth in this part of the world. Therefore, every 10,000 years, they would attack the divine city in order to obtain the source of heaven and earth. And now, they were so close to the source of heaven and earth that they had never been able to obtain. This almost drove the three giants crazy. The mysterious giant made his move. Blurry white mist spread forward. Wherever the mist passed, the void was frozen and then cracked. Everything was destroyed. However, when the mist approached the palace, it was blocked by an invisible force. Ripples appeared in the void, and one could vaguely see Tao patterns appearing. The mysterious giant was shocked. Even the cold air that he released could not enter the palace. The formation that protected the palace was very powerful. It was watertight. "Let me." The middle-aged man stood out. He was the most powerful existence among the three giants. The black dragon and the mysterious giant both retreated. An extremely powerful energy wave exploded from the middle-aged man. Boom! 9 crimson balls of light rushed out from the middle-aged man and circled around him. They were like 9 crimson stars, emitting terrifying waves. Crimson Tao patterns could be vaguely seen within each crimson ball of light. They attracted the spiritual chi of the world from all directions. A powerful pressure spread from the middle-aged man. 9-star pearl, break all spells. The middle-aged man shouted. The crimson balls of light circling around him immediately emitted endless divine light. It was as if 9 real stars had appeared in the world. Rumble, the entire world was shaking, and the surroundings of the great hall in front of them were faintly discernible Tao patterns. Even the array protecting the great hall in front of them was affected. Go! The middle-aged man attacked with all his strength. 9 crimson divine lights immediately shot up into the sky and smashed towards the palace in front of them. They were like 9 shooting stars streaking across the sky. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering noise, the 9 balls of divine light smashed onto the layer of formation outside the hall. The world shook, and the invisible Tao patterns that were imprinted in the void finally emerged completely. The grand formation shook while its markings interweaved with each other, and it drew upon the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth in this expanse of the heavens and the earth to condense a terrifying force that caused one's heart to palpitate, and it blocked the 9-star alignment. What? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Those who knew the middle-aged man were even more dumbfounded. Even such an attack was unable to break the restriction outside the main hall. At this time, Gu Fei also arrived nearby. He couldn't help but change his expression when he sensed the power of the 9-star alignment. This was definitely the power of a saint. The cultivation and strength of these 3 fellows were indeed shocking, but he was not afraid of them. As long as they were not saints, Gu Fei would be able to fight them. The black dragon had a violent temperament. When it saw someone approaching, it immediately roared angrily at Gu Fei. A terrifying sound wave directly shot towards Gu Fei, creating transparent ripples in the void. Gu Fei snorted coldly. Even though his voice wasn't loud, it managed to negate the terrifying sound wave from the black dragon. The black dragon could not help but be startled at the sight of this. This human was really strong. His strength was definitely not beneath theirs. He could not help but raise his guard. One had to know that the restriction of the God City was broken by a human. How could a human who had the strength to break through the restriction of the God City be someone to be trifled with? Who do you want to scram? Gu Fei was not angered. His face was still calm. However, his tone was filled with a chilling killing intent. He did not mind fighting with this black dragon. Martial artists were born to be war gods. Gu Fei was not afraid of any opponent. The black dragon was enraged. However, he could not do anything at this moment. He did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble. And at this moment, the 3 stone warrior generals had caught up. When the three stone warrior generals saw that the Black Dragon and the others were attacking the main hall of the God City, they no longer bothered with Gu Fei. Instead, they turned around and chased after the three heavyweights. It's those three stone warriors. Black Dragon and the other two giants couldn't help but pale at the sight of the three stone giants closing in on them. They attacked the divine city every 10,000 years, so they naturally knew how terrifying these three stone giants were. These three stone warriors were infinitely close to the Saint Realm. They definitely had the strength to fight against them. Rumble. At this moment, the middle-aged man had already soared into the sky. There was a scarlet divine light around him that emitted a boundless scarlet light, dyeing the entire heaven and earth red. This was the true power of the 9-star alignment. In the dusky sky, stars could be vaguely seen, sprinkling down specks of starlight. It was as if 9 scarlet stars had appeared in the sky above the ancient city, drawing in the power of the stars. The powerful pressure made everyone feel a great pressure. Even Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. These three fellas were truly too strong. They were not something an ordinary quasi-sage could compare to. Half-step sage. These three fellas were all half-step sages. Taoist friend, could you lend us a hand? The voice of the middle-aged man came down from the sky. At this moment, he had already used all his trump cards. There was no need for any accidents to happen. However, the arrival of Gu Fei was a variable. The middle-aged man was still gathering his power. The power of the 9 scarlet stars was still increasing. The power of the stars in the sky was continuously guided down. There were also stars in the sage's world. Of course, they were not real stars. Instead, they were stars that the ancient Saint King had refined in the starry sky and decorated the sky. Only a sage could do something like this. What benefits do we get from this? At this moment, He Tian had also broken free from the encirclement of the stone warriors and came to Gu Fei's side. Benefits. Black Dragon was furious again. He wanted to swallow these humans into his stomach. That's easy. As long as you help us break this seal, we are willing to give you a flawless sage tool. The most mysterious figure in the white fog spoke. The voice was that of a woman. This mysterious figure was a woman. A flawless sage tool. The mysterious woman and Qiu Wuqing had also arrived nearby. The stone warrior general that was fighting with Qiu Wuqing left Qiu Wuqing and met up with the other two warriors. Leading countless stone warriors, they approached the ancient palace. A flawless sage tool was definitely very attractive to ordinary cultivators. However, to Gu Fei and the others, it was not as attractive. We only want that thing in the palace. Gu Fei said calmly. What? This? Chapter 1854. Everyone was well aware of what was in the ancient palace. The three leaders had been planning for that thing for over 100,000 years. They didn't hesitate to sacrifice themselves to send 100,000 ferocious beasts to attack the divine city once every 10,000 years. Yet, Gu Fei asked for that item right from the start. How could they agree? Preposterous! The Black Dragon roared. He was about to attack Gu Fei. They had planned for so long, yet Gu Fei asked for that item right from the start. This was too much. At this moment, heavy footsteps could be heard from all directions. The 4 stoneman generals had already led countless stonemen towards the central palace. A shocking murderous aura enveloped the entire ancient city. Kill. Attack. On the outskirts of the ancient city, 100,000 beasts were still fighting with the stonemen. Countless beasts launched waves of attacks. Although the stoneman had the battle strength of a quasi-saint, he was still being consumed by the beasts. These beasts were sacrificing their lives in exchange for the casualties of the stonemen. Usually, hundreds or even thousands of beasts were needed to kill one stoneman. Even so, these beasts were still charging forward and pouncing on the stonemen. These were 100,000 men of sacrifice. Their tragic and stirring manner caused Gu Fei and the others to be moved. I only want that item. Gu Fei did not have the slightest intention of backing down. Although the 3 great leaders were powerful and were all half-step saints, he was not afraid of them. He definitely had the strength to fight against the 3 magnates. Friend, your request is a little too much. In the sky, under the crimson starlight, The middle-aged man was like the reincarnation of the starry sky war god, displaying an extremely terrifying might. Hee, our request is not too much at all. I know what you want. He Tian said with an evil smile. The item in the palace was the most precious thing in this sage world. It was the origin of heaven and earth. As long as one refined the origin of heaven and earth, they could take this world away. These fellows wanted to obtain this part of the world. Then, the people in this part of the world would become meat on the chopping board. They could chop them up however they wanted. Hong Jun, why are we talking to them? Kill them and the item will still be ours. The black dragon said to the middle-aged man in the sky. His name was Hong Jun. He was the leader of the three magnates of the sage world. His cultivation state was at the pinnacle below the sage world. If not for the fact that this world could not give birth to a sage, this Hong Jun would have become a sage long ago. Gu Fei laughed coldly. Did these guys really have the strength to kill them? Shut up. Hong Jun scolded the black dragon. Even though the black dragon's cultivation state was strong, it was still very strong. This was the black dragon's weakness. It was easy for the black dragon to offend others. The cultivation state and strength of this human before him were definitely not beneath theirs. If he truly wanted to kill this human, he, Hong Jun, would have done so long ago. The origins of these three giants were not insignificant. More than 100,000 years ago, they were the three great commanders under the command of the sage, leading the 100,000 feral beast warriors under the sage. Ever since the disappearance of that ancient sage, these three magnates had become the true rulers of this world. However, for these three magnates, this world was just like a gigantic prison. Over 100,000 years, they were trapped here, unable to get out at all. Just 100,000 years ago, there was a single person who had barged into this world and had a conflict with them. Because of that, he was injured by the three magnates and escaped into the formation outside. These three magnates were well aware of how frightening the formation outside of this world was. Therefore, no one dared to trespass into it. But now, there were so many people who had barged into this world. This was something that had the three magnates who had just woken up from their deep slumber extremely shocked. It was precisely because of this that they were extremely fearful of these powerful beings of the human race who could barge into this world. Fellow Taoist, other than that item, we can give you anything you want. Even though Taoist Hong Jun said these words, he was still channeling the power of the stars up in the sky. Beams of starlight descended from the heavens and seeped into the 9 balls of scarlet starlight around him. The aura of the Saint Realm filled the entire world. The 9 balls of starlight emitted a powerful fluctuation of the Saint Realm. One had to admit that this 9-star pearl was truly powerful. It was definitely a flawless saint item. With this 9-star pearl, Taoist Hong Jun indeed had the strength to contend against Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not say anything. He merely shook his head. Roar! At this moment, the 4 saint generals had already arrived. The 4 of them roared furiously. Their voices shook the heavens and spread across the entire sage realm. Attack! The 4 golem generals roared at the same time. They then soared into the sky at the same time, directly attacking Taoist Hong Jun, who was gathering his strength in the sky. Rumble! The powerful ripples of energy shook the heavens and the earth. The 4 generals displayed their unparalleled battle prowess and attacked with all their might. 4 surges of energy shot towards Taoist Hong Jun. Kill! The black dragon and the mysterious magnates attacked at the same time as well, attacking the 4 golem generals respectively. You traitors! The 4 golem generals roared furiously. They were originally a force under the command of the ancient sage. However, at this moment, these 2 forces had become mortal enemies. From the perspective of the golem generals, Taoist Hong Jun and the other 2 magnates had betrayed them. However, the golem generals were still loyal to the ancient sage and were still protecting the most precious thing in this world. Betray your head! The black dragon roared furiously as he intercepted a golem general. He then displayed all sorts of techniques of the dragon clan and engaged in a great battle with the golem general. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, he had fought with these golems who could enter and exit the divine city countless times. However, these golems always had the upper hand. After all, these golems were a kind of killing tool that the ancient sage had created. These golem generals were even more powerful. In the ancient times, it was this troop of golem soldiers that had fought in all directions for the ancient sage. They guarded the ancient sage's territory and killed the invading enemies. In the ancient times, many ancient sages had their own territories. Within the territories of the ancient sage was like a supreme god. All living beings within the territories had to submit to him. The battle prowess of the golem soldiers was even greater than that of the 100,000 golem soldiers. The mysterious magnates also intercepted a golem general. However, this time around, the chilling aura released by the mysterious magnates could not freeze the golem general. Chapter 1855. The Stoneman general displayed a powerful combat ability that shook the heavens and the earth. Especially the Stoneman general that did not have a weapon in his hands and only used his fists to fight. It was even more terrifying. Boom! With a punch, the powerful force seemed to overturn the heavens and earth, causing the 9 stars in the sky to tremble as if they were about to fall from the sky. This, Taoist Hong Jun was incomparably shocked. The combat ability displayed by the Stoneman general was too shocking. Its fists could actually shake a divine weapon. Dense Dao runes appeared on the Stoneman warrior's fists. Master personally branded the Dao patterns on it. When Taoist Hong Jun saw this, he was taken aback. This stone warrior was incredible. The Dao patterns that appeared on its arms were personally imprinted by the ancient sage. This was a general that was different from the others. With a single move, the heavens and earth would change color. It was obvious that the ancient sage was also searching for a path that could allow him to become a paragon. He wanted to try all sorts of techniques and verify them with his own Dao. It was not an easy task to become a paragon. One must know that since ancient times, there were only a few who could become a paragon. Rumble! The 9 stars around Taoist Hong Jun were vibrating. The mighty power of the stars shot towards the 2 Stoneman generals that were charging towards him. Bang! Although the 2 generals were powerful, the power of the 9 stars alignment had already been awakened. The powerful power of the stars was hard to resist. The 2 generals were suppressed from the sky by this power. The 2 Stoneman generals roared. These ferocious beasts were merely playthings raised by their master. How dare they betray their master? They deserved to die. The Stoneman warriors' loyalty to the ancient sage was absolute. This was because these Stoneman warriors were battle tools that the sage had refined personally. But the Stoneman general wielded the stone sword and slashed towards the sky. The dazzling sword light pierced through the layers of crimson starlight and slashed towards Taoist Hong Jun. The 9 stars vibrated. The sword light that the godly sword general unleashed with all his might immediately exploded, turning into specks of spiritual light that dissipated into the void. Master actually gave you the 9-star alignment. The 4 stone golem generals were all shocked. The 9-star alignment refined by the ancient sages was definitely a divine tool. A powerful divine aura spread out from the 9 scarlet stars. The power of the sacred level was awakening. It was extremely powerful, suppressing the 4 stone golem generals to the point where they couldn't even leave the ground. Boom! The Black Dragon displayed the Dragon Clan's great technique, directly sweeping away the divine spear general who was fighting him. Under the suppression of the 9-star alignment, the 4 stone warriors were unable to display their true strength. However, the Black Dragon and the mysterious giant were not affected by the power of the 9-star alignment and could display their full strength. In the end, the 4 stone warriors were still at a disadvantage. They were suppressed by Black Dragon and the mysterious giant, and they didn't even have the strength to fight back. Taoist Hong Jun controlled the 9-star alignment and actually split a portion of his strength to suppress Gu Fei. Since both parties couldn't come to an agreement, they were now enemies. Furthermore, Gu Fei and the others wanted to obtain the source of heaven and earth in the ancient palace as well. This was something that the 3 giant figures couldn't tolerate. Without batting an eyelid, Gu Fei allowed the force to suppress him. However, very quickly, Taoist Hong Jun's expression changed. To think that the power of the 9-star alignment couldn't affect this human at all. How could this be? One must know that the 9-star alignment was a divine tool. The 9-star alignment could manipulate the power of the stars in the sky for one's own use. Even in the ancient times, it was a rather famous divine tool. This human had a divine tool on him as well. Taoist Hongjun's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had underestimated this human. Fellow Taoist, everything can be discussed. Taoist Hongjun's voice came down from the sky. At this moment, other than the 4 stone warriors, all the other stone warriors were being suppressed by the power of the 9-star alignment. Even those half-sages who had barged into this part of the world could not even stand up straight under the power of the 9-star alignment. This was something that had them extremely shocked. Other than Qiu Wuqing, the mysterious woman, Gu Fei, He Tian, and a few others who were not affected by the power of the 9-star alignment, everyone else was affected to some extent. The ripples of the power of a saint state being were boundless and boundless. Every single living being within 100,000 miles was trembling in fear. Boss, there's no need for us to join hands with these fellas at all. The item is still ours. He Tian glared at Taoist Hongjun in the skies coldly. To think that this Taoist Hongjun would want to take them down as well. Damn it. Furthermore, this fella could tell that Feng Shoutua's capabilities were pretty decent as well. The moment he realized that he couldn't take down Gu Fei and the others, he changed his attitude immediately. Fellow Taoist, how about we join hands? Suddenly, a voice rang out. A golden dragon shadow bolted over from the distance. Within the dragon shadow, a figure could be seen faintly. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. This divine sword was very famous in the ancient times. Now that it was in the hands of one of the 10 emperors of the Heavenly Sword sect, it could still display great power. This person was ranked 9th among the 10 sword emperors of the Heavenly Sword sect. He was called the 9th Sword Emperor, but not many people knew his real name. Saint Sword. Taoist Hongjun's eyes brightened when he sensed the Saint Tao aura emanating from the golden sword shadow. He wasn't interested in the 9th Sword Emperor, but the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword in the 9th Sword Emperor's hand. You are qualified to join hands with us. Taoist Hongjun was overjoyed. He had finally won over a powerful ally. Gu Fei, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. The 9th Sword Emperor knew about Gu Fei's background. Which cultivator in the southern wilderness didn't know about Gu Fei? Gu Fei's battle with the Azure Dragon had shaken the entire southern wilderness. After that, his battle with Qiu Wuqing had shocked all the cultivators in the southern wilderness. The martial body of the human race had truly matured. There was no doubt that the martial body of the human race was powerful. A martial body of the great accomplishment could compete with a saint. This was definitely not a legend, but a battle record of the martial body of the human race. In the great desolate land of ancient times, a martial body of the human race that had reached the great success stage could definitely dominate a region and become the ruler of a region. Gu Fei was still far from reaching the great accomplishment realm. As long as his martial body could reach the great accomplishment realm, even if he didn't become a saint, he would be able to compete with a saint. This was the capital of the martial body of the human race. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Heavenly Sword sect. Gu Fei glanced at the 9th Sword Emperor and said such words. He didn't take the 9th Sword Emperor seriously at all. Chapter 1856. The Sky Rapier sect was a sect that had existed for countless years and had produced 10 emperors. Their strength was not much different from the ancient antiquity forces that had human sovereigns. However, the Sky Rapier sect was not as strong as the ancient antiquity forces, and Gu Fei was a ruthless character that even the ancient antiquity forces dared to provoke. The 9th Sword Emperor had chosen to team up with the 3 magnates mainly because Gu Fei and the others had entered the Divine City without using any strength. This was the result of their desperate efforts, but they had helped others. This made the 9th Sword Emperor and the others hate Gu Fei and the others for taking advantage of the situation. Of course, Gu Fei did not care about the feelings of the 9th Sword Emperor and the others. In the world of cultivation, the strong were respected. The weak had no right to speak. Don't worry, Taoist. As long as we get the item in the hall, these people can't escape to the sky. Taoist Hong Jun was overjoyed because the Ninth Sword Emperor also had a perfect sacred weapon. The power of 2 sacred weapons was enough to suppress all opponents below the sage level. That's right. Gu Fei, you should think about how to survive. The Ninth Sword Emperor also knew what was in the hall in front of him. He coveted that item very much, so he had the thought of feigning civility with Taoist Hong Jun. You and your sect are out of luck. He Tian sneered as his ice-cold eyes swept over the Ninth Sword Emperor from time to time. This guy, the Ninth Sword Emperor, couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Gu Fei could be considered an upright gentleman, and he wouldn't do such despicable things. However, Erebus, who was by his side, was someone who would do anything. It was not a good thing to be hated by such a person. Taoist, we don't need to care about these people. Let's work together to break the seal first. Taoist Hong Jun was crazy about leaving this place. This was a rare opportunity. With the power of the 2 sacred weapons, he was at least 50% confident that he could break the seal of the ancient hall. Fellow Taoist, you're wrong. These people aren't good people. I feel a little uneasy to have them glaring at me from the sidelines. The Ninth Sword Immortal glanced at Gu Fei and the others before saying this. Up in the sky, Taoist Hong Jun couldn't help but ponder. It must be known that none of those who could enter the ancient city were weaklings. The meaning of the Ninth Immortal Sword was very clear. He wanted to be in love. With your mentality, you were actually able to cultivate to the Sword Emperor realm. It's quite a miracle indeed. Gu Fei, who had been silent all this while, suddenly lifted his head and looked at the Ninth Sword Immortal. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. His killing intent was stirred. This Ninth Sword deity was truly not a benevolent person. You want to kill us? Aren't you afraid that your heavenly sword sect will be exterminated? The mysterious woman's voice was very cold. She also wanted to kill the Ninth Sword Immortal. This guy actually wanted to join forces with Taoist Hong Jun to clear the place. The Ninth Sword Emperor couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. However, he quickly calmed his emotions. As long as he obtained that item, it was impossible for these people to leave this place alive. There were also a few people who followed the Ninth Sword Emperor. They were the half-saints who had helped the Ninth Sword Emperor break the seal of the ancient city. The Ninth Sword Emperor and Taoist Hong Jun joined forces. Such a force could not be underestimated, especially when the other party had 2 flawless saint weapons. There were very few flawless saint weapons that could be passed down. After all, not every saint would leave their divine protector weapons to their descendants. One must know that the divine protector weapons of a saint were extremely powerful. With a divine protector weapon in hand, the saint's battle strength would soar to its peak and display its strongest battle strength. Moreover, most saint weapons were flawed. This was because the owners of these saint weapons might have already died, and the saint weapon might have been damaged in battle. Stupid! Qiu Wuqing looked at the Ninth Sword Emperor and said a single word. However, this single word caused the Ninth Sword Emperor's face to turn extremely gloomy. The Ninth Sword Emperor was a half-saint expert of the sword principle. There was once someone who called him stupid. If he was stupid, he would not have been able to become a sword emperor. Let's start clearing the area. The Black Dragon laughed. He thought that he had the upper hand. After all, his side had 2 flawless saint weapons. Such strength was enough to sweep away everything. Ridiculous. Gu Fei still looked calm. He looked at these people coldly and suddenly felt that they were very pitiful. These people had actually forgotten how he had broken through the Sage King formation in the periphery of this world. Rumble. The 9 red stars emitted boundless power of the stars and descended from the sky. The aura of the Sage Dao swept across the sky and the ground. Taoist Hong Jun had made his move. Although your name is Hong Jun, you are not the legendary super antique Hong Jun. If you want to clear the area, let's see who clears who first. He Tian sneered. There's no point in talking. Strength speaks for itself. The Ninth Sword Emperor wielded the Saint Ruler's Golden Dragon Sword. Golden Sword radiance shone from the Golden Dragon Sword. Every golden sword radiance pierced through the void. A golden shadow of a dragon appeared on the sword. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was awakening. The aura of the sage Tao surrounded the sword. On the sword, there were 9 divine marks of the Tao. Only those who had condensed 9 divine marks were qualified to become saints. The golden dragon sword was vibrating. Very well. Qiu Wuqing's eyes were extremely cold. The halberd in his hand was also vibrating slightly. Although the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was a flawless saint weapon, the halberd in his hand was not bad either. Sigh, I didn't want to kill you. Since you want to die, I, Old Black, will reluctantly release you. An almost transparent sword radiance rushed out from He Tian's body. After that, it circled around him. The aura of the sage Tao spread from the almost transparent sword radiance. Saint weapon. Feeling the waves of the invisible sword, everyone was shocked. The other party also had a saint weapon. However, it was not comparable to a flawless saint weapon. Taoist Hong Jun's side still had the absolute advantage. Kill! The black dragon roared and was the first to charge at Gu Fei. He had transformed into his true form. It was a huge divine dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long. Just a swing of the divine dragon's tail was enough to destroy an area. At the same time, the mysterious giant also made her move. Wisps of white air rushed out from her body. Everywhere the white air passed, everything was frozen. Even the void was frozen. Rumble. Chapter 1857. Rumble. The 9 stars descended and the aura of the divine path spread out. Boundless power of the stars pressed down from the sky. Taoist Hong Jun used his ultimate technique, wanting to kill Gu Fei and the others together. How dare you? He Tian roared in anger. Boundless matrix patterns rushed out from his body and imprinted themselves in the air, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. This was a great technique that could form a matrix out of nothing. But at the same time, a sword chime was heard. An almost transparent sword light shot into the sky and slashed towards the 9 stars that were descending. The invisible divine sword was also a divine weapon. However, compared to the 9-star alignment, the power of this divine weapon was too weak. The invisible divine sword light was unable to resist the power of the 9 stars and was suppressed. He Tian retracted the invisible divine sword. The invisible divine sword was not a flawless divine weapon and could not fight against a flawless divine weapon. However, he still had a divine weapon. A huge seal flew out from He Tian's hand. This was the heaven transformation seal that he had collected from the Wuliang old man. A power that could turn the world back into chaos spread out from the heaven transformation seal. The boundless power of the red stars that were descending from the sky was immediately turned into the most primitive spiritual qi by the heaven transformation seal. Then, it was absorbed by He Tian's killing formation. What? Taoist Hong Jun was shocked. He did not expect Yi Futian to have 2 divine weapons. Moreover, the power displayed by the seal was very special. The heaven transformation seal could turn all power into the most primitive spiritual qi. The power of the stars that were descending from the sky was constantly being dissolved and then absorbed by He Tian's killing formation. Buzz. The air shook and many matrix patterns appeared. He Tian's killing formation continued to gather power. A powerful ripple spread out from the killing formation. Taoist friend, what are you waiting for? Seeing this, Taoist Hong Jun shouted at the 9th Sword Emperor. His opponent was not He Tian. Instead, it was Gu Fei, who he felt was even more unfathomable than He Tian. All right. The 9th Sword Emperor quickly acted. Buzz. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword thrummed as a golden dragon emerged from it. It soared for tens of thousands of meters before diving down toward He Tian. Rumble. The great power caused the world to tremble. It was as if a real golden dragon had appeared in the world. A powerful dragon aura spread out. Transform for me. He Tian had mastered the heaven transformation seal. He used one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the secret art of returning truth, to activate this seal, and he was able to gradually awaken it. The power of the returning to truth secret skill was strengthened several times through the transforming heaven seal, and it shrouded the golden dragon that was swooping down from the sky. The 2 forces collided in an instant. The Heaven Transformation seal blocked the Saint Monarch Golden Dragon Sword's attack, and the sharp golden sword chi dissipated and was converted into the most primitive form of spiritual energy. How is this possible? The Ninth Sword Sovereign was truly shocked. The power displayed by the seal was far too astonishing. It was even able to disperse the sword chi unleashed by the Golden Dragon Sword of the Saint Monarch. Could this be one of the legendary supreme divine arts of immortal Tao? The Ninth Sword Sovereign was bewildered. He did not dare to withdraw the golden sword light. After all, if he retreated, his opponent would definitely launch an even fiercer attack. However, the sword chi from the Golden Dragon Sword of the Saint Monarch continued to dissipate, turning into spiritual energy that was devoured by the killing formation below. The energy fluctuations emitted by Erebus killing formation grew stronger and stronger. Countless array patterns interweaved, guiding the spiritual energy from all directions at the same time. In the depths of the killing formation, it was as if there was an incomparably powerful sacred beast sleeping. However, He Tian was unable to gain any advantage, and he could not break through his opponent's defense. The two experts were in a stalemate for a while. However, in general, He Tian still had the upper hand. With this, he would be able to exhaust the Ninth Sword Sovereign to death. The Black Dragon and the mysterious giant charged at Gu Fei with shocking battle intent. The Black Dragon, in particular, had a violent personality. Its two dragon claws tore at Gu Fei. Gu Fei let out a cold snort and threw out a punch. A bloody mist appeared. The Black Dragon's two dragon claws were smashed into a bloody mist by Gu Fei's punch. The Black Dragon was so shocked that it tried to retreat. Gu Fei originally wanted to add another punch to end He Long's life, but at this time, the mysterious giant had already attacked. An extremely cold aura instantly enveloped Gu Fei's body, sealing him in ice. Black Dragon laughed heartily. Although he was scared out of his wits by Gu Fei's attack, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised to see Gu Fei instantly frozen by the mysterious giant. At this moment, a crystal-clear, jade-like hand with immortal spiritual light flowing around it stretched out from the white fog and slapped towards the frozen Gu Fei. At this moment, cracks appeared on the transparent ice on Gu Fei's body. What? The mysterious giant in the cold mist was clearly taken aback. After being frozen by his own cold chi, the other party actually still had the strength to resist. How was this possible? Bang! Before the jade-like hand could hit Gu Fei, the thick layer of transparent ice on Gu Fei's body exploded, and countless pieces of ice shot out in all directions. Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the hand that was about to retract. A cry of surprise came from the mist. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. Just at this moment, the hand broke free from Gu Fei's grasp and retracted back into the mist. Then, it instantly retreated. These moves were extremely fast, and they were equally shocking. If Gu Fei hadn't been distracted for a moment, the mysterious giant would have been instantly killed by his lightning-fast methods. It's a woman. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Boss, when did you learn to have tender feelings for the fairer sex? In the distance, He Tian happened to see this and couldn't help but tease Gu Fei. Being closed in by a cultivator was the nightmare of all cultivators. Once a cultivator closed in, it meant death. One should know that cultivators were most proficient in battle techniques, especially close combat techniques. With Gu Fei's level of cultivation, it was rare for someone to break free from his grasp. This person is terrifying. Gu Fei's display of combat abilities completely shocked the Black Dragon and the mysterious giant. The mysterious giant, in particular, even took a trip to the gates of hell. A loud shout came down from the sky. At that moment, an incredibly powerful force came crashing down from the sky. 9 crimson stars came crashing down from the sky, and the air itself was cracking and collapsing. The powerful power of the divine path caused the world to lose its color. You're the only one who will die. Chapter 1858. Boom! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei threw a punch upwards. His punch was the strongest punch that he had cultivated, the chaotic fist force. Chaotic chi surged from his fist like a chaotic dragon, soaring into the sky and colliding with the descending 9-star alignment. What? He's actually using his physical body to go against a flawless saint weapon? Everyone was shocked at the sight of this. Only He Tian and Qiu Wuqing, who knew about Gu Fei's background, were not too surprised. After all, that was a half-sage martial body. In the distant past, the human race martial body was once seen as one of the strongest martial bodies in the world. A great accomplishment martial body could even challenge a sage. Even if one didn't become a sage, he could still fight against a sage. Rumble. As the two supreme forces clashed, Gu Fei's right fist surged with countless primal chaos Dao patterns, drawing the essence of heaven and earth from all directions. This punch even brought along the entire force of heaven and earth to suppress the descending 9-star alignment. The matchless fist force shook the entire world. The 9 red stars were shaking too. This punch of Gu Fei had really shaken the saint weapon. How can this be? That black dragon was completely dumbfounded. He secretly rejoiced in his heart that he had really hit the jackpot earlier on. If this human called Gu Fei had continued to attack him, he would have long been killed by him. The mysterious giant was also shocked. One had to know that one of her arms was grabbed by Gu Fei just now. She was confused as to why Gu Fei had let her go. It was a huge taboo for a martial body to get close to her, let alone being grabbed by a martial body. What kind of joke is this? Up in the sky, Taoist Hong Jun couldn't believe that Gu Fei could resist the power of the 9-star alignment with his own strength. How can his physical body be so strong? Although it was hard to believe, the other party's combat power was there for all to see. This human expert was simply too terrifying. To think that his fleshly body could actually take on a flawless sacred artifact. While everyone was shocked, Gu Fei felt an unimaginable pressure. The flawless saint artifact was indeed powerful. Even though there were countless chaotic runes faintly visible on his right fist, he still felt a great impact. Cracks appeared on Gu Fei's fist, and blood oozed out from the cracks. The powerful half-step sacred martial body was injured. Gu Fei knew that his martial body was still not strong enough. It was difficult for him to truly contend against a flawless sacred tool. However, the battle prowess that Gu Fei displayed was enough to shock the world. Taoist Hong Jun was going all out. He used all his strength to activate the alignment of the 9 stars. The terrifying power of the stars instantly increased rapidly, and the void below began to be destroyed. Gu Fei's right fist surged with powerful chaotic true power, contending against the vast and mighty power of the stars descending from the sky. But at this time, the power of the stars was too strong, causing his right fist to sink down. The cracks on his fist began to spread to his arm. Swish! Gu Fei flipped his left hand, and a divine sword immediately appeared in his left palm. After that, he directly awakened the divine sword, and 9 Dao runes appeared on the blade. Buzz! He directly stabbed the sword upwards, and the extremely sharp chaotic sword Qi soared into the sky. It broke through the layers of scarlet power of the stars and pierced towards Taoist Hong Jun, who was in the sky. Swish! The chaotic sword Qi instantly shot out, which shocked Taoist Hong Jun. The sword Qi was so condensed that it seemed to have materialized. This was the power that was concentrated at a single point to break through the alignment of the 9 stars. Taoist Hong Jun quickly dodged. Gu Fei immediately felt his body lighten. He then immediately retreated and switched the sword to his right hand. Seeing that Gu Fei had actually broken free from the lock of the alignment of the 9 stars, even Taoist Hong Jun, who had once followed that ancient sage, couldn't help but change his expression. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded Taoist Hong Jun's imagination. Very good. The alignment of the 9 stars is worthy of my full strength. Gu Fei retreated 1,000 feet and then stood in the void. He held the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand and looked at Taoist Hong Jun coldly. His words were extremely cold. Arrogant. Taoist Hong Jun couldn't help but be shocked and angry. This human expert actually didn't use his full strength when fighting against the flawless sacred weapon. At this moment, He Tian was already fighting against the 9th Sword Emperor and the Black Dragon, while Qiu Wuqing was fighting against the mysterious giant. The 4 stoneman warriors in the ancient city also attacked at this moment. A chaotic battle broke out, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. Gu Fei was fighting against the power of the alignment of the 9 stars. Relatively speaking, the power of the alignment of the 9 stars in the entire sage world was concentrated on Gu Fei. However, the suppression of the alignment of the 9 stars had weakened a lot for the other living beings. The 4 stoneman warriors and countless stoneman warriors, who were initially suppressed, became fierce again at this moment, killing and injuring countless beast warriors. The 4 stoneman warriors displayed great strength that surpassed the demisage realm. One moment they were fighting against He Tian, and the next moment they were fighting against the 9th Sword Emperor and the Black Dragon. In the eyes of the stoneman warriors, all the invaders in the Divine City were no different. They were all their enemies. The mysterious giant went up against Qiu Wuqing. This was an evenly matched battle. Qiu Wuqing didn't hide his strength anymore. He displayed a shocking technique and fought the mysterious giant to a stalemate. As for the mysterious woman, she was fighting against the followers of the 9th Sword Emperor. 1. The divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand was vibrating. Each of the divine arrows she shot out contained a terrifying fire elemental power. Even a half-step saint would be burned to ashes if he was hit by them. His body and soul would be destroyed. There were 4 half-sages fighting against the mysterious woman. However, the mysterious woman wasn't afraid at all. The 4 half-sages were not bad opponents. The mysterious woman treated the 4 half-sages as a whetstone. Without saying much, the mysterious woman kept drawing her bow and shooting divine arrows. The 4 half-sages couldn't get close to her and were in danger. Sun chasing divine arrow, the mysterious woman drew her bow. At this moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth immediately gathered towards the divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand. This time, there were 3 divine arrows that were shrouded in raging flames on her bowstring. The arrowhead of each divine sword seemed to have a shining sun. Swoosh! As soon as the mysterious woman let go, the 3 divine arrows were immediately shot out. The 3 divine arrows shot towards the 3 half-sages who were closest to the mysterious woman. Chapter 1859. The sun archery art was said to be a supreme archery art created by a great saint in ancient times. That great saint had once used this archery art to shoot down 9 sun stars in the sky. One could see how powerful this archery art was. One should know that the sun star was not an ordinary star. Even a legendary great saint wouldn't find it easy to destroy the sun star. A sun archery divine arrow instantly streaked across the sky and nailed a half-saint to the sky. That wasn't a real sun archery arrow, but a divine arrow condensed from endless sun fire essence. The half-saint who was nailed to the sky by the divine arrow let out a hair-raising roar. His entire body was emitting sun true fire. The sun true fire came from his body. Even his pores were spewing out flames. The other 2 half-saints couldn't help but light up when they saw this scene. This was too terrifying. If they were hit by this divine arrow, they would be burned to ashes by the sun true fire. For cultivators, the destruction of their body and soul meant that they would completely disappear from this world. They wouldn't even be able to reincarnate. Their life imprints would be completely erased. The divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand was too powerful. It was definitely a flawless saint tool. The divine arrow it shot could easily kill an ordinary half-saint. At this time, the mysterious woman pulled the divine bow again. The half-saint who was nailed to the sky by the divine arrow was burned to ashes by the sun true fire. Even the ashes dissipated in the world. Those 2 half-saints instantly turned pale with fright when they saw the mysterious woman draw her bow again. They'd clearly witnessed how formidable this divine bow was, and it had instantly killed a half-saint whose strength wasn't inferior to their own. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, the 2 half-saints turned around and fled. At this time, nothing was more important than their lives. However, all of this was in vain. The mysterious woman pulled the divine bow. The world's essence from all directions crazily gathered towards the divine bow. 2 divine arrows condensed on the bowstring. Fire chi lingered and Tao runes appeared faintly. The 2 divine arrows that condensed emitted a saint aura. The The mysterious woman drew her bow fully, and then she released it, causing 2 divine arrows to immediately shoot forward. At practically the exact same instant that she released her bow, those 2 divine arrows had arrived behind those 2 fleeing half-saints. This time they were not so lucky. The 2 half-saints didn't want to be killed just like that. Their bodies shone with divine light, and their immortal god force seemed to be burning, erupting with an unprecedented power fluctuation. But an illusory figure emerged behind one of the half-step saints. It was as if a real saint had descended, giving off an extremely powerful sense of oppression. The illusory figure reached out to grab the incoming divine arrow. However, the extremely formidable phantom wasn't able to grab onto the arrow, and it instantly pierced through its palm. Poof! It nailed the half-saint in midair. Boom! The half-step saint who was nailed in the air by the divine arrow exploded in an instant. The divine flame that erupted from the divine arrow burned the half-step saint's flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and even his soul completely. The other half-step saint tried his best to display his strongest battle prowess, but he was still unable to resist the divine arrow. He was shot head-on and fell from the sky. Before he could even fall to the ground, he was burned to ashes by the powerful energy contained in the divine arrow. The mysterious woman was extremely powerful. She'd killed 3 half-saints in succession. Such an accomplishment shocked everyone, especially the 9th Sword Emperor who was fighting Tian. He was shocked by the death of 3 half-saints because the mysterious woman had actually drawn her divine bow towards him. What? The 9th Sword Emperor was instantly shocked. After all, 3 half-saints had just perished beneath this bow, so it was absolutely impossible for the 9th Sword Emperor to not be shocked. Ha! It's time for you to die, you old dog. Tian controlled the Heaven Transformation Seal, and its power surged out in all directions. It transformed all the golden rays of light that pierced towards him into the most primitive energy of the heavens and the earth, and then it was absorbed by his slaughter formation. At this moment, the energy condensed by his slaughter formation was growing stronger and stronger, and it was enough to make the 9th Sword Emperor feel threatened. Only when the Heaven Transformation Seal fell into Erebus's hands did it reveal its true power. The power of the Heaven Transformation Seal made him almost invincible. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword hummed. Even though the 9th Sword Emperor was in a passive position, he didn't show any signs of losing. He wielded the golden dragon sword with all his might, and he ceaselessly broke through the Heaven Transformation Seal's power. The extremely sharp golden rays of light almost struck Tian a few times. After all, the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was a flawless saint weapon, and it possessed great power. Even the Heaven Transformation Seal's Heaven Transformation Seal couldn't completely dissolve the rays of light that shot out from the golden dragon sword. Dissolving the power of the saint weapon required time. This was also the reason why the 9th Sword Emperor was still able to fight against Tian. Rumble. At this moment, the mysterious woman was surrounded by a myriad of rays of light and auspicious qi. The spirit qi of the heavens and the earth frantically gathered and entered the divine bow in her hand. Ancient and mysterious runes of the Tao appeared on the body of the divine bow, interweaving with each other to form a rhythm of the Tao. This was the embodiment of the power of the great Tao, and it resonated with the great Tao. A divine arrow appeared on the bowstring. It was a tricolored divine arrow, but it was different from the divine arrows that were shot out before. This divine arrow was condensed from the essence of 3 types of divine fire: the essence of the sun, the essence of Li fire, and the essence of Yin fire. The divine arrow condensed from the essence of 3 types of divine fire, which were rare in the heavens and earth, emitted an unprecedentedly powerful wave of energy. Even Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be shocked when they sensed the wave of energy. If they were to be shot by this divine arrow, let alone a half-saint, even a demi-saint would be instantly annihilated. Preposterous! The 9th Sword Emperor couldn't help but tremble in fear when he saw this. The divine bow in the mysterious woman's hand posed a great threat to him, and the tricolored divine arrow emitted an extremely dangerous aura. Old dog, you've finally reached the end of your life. Tian laughed out loud. He attacked with all his strength, and the yin and yang celestial qi interweaved in his body. He seemed to have turned into a yin-yang saint king, and the power of yin and yang surged in his body, raising his combat strength to its peak. At this moment, he no longer held back, and the power of a half-saint burst out to pin down the Ninth Sword Emperor, not giving him a chance to escape. The mysterious woman was still gathering her energy. This time, it seemed that it was difficult to pull the divine bow. The mysterious woman's body was glowing with divine light, and she was also circulating the energy in her body. Die. Finally, the mysterious woman let go of the divine bow before it was fully drawn. With her current cultivation and strength, it was impossible for her to unleash the full power of the tricolored divine arrow. Swoosh! Chapter 1860. The tricolored divine arrow, which was formed from the essence of 3 divine fires, was shot out. It turned into a tricolored divine rainbow that tore through the void and instantly arrived before the Ninth Sword Emperor. Roar! The Ninth Sword Emperor roared. At that moment, he felt a great sense of danger. It was as if he would die in the next moment. Virum! At that moment, he used all his strength to control the golden dragon sword. Endless golden sword light rushed out of the sword. On the sword, there were 9 Tao patterns that appeared faintly, emitting the aura of the great path of saints. Rays of sword light enveloped the Ninth Sword Emperor and blocked the tricolored divine arrow that was shot at him. Boom! The tricolored divine arrow turned into a tricolored divine light and instantly hit the layer of golden sword light. The powerful force sent the Ninth Sword Emperor and his sword flying thousands of meters away. Wah! The Ninth Sword Emperor suffered a great impact. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale and he looked a little tired. However, the tricolored divine arrow that turned into a divine rainbow was finally blocked by him. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was a divine weapon refined by a Saint Ruler after all. The sword chi of the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was extremely powerful. The void around the Ninth Sword Emperor was so guarded that not even water could splash through. The tricolored divine arrow could only clash head-on with the golden dragon sword. Too powerful. The Ninth Sword Emperor was shocked and angry. The mysterious woman's arrow was very terrifying. If he did not have the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword, he would probably die here today. Break for me. The Ninth Sword Emperor's hair danced in the wind. He used all his strength to control the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword. Endless golden sword light spread out from the divine sword like mercury. Boom! Just as the power of the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword exploded, the tricolored divine arrow that turned into a divine rainbow also exploded at the same time. 3 divine fires swept out in all directions and burned the void silently. One should know that these 3 divine fires were extremely rare. The divine fire of the solar divine fire, the divine fire of the Yin divine fire, and the Nanmingli fire were all one of the most powerful divine fires in the world. To be able to gather the essence of these 3 divine fires, the saint who refined the divine bow back then was indeed impressive. The Ninth Sword King was sent flying once again. This time, the impact was even greater. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was almost knocked out of his hand. But the Ninth Sword Emperor spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in succession, and the blood dyed the front of his clothes red. His hair was disheveled, and he looked completely exhausted. At this moment, He Tian seized the opportunity when the Ninth Sword Emperor was heavily injured by the mysterious woman's arrow to immediately control the killing formation and attack the Ninth Sword Emperor. The killing intent emitted from the killing formation was earth-shattering. At this moment, the energy gathered by the killing formation finally erupted. It was as if a slumbering saint-level beast had awoken. The power of the killing formation shook the heavens and the earth. Even the mysterious woman was shocked. Erebus was a formation grandmaster, and he was the only one who could display such a great formation technique. The Ninth Sword Emperor was shocked. He could feel how terrifying the killing formation was. As long as he was enveloped by the killing formation, he would definitely die. The Ninth Sword Emperor hurriedly retreated in an attempt to avoid it. However, He Tian had already expected that he would retreat, so he had already taken out the Heaven Transformation seal in his hand. An extremely powerful heaven transformation energy erupted, blocking the Ninth Sword Emperor's path of retreat. Despicable! The Ninth Sword Emperor was shocked and furious. Streaks of golden sword chi rushed out from the divine sword in his hand. He wanted to break through the heaven transformation energy and rush out. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword was indeed a flawless saint-level saint weapon. The sword light was indestructible, and it could actually break through the layers of heaven transformation energy, allowing the Ninth Sword Emperor to rush out. However, waiting for the Ninth Sword Emperor outside the heaven transformation energy was a shocking killing formation. The power of the heaven transformation seal obviously could not really stop the Ninth Sword Emperor, but He Tian only wanted to use the heaven transformation energy to stop the Ninth Sword Emperor, and by some time. What? The Ninth Sword Emperor's shock was no small matter. Clang! The killing formation was filled with murderous intent, and the sound of divine swords being unsheathed could be heard. Boundless murderous light turned into shocking killing swords, and they slashed towards the Ninth Sword Emperor. Even with the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword in the Ninth Sword Emperor's hand, the Ninth Sword Emperor could not help but change his expression. Roar, you want to kill me? You're not qualified. The Ninth Sword Emperor roared and waved the golden dragon sword in his hand. A wave of sword chi spread out, and the countless shocking killing swords were instantly shattered. Is that so? Mahakala's voice rang out. At that moment, a huge seal descended from the sky, crushing down on the Ninth Sword Emperor who was in the middle of the formation. The power of heaven transformation was so vast that it was weakening the power of the Saint Ruler golden dragon sword. With the heaven transformation seal and the shocking killing formation, He Tian successfully trapped the Ninth Sword Emperor in the killing formation. Just as He Tian trapped the Ninth Sword Emperor, the mysterious woman attacked again, and she killed her way into the battle that Qiu Wuqing was in. The battle was getting more and more intense. At this moment, Gu Fei and Taoist Hong Jun were also engaged in a fierce battle. Rumble! Gu Fei's body shone with chaotic divine light, and he was like a supreme god of war that walked out from the depths of chaos. His fists punched the void, and it was about to return to chaos. The 9 red stars were shaking continuously, and they were actually shaken by Gu Fei's fists. How dare you! I don't believe that even the 9-star pearl can't kill you. Taoist Hong Jun roared angrily. The combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed was too strong. How could such a thing happen? Gu Fei's combat strength was heaven-defying, and it shocked everyone. No one would have thought that he would be so ferocious. He was not a saint, but he was already able to fight against a saint. Even those supreme beings who had yet to attain the Tao could not be so heaven-defying when they were in the half-saint realm. Could it be that Gu Fei was even more abnormal than the supreme beings when they were young? Taoist Hong Jun went all out. The 9 red stars shone with boundless red light, and it was as if 9 red divine suns had appeared in the sky. The entire world was imprisoned by this power. However, there was one person who could not even be imprisoned by the 9-star pearl. At this moment, Gu Fei had already put away the 9 heaven stars sword. He wanted to use his own strength to fight against the saint. This was a kind of training, and he wanted to use the saint to sharpen his martial body. He attacked with all his strength, and he did not hold back. Only when he attacked with all his strength could he continuously stimulate the potential in his body and release even more powerful strength. Chapter 1861. 1. High-quality update. The entire heaven and earth trembled as Gu Fei displayed his unrivaled body technique. Martial true force surged violently within his body as the primal chaos chi soared 3,000 feet into the sky. This was the result of the 9-star alignment's saint path suppression. Otherwise, the phenomenon that Gu Fei's martial body had displayed would have been even more shocking. 2 unparalleled powers clashed. Taoist Hong Jun was not a sage. He was only a half-step sage, so it was hard for him to truly display the power of the 9-star alignment. However, even so, the power of the 9-star alignment was enough to kill any demisage. It could only be said that the current Gu Fei was even stronger than the average demisage. Pang! Gu Fei punched out, causing the heaven and earth to shake. The power of the half-sage martial body and martial true force combined perfectly, causing the power of his punch to rise to a terrifying level. His martial true force and martial body were one. Such power was hard for anyone to devour. Even the secret art of returning truth was useless against him, as it could not devour his martial true force. The 9 red stars were shaking after being shaken by Gu Fei's punch. This was definitely a result that left everyone dumbfounded. To think that Gu Fei's power was so strong that he could shake a sage weapon with his bare hands. Too strong. It's indeed a nightmare to let a martial artist get close to you. No one in the same realm can withstand such power. Everyone was shocked. The combat power that Gu Fei displayed was too shocking. It proved once again that it was not a legend that a martial artist was invincible. How is this possible? Taoist Hong Jun was truly shocked. This human before him was too heaven-defying. He was only a half-sage, but the combat power he displayed was extremely close to that of a sage. If he were to reach the demi-sage level, wouldn't he be able to challenge a sage? Of course, this was just a guess of Taoist Hong Jun. One should know that there was a huge realm between a sage and a half-sage. All living beings below the sage level were ants. Even if Gu Fei were to reach the half-sage level, he might not be a match for a sage. At this moment, Gu Fei was still using his own strength to fight against Taoist Hong Jun. The primal chaos fist was constantly being transformed by him. The primal chaos true power was vast and mighty. 9 profound Tao patterns started to appear on his fist. These were the supreme 9 Tao patterns. The 9 Tao patterns were all-encompassing, as if they contained all the truths of the world. This was the foundation of achieving the Tao. If one could become a saint or even a supreme being, these 9 Tao patterns would be crucial. What? When Taoist Hong Jun saw the 9 Tao patterns on Gu Fei's body, he couldn't help but be shocked. This human expert was incredible and had unlimited potential. He had actually comprehended the principle of simplifying the great Tao and condensed 9 Tao patterns. Everyone walked a different path, and the Tao they comprehended was also different. During the Tao severing, cultivators had already come into contact with the Tao patterns. However, the Tao patterns of this period were not limited to just 9 Tao patterns, but almost infinite. One had to know that the heavenly Tao was emotionless and the great Tao was uncertain. A cultivator's understanding of the great Tao could be endless, which resulted in the appearance of countless Tao patterns. However, as the cultivator's cultivation continued to increase after the Tao severing, their comprehension of the great Tao would become deeper and deeper, and the number of Tao patterns would gradually decrease. In the end, all the Tao patterns that could express the great Tao would condense into the 9 most primitive Tao patterns. Only by condensing the 9 Tao patterns would one be able to go further than others on the path of cultivation. The 9 scarlet stars were vibrating, and the endless power of the stars pressed down on Gu Fei. Gu Fei attacked with all his strength. Under such circumstances, he could only use this method to stimulate his potential. Only by lingering on the edge of life and death could he improve his cultivation. Rumble, Gu Fei was evolving his great Tao. The 9 Tao patterns were constantly changing, but there were only 9 vague outlines that hadn't truly stabilized yet. At this stage, his performance was already enough to shock the world. He had already broken the record set by his predecessors, as he had already comprehended 9 Tao patterns before achieving the great Tao. One had to know that only when breaking through to the sage level could a cultivator evolve his great Tao and condense 9 Tao patterns. Only by successfully condensing 9 Tao patterns could one become a sage. Under the circumstances where he had yet to break through to the sage level, Gu Fei had already condensed the outline of 9 Tao patterns. This was definitely something that no one had ever done before or since. At the very least, there were no records of this in the oldest books collected by the major forces in the human world. The 9 Tao patterns vaguely appeared on Gu Fei's body. The great Tao's Taoist rhymes circled around him, and the chaotic spiritual qi circulated in a mysterious state. A sage's aura surged from his body. Using the power of the 9 Tao patterns to fight against the 9 aligned stars and evolve his own great Tao, only Gu Fei could do this under such circumstances. This guy. When Taoist Hong Jun realized what Gu Fei was doing, even he couldn't help but change his expression. 9 stars shattering the cosmos. Taoist Hongjun had no choice but to use his trump card in advance. Under his control, the 9 scarlet stars vibrated in unison, then released boundless power of the stars. It was as if 9 real stars had appeared in the sky above Gu Fei. Even the void between heaven and earth was being crushed and destroyed by this power. This was a great destruction. Taoist Hongjun did not hesitate to destroy the god city below him to raise the power of the 9 aligned stars to the limit. The 9 scarlet stars descended from the sky and sank towards Gu Fei. Every single scarlet star radiated with boundless scarlet light, and the great Tao imprints within the 9 godly pearls seemed to be awakening. This was not a good thing for Gu Fei. The void that was sealed by the 9 Tao patterns began to loosen. The power of the 9 aligned stars shook Gu Fei, pushing him down from the sky to the ground. Hongjun is starting to use his killer move. Black Dragon sneered. He was very clear about the power of the 9 aligned stars. Even if Gu Fei had comprehended the 9 Tao patterns, he was definitely not a match for this saint artifact. Seeing that Taoist Hongjun was going all out, the mysterious giant was also shocked. After all, if the power of the 9 aligned stars was fully unleashed, even the god city would be shaken. You guys don't know what's good for you. Is Boss Gu still messing with you? He Tian's voice was heard, shocking Black Dragon and the mysterious giant. At this moment, He Tian had completely trapped the 9th Sword Emperor in the killing formation. However, the 9th Sword Emperor had the Saint Ruler Golden Dragon Sword. It was not an easy task for He Tian to kill him. He Tian had already made up his mind. He was going to exhaust the 9th Sword Emperor who was trapped in the killing formation to death. On the other side, Xiao Wuqing, Black Dragon, and the Stoneman Warrior were still fighting. Although Black Dragon was strong, he was also injured at this moment. Dragon blood dripped from his body from time to time. Chapter 1862. In the chaotic battle, Xiao Wuqing was extremely ferocious. He held his halberd and clashed with the Lai Hua general 3 times. Then, he turned around and fought with the Divine Sword General. Swoosh! The mysterious woman kept pulling the bow in her hand, shooting out divine fire arrows. Each arrow pierced through the void, displaying her powerful battle prowess. Boom! The mysterious woman shot out a fire divine arrow, which collided with the ice divine spear of the mysterious giant figure. The arrow and the spear disappeared in the air at the same time. The mysterious giant figure was very powerful. She was a half-step saint, much more powerful than a half-step saint. However, the mysterious woman had a divine bow, which shortened the distance between the two. The combat ability of a saint implement in the hands of a half-step saint could definitely compete with a half-step saint. The mysterious woman and the mysterious giant figure were both women and equally talented. The 2 cultivators were fighting. Divine arrows pierced through the air, shattering the air and forcing the mysterious giant figure to keep retreating. White misty cold air pervaded the air. The mysterious giant figure had cultivated a power of extreme yin and cold. White cold mist circled around her. Her figure was faintly discernible and the air around her seemed to be solidifying. This was a terrifying technique. Anyone who entered the range of the cold air would feel as if they had entered a swamp. Their movements would be slowed and their movements would be affected. Eat another arrow of mine. The mysterious woman drew her divine bow. The divine fire of Yin and the divine fire of the sun intertwined. A yin-yang divine arrow formed in the mysterious woman's hand. This was the power of yin and yang. An extremely dangerous aura emanated from the divine arrow. The mysterious giant figure was also shocked. Rumble! The air around the mysterious giant figure was shaking. White cold air pervaded the air. The air froze like ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. At this time, it was impossible for anyone to reach the mysterious giant figure's side. Swoosh! The mysterious woman only drew the bow halfway and then let go. With her cultivation and ability, it was difficult for her to draw the bow completely. But even so, the power of the mysterious woman's arrow was enough to shock everyone. The yin-yang divine arrow pierced through the air and directly broke through the frozen air around the mysterious giant figure. It pierced through the mysterious giant figure's real body in the cold mist. Damn it! The mysterious giant figure quickly retreated, and then her hands kept moving in front of her. Divine patterns of the great path rushed out from her jade-like hands, sealing forward. An ice divine spear appeared before the mysterious giant. It was a divine spear condensed from countless runes of the great path, and it radiated with saintly power. Boom! The yin-yang divine arrow collided with the ice divine spear, producing a muffled sound. Then, a visible ripple spread out. The space around the mysterious giant, which was almost as solid as divine iron, was directly torn apart by the power that erupted, and the mysterious giant was sent flying. The power of the yin-yang divine arrow was much more powerful than the mysterious giant had imagined. The divine fire of the yin and the divine fire of the sun intertwined, increasing the power of the arrow to a level that even a half-step saint would be terrified of. The mysterious giant spat out a mouthful of blood. The white mist around her was almost dispersed by the mysterious woman's arrow. Cold mist lingered. Although the mysterious giant had suffered a blow, he could still fight. Swoosh! She instantly pounced at the mysterious woman. She was so fast that even the mysterious woman was shocked. An extremely cold aura had already enveloped her. The mysterious woman immediately retreated, and at the same time, she wanted to draw the divine bow in her hand. However, at this moment, the mysterious giant followed her like a shadow, not giving her time to draw the divine bow in her hand at all. The two figures were chasing each other. Just as the mysterious woman and the mysterious giant were chasing each other, Qiu Wuqing had already beaten a stoneman general to the point that it was covered in cracks and almost shattered. The divine sword general was severely injured and temporarily retreated. However, the Lai Hua general, the divine arm general, and the other two generals were still fighting against the Black Dragon and Qiu Wuqing. While Qiu Wuqing was fighting against the stoneman general, he had to guard against the Black Dragon's sneak attack. Swoosh! When the black halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand forced the two generals to retreat, he suddenly turned around and attacked the Black Dragon. At this moment, the Black Dragon was fighting against the divine arm general. The halberd fell. The Black Dragon avoided being hit at a critical moment, but Qiu Wuqing's halberd still left a bloody hole on his body. You! The Black Dragon was shocked and angry as he quickly retreated. Qiu Wuqing then attacked, forcing the Black Dragon to retreat again and again. He was almost killed by Qiu Wuqing. To be able to force a half-step saint to such an extent and almost kill him, Qiu Wuqing's combat strength was enough to shock the human world. An expert who walked out of the forbidden zone was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Gu Fei was no longer relaxed. Taoist Hong Jun began to fight with all his might. The power of the 9-star alignment destroyed the void of heaven and earth, suppressing Gu Fei from the sky to the ground. The entire divine city shook. Roar! Gu Fei roared in a low voice. The power of the stars that came down from the sky was too strong, and he almost couldn't straighten his back. The 9 Dao patterns on his body were suppressed back into his body by this power. The saint artifact has revived. Gu Fei was shocked. The aura of the Saint Dao in the sky was vast, as though a star saint had arrived. Do you really think that you can defy the heavens? Taoist Hong Jun's voice came down from the sky. To him, it was a joke to use his physical body to fight against a saint artifact. One should know that a revived saint artifact could unleash the powerful power of a saint. How could a half-saint resist the power of a saint? With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could fight against a saint artifact that had not been revived. However, if it was a revived saint artifact, he wouldn't be able to fight against it. A revived saint artifact could unleash an attack that was equivalent to that of a saint. I will defy it for you to see. Gu Fei sneered. He still had a trump card that he hadn't used. Now was the time. As he spoke, the aura on his body began to change drastically. Rumble! The void around Gu Fei and even the ground around him were shaking. A shocking power erupted from his body, and his combat strength rose rapidly. The 9 Dao patterns that had been suppressed back into his body by the power of the 9-star alignment appeared on his body again at this moment. They interweaved into a hazy truth of the great Dao. The 9 Dao patterns that Gu Fei had comprehended were just in their embryonic form. They hadn't truly stabilized yet. The Dao patterns were blurry and seemed to be still evolving. The power from the 9 Dao patterns pushed back the power of the 9-star alignment that was pressing down from the sky. What? Chapter 1863. Under the immense pressure, Gu Fei finally used the Ascension secret technique. His battle prowess increased 5-fold, and his powerful strength broke through the seal of the 9-star alignment. Roar! Gu Fei growled. His eyes were as bright as stars, and an explosive sound came from his body. His bones and tendons were vibrating, and the power of his martial body was increasing at the same time. 5 times the power of Ascension. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind, and he was like an ancient god of war descending. 9 divine patterns of the great Tao were faintly visible on his body. At that moment, he felt that he only needed to step down to shatter the earth and raise his hand to punch through the sky. This feeling of being filled with power made his battle intent even stronger. It really is the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Taoist Hong Jun had once followed that ancient sage, and it just so happened that the ancient sage was also a sage of the immortal Tao. He had become a saint through the immortal Tao. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were supreme divine arts that every sage of the immortal Tao wanted to obtain. To be able to pry into the 9 secrets was a lifelong wish of theirs. Of course, this sage of the immortal Tao did not obtain the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. He only obtained some fragments that were difficult to cultivate. However, the sage of the immortal Tao had once explained the power of each secret. Taoist Hong Jun had been by the sage's side at that time, and he had heard all of this. I didn't think that you would have such a good eye, Gu Fei said nonchalantly. He immediately struck out. Runes of the Tao appeared on his right fist as chaotic true force surged. Powerful ripples of energy radiated from his fist. So what if it's the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? You can't defy the heavens. Taoist Hong Jun descended from the sky. 9 scarlet stars circled around him, and the destructive power of the stars spread out in all directions. It froze the void and sealed Gu Fei within. The power of the divine Tao swept towards Gu Fei from all directions. Taoist Hong Jun wanted to kill Gu Fei in one move. Rumble! The void around Gu Fei was being annihilated, and the void of heaven and earth was returning to chaos. He punched upwards unhurriedly, and 9 Tao patterns appeared on his fist. The power of the rising heavens by 5 times soared into the sky, broke through the layers of red star power, and rushed towards Taoist Hong Jun. However, the power of the crimson star was too powerful at this moment. It had already displayed the power of a saint-rank powerhouse. Even with 5 times the power of ascension, it would be difficult to break the seal of the 9-star alignment. The power of 5 times heaven ascension had been destroyed, and it was no longer a threat to Taoist Hong Jun. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao are just SOSO. Taoist Hong Jun sneered. From his point of view, the outcome had already been decided. No one below the sage plane would be able to block the 9-star alignment. One must know that this was a flawless sage weapon. Humph. Gu Fei didn't say anything and just snorted coldly. 10-fold ascension power. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei immediately displayed his strongest combat strength. His combat strength increased 10-fold. At this time, his entire body was blooming with primal chaos divine light. Buzz! The extremely powerful force caused the void around Gu Fei to tremble. The power of the 9-star alignment was once again repelled, and the shattered void rapidly reformed. How is this possible? Taoist Hong Jun's expression changed when he sensed this. 10-fold ascension power had already reached the limit of what Gu Fei's half-sage martial body could withstand. If he were to increase the power of ascension again, his martial body might be in trouble. Boom! It was another simple and direct punch. This punch was so powerful that it could shake the 9 scarlet stars in the sky. However, it was still unable to break the seal of the 9-star alignment. Ha! You scared me. I thought you could really defy the heavens. Taoist Hong Jun couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that Gu Fei couldn't break the seal of the 9-star alignment. One must know that the current Gu Fei could kill him without using the sage weapon. The 9 secrets of the immortal path was indeed an invincible, supreme divine technique. Taoist Hongjun was secretly shocked. The battle prowess displayed by Gu Fei was too terrifying and powerful. It was enough to sweep away the three powerhouses of Sage World. If it were not for the sacred artifact, the 9-star alignment, Taoist Hongjun would have been killed by Gu Fei long ago. I said, you can't defy the heavens. Taoist Hongjun's confidence soared. He knew that if this continued, this human expert named Gu Fei would be exhausted to death. Is that so? Gu Fei's expression remained calm, not showing any signs of panic. Rumble. At this moment, the sound of wind and thunder rang out from his body, as if thunder was rumbling inside his body. An even more powerful force rippled out from his body. Taoist Hongjun was truly dumbfounded. Why does this human strength keep increasing? There seems to be no end to it. This is unbelievable. 15 times the power of ascension. Gu Fei used power that surpassed the limits of his martial body. 15 times the power of ascension was circulating, and a power ripple that could make even half-step saints tremble erupted from his body. Gu Fei roared. This power was so powerful that it surpassed the limits of his martial body. Veins began to appear on his body, as if a wild beast was about to break out of his body. His entire body grew bigger, and the muscles all over his body swelled. He could feel that all his muscles, bones, and flesh were about to be torn apart. He could barely control this powerful force. Kill! Gu Fei let out a furious roar and soared into the sky. At this time, even the power of the 9-star alignment could not suppress him. He was like an invincible primal chaos war god. His entire body blossomed with primal chaos divine light, and his battle intent shook the heavens and earth. Boom! A great battle broke out, and the 9-star alignment was directly shaken. Gu Fei punched out and sent one of the red stars flying, shocking Taoist Hongjun. Kill! Taoist Hongjun immediately reacted. He also went all out. The red star that was sent flying by Gu Fei immediately flew back. The 9 stars rotated, and a red starry sky was formed. The 9 red stars were like 9 ancestral stars in this starry sky, and they rushed towards Gu Fei from 9 different directions. This sky is really heaven-defying. Taoist Hongjun couldn't help but admit that Gu Fei was really strong, so strong that it made people's hearts tremble. He actually used his own strength to fight against a saint weapon. Even those ancient supreme beings were probably not as strong as him when they were young. The 9 red stars were like stars falling from the sky. They emitted a destructive power, and they rushed towards Gu Fei. This scene shocked everyone. Does that guy Hongjun want to destroy this divine city? The black dragon and the mysterious giant were both shocked. They were very clear that if the 9 stars collided together, they would be able to display the true power of a saint. At that time, even the divine city below would be affected. 9 stars returning to 1, invincible. Let's see how you are going to resist. Taoist Hongjun laughed maniacally. At this moment he was also overdrafting his Yuan Qi. The amount of Yuan Qi used to execute this move was just too great. Chapter 1864. 9 stars fused into 1, invincible. Taoist Hongjun roared furiously. He was risking his life to use this move, even at the cost of greatly damaging his vitality. The 9 stars fused into 1 could form an invincible ancestral star. Moreover, the power of the 9 scarlet stars fusing together was not as simple as 1 plus 1. Rather, it was superimposed. The fusion of 2 scarlet stars could unleash 2 times the power. However, the fusion of 3 scarlet stars could unleash 9 times the power. If 4 stars fused into 1, the fused ancestral star would display 16 times the power. If 9 stars fused into 1, it would display 81 times the power. 81 times the power was so great that even a true sage might not be able to withstand it, let alone Gu Fei, who had yet to become a sage. However, once this move was used, Taoist Hongjun's immortal essence was continuously absorbed by the scarlet stars. It was inevitable that his vitality would be greatly damaged. If Taoist Hongjun did not have the cultivation of a half-step sage, he would not dare to use this move, because he could not stop once he used it. If his cultivation was insufficient, he would face the danger of having all his essence devoured by the scarlet stars. At that time, he would not be able to kill his enemy and would instead lose his life. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook, and the divine city trembled. Countless Tao patterns rushed out from the surroundings of the great hall in the depths of the divine city. Immortal qi surged, and thousands of strands of auspicious qi appeared. The formation protecting the great hall was activated by the power of the scarlet stars. The great formation was activated, and a supreme and sacred aura spread out. It's a Sage King level great formation. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the fluctuations of the sage power. The thing hidden in the great hall was definitely the most important thing left behind by the ancient sage. At this moment, everyone stopped. Even the stoneman warriors retreated. At this moment, there were only two supreme experts fighting. Gu Fei, go to hell! Taoist Hong Jun roared furiously. He circulated his immortal power with all his might, and endless immortal essence surged out from his body, entering the 9 scarlet stars that were charging towards Gu Fei. The 9 scarlet stars emitted an unprecedentedly powerful starlight. The starlight illuminated the world, dyeing the entire world crimson. Preposterous! At this moment, Gu Fei could no longer remain calm. He sensed extreme danger. This Taoist Hong Jun was not simple. He actually managed to awaken the great Tao imprint within the 9-star alignment. Of course, this was not a complete recovery, but it was enough to threaten Gu Fei's life. You're not the only one who will risk your life. Gu Fei gritted his teeth. He did not use his extreme saint weapon to protect himself. Instead, he continued to use the Ascension's secret art. This time, he wanted to increase the power of Ascension by 20 times. Even Gu Fei wasn't sure if he could withstand 20 times the power of Ascension. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His shirt instantly exploded and turned into dust, revealing his bulging muscles. On his skin, veins crawled all over his body like the roots of an old tree. 20 times the power of Ascension. Gu Fei gave it his all. If he wanted to stimulate the potential of his martial body, this was the fastest way. He wandered on the edge of life and death and truly felt the threat of death. Rumble! Endless chaotic divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body. The 9 chaotic patterns were imprinted on his body, emitting dazzling divine light of the great Tao. Arg! Gu Fei's face was ferocious. He roared into the sky. His body was still expanding. The power contained in his muscles, bones, and flesh was constantly released. His flesh and martial true power were perfectly fused together. Crack! The sound of bones rubbing against each other came from his body. Under the effect of 20 times the power of Ascension, the toughness of his martial body continued to soar. This is simply a human-shaped divine instrument. Someone exclaimed. At this time, everyone was staring at Gu Fei from afar. Gu Fei's power was constantly increasing. The world was shaking because of this power. Boss He Tian, who knew about Gu Fei's background, couldn't help but worry. He had also cultivated the secret skill of Ascension. He knew how powerful this secret skill was. Gu Fei was using his own life to drive the secret skill of Ascension. 20 times the power of Ascension had definitely exceeded the endurance of Gu Fei's martial body. If he couldn't control this power, forget about killing the enemy, his body would explode from this uncontrollable power. His body and soul would be destroyed. Has this human already taken that step? The black dragon's body was shivering. It was only now that he knew how terrifying Gu Fei was. He had even attacked this human previously. He was simply courting death. That mysterious giant was also extremely shocked. Gu Fei indeed lives up to his name. The mysterious woman exclaimed. Gu Fei's power seemed to be endless. It was still increasing. He was infinitely close to the saint level. There were even signs of him leaping into the saint level. Qiu Wuqing, who had always been a man of few words, only said a single word. Gu Fei was truly strong. 20 times the power of Ascension was enough for him to kill quasi-sages. In fact, he could even fight against half-step sages. Even if half-step sages had sage weapons in their hands, he could still fight against them. Boom! Gu Fei's martial body suddenly burst forth with a dazzling, chaotic divine light. His entire body seemed to be burning as an extremely powerful force rippled out from his body. His body was covered in blood. There were bloody wounds everywhere. Fresh blood seeped out from the wounds. His martial body had cracked, but it didn't collapse. Under the seal of the 9 Dao patterns, Gu Fei's martial body didn't collapse. It didn't explode from the extreme power within his body. He could still control such a powerful force with some difficulty. Xing. The 9 scarlet stars vibrated at the same time. These 9 scarlet stars were pushed apart by Gu Fei's power and couldn't fuse together. What? Taoist Hong Jun was really shocked. This human expert was really heaven-defying. He actually pushed apart the 9 scarlet stars that were about to collide together. I won't lose. Taoist Hong Jun's hair was disheveled. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out 9 mouthfuls of essence blood. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood on every scarlet star. After spitting out 9 mouthfuls of essence blood, Taoist Hong Jun's expression was completely exhausted. His originally black hair had actually turned white. His vitality is greatly damaged. Hong Jun's vitality is greatly damaged. The Black Dragon and the mysterious giant who knew about Taoist Hong Jun's background were extremely shocked. The number 1 person in this world was at his weakest at this moment. However, the 9 mouthfuls of essence blood that Taoist Hong Jun spat out were very useful. After absorbing Taoist Hong Jun's essence blood, the power of the 9 scarlet stars increased by another level. This. Chapter 1865. Taoist Hong Jun spat out 9 mouthfuls of blood essence at the expense of his primordial qi, which increased the power of the 9-star alignment by a large margin. The void that was sealed by the 9-star alignment was directly annihilated and turned into a piece of chaos. Gu Fei was in great danger when he was trapped in that piece of chaos. However, he was not killed by the power of the 9-star alignment because of the power of 20 times ascension. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again. He was already at the edge of life and death, but at this moment his mind was extremely clear. He could still clearly feel the circulation of the martial true force in his body. Even the slightest change could not be missed. Not only did the 9 Dao patterns seal Gu Fei's body, preventing his martial physique from collapsing, but it also blocked the mighty power of the 9 stars outside his body. Gu Fei's martial body started to crack due to the overload of the secret skill of rising. Blood kept seeping out from the hideous cracks. Gu Fei could clearly feel that his bones were about to be crushed by the extremely powerful power. This was the second time he used the secret skill of 20 times ascension. He used it when he was fighting against Azure Dragon. At that time, his martial body almost collapsed. At that time, he used the Dao patterns to seal his body. That was why he could barely control the peerless power of the secret skill of 20 times ascension. Although he was already a half-sage and had condensed the blurry 9 Dao patterns, his martial body almost collapsed when he used the secret skill of 20 times ascension. The secret skill of 20 times ascension seemed to be the limit for those below the sage realm. Those below the sage realm could only increase the power of the secret skill of 20 times ascension. If he wanted to surpass this limit, he might have to wait until Gu Fei became a sage. Of course, only Gu Fei dared to use the power of 20 times ascension. If it was an ordinary half-sage or even a sage-to-be, they would not dare to use it. This was because no one below the sage realm had a physical body as strong as Gu Fei's. It's unbelievable. He can even block this attack. Everyone was shocked. The energy fluctuations emitted by the 9 stars were too powerful. The space sealed by the 9 stars had already turned into primal chaos. Even so, Gu Fei's energy fluctuations could still be sensed from the primal chaos. In other words, Gu Fei was still alive despite the attack. This is unbelievable. This kind of power is already at the saint level. The mysterious woman said. She knew that even if she were to fight against Taoist Hong Jun, it would be difficult for her to win. The power of the 9-star alignment was extremely terrifying. Countless stars flickered in the sky. The 9 stars drew upon the power of the stars in this part of the world, and then displayed such an attack. Because of this, Taoist Hong Jun's vitality was greatly damaged. His black hair turned white. This was a sign that his vitality was greatly damaged. He had consumed too much of his original essence qi. This is still not enough to kill me? If you have any other tricks up your sleeves, then use them all. Gu Fei's roar rang out from the primal chaos. He was hovering on the brink of life and death. He attacked with all his strength, using this extreme method to stimulate his body's potential. Boom! He punched out, causing the entire primal chaos to tremble. 20 times the strength of ascension was unleashed. This punch punched a hole in the primal chaos. Bang! A chaos god fist punched out from the primal chaos, smashing onto one of the 9 stars, causing it to tremble continuously and almost fall from the sky. What? A powerful energy fluctuation spread out, almost causing Taoist Hongjun to fall from the sky. At this moment, his vitality was already greatly damaged. He had fallen from the half-step saint realm to the half-step saint realm. At this moment, even an ordinary half-step saint would be able to severely injure Taoist Hongjun. Just as Gu Fei was attacking the 9-star alignment, in the depths of this part of the world, a huge tomb suddenly exploded. A shocking aura appeared in the world. This is, high up in the sky, everyone in the God City could feel this powerful aura. Especially the 3 leaders of this part of the world. Their expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? How is he still alive? Even Taoist Hongjun couldn't help but be shocked. Huh! A figure rushed out of the huge tomb that had exploded. That person burst out of the tomb and laughed into the sky. This was an old man. His hair was sparse and his clothes were tattered. It was as though he was a corpse that had been buried underground for thousands of years and had just crawled out of his grave. Return of the original self. The old man's voice was like a bell. He didn't look like an old man at all. As the old man spoke, the spirit qi of the world gathered over from all directions and entered the body of this old man. The old man's divine body was going through a shocking change. The old skin on his body began to fall off as his sparse hair began to grow. Very soon, a head of thick and black hair grew out from his head. His bent back straightened. In a few breaths, this old man had transformed into a middle-aged man with vigorous qi and blood. The middle-aged man opened up a void that he had opened up and took out a set of green robes. He then changed out of the tattered clothes on his body. It's the Green Emperor. He's actually not dead. How is this possible? In the God City, the Black Dragon was shocked. It turned out that there had originally been 4 leaders in this part of the Sage world. Among the 4 leaders, Taoist Hongjun and the Green Emperor had the highest cultivation and power. However, a mountain couldn't contain 2 tigers. The conflict between Taoist Hongjun and the Green Emperor had been going on for a long time. After the Sage world of this part of the world had disappeared for 50,000 years, the conflict between Taoist Hongjun and the Green Emperor finally erupted. Taoist Hongjun and the Green Emperor fought in the depths of the mountains in this part of the world. This battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. The mountains in this part of the world were almost razed to the ground. After that battle, a huge tomb appeared in the depths of the mountains. Then, Taoist Hongjun carried out a great purge and killed all the people who followed the Green Emperor. The 4 leaders of the Sage world were reduced to 3. The Black Dragon and the mysterious leader knew that they were no match for Taoist Hongjun, so they submitted to him. Could it be that the Green Emperor faked his death back then? Apart from being shocked, the 3 leaders could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. This Green Emperor was really good at enduring. After all, it had been 60,000 to 70,000 years since his battle with Taoist Hongjun. Hongjun's expression changed greatly. At this time, he had already suffered a great deal of damage in order to deal with Gu Fei, and the Green Emperor's cultivation seemed to be even stronger than before. Swoosh! The Green Emperor raised his head and looked at the God City in the sky. Oh Hongjun, to think that you would have such a day. This is really bad karma. Chapter 1866. The Green Emperor was one of the 4 giants of the Sage world. Like Taoist Hongjun, the Green Emperor was also a general under the command of the ancient sage and commanded 100,000 ferocious beast soldiers. Moreover, the Green Emperor's cultivation and strength were not below Taoist Hongjun's. The two of them had been fighting openly and covertly for many years when the ancient sage was still around. After the ancient sage disappeared, the entire sage world was split into two factions. The Green Emperor and Taoist Hongjun each took over half of the world. In the tens of thousands of years after the ancient sage disappeared, although the Green Emperor and Taoist Hongjun had fought, they had not reached the point where they would fight with their lives on the line. However, the conflict between the two had been going on for a long time and would eventually erupt. In the final battle, Hongjun had won. The Green Emperor had died, and Hongjun had unified the sage world, becoming the true controller of this world. Even the other two giants had to act according to Hongjun's wishes. However, just as Taoist Hongjun had been severely injured, the Green Emperor, who had been dead for tens of thousands of years, suddenly leaped out. This caused Taoist Hongjun to turn pale with fright. "I've already killed him. How is this possible?" Taoist Hongjun was both shocked and furious. The Green Emperor had been killed in a battle with him tens of thousands of years ago. How had he managed to escape death? He could not understand. After all, he had used many methods to defeat the Green Emperor. Some of these methods were even shameful. At that time, Taoist Hongjun was sure that the Green Emperor was dead and could not have survived. Moreover, he had personally buried the Green Emperor's corpse deep in the mountains. "Hongjun, your death is here." The Green Emperor charged over with great momentum. Demonic aura surged into the sky and a huge beast shadow appeared indistinctly in the demonic aura. It was a green celestial wolf that was as large as a mountain and emitted an extremely horrifying aura. "It's really him." The black dragon's heart trembled when he saw this. Even his voice trembled. The Green Emperor was the ruler of the demon race. His cultivation and strength had already touched the saint level tens of thousands of years ago. He was half a step away from being a monster saint. After tens of thousands of years, just how much had his cultivation gone? "You four-legged snake, after I kill Hongjun, I'll make you my next target." The Green Emperor rushed over from afar. His entire body was enveloped in a layer of green demonic light. Within the demonic light, there were demon clan Dao patterns. He swept a cold glance at Black Dragon. "Boss Green Emperor." The Black Dragon turned pale with fright. He knew the strength of the other party, and he also felt guilty in his heart. He had participated in the matter of Taoist Hongjun and caused the death of the Green Emperor. However, who would have thought that the Green Emperor would actually survive that sort of situation? Rumble. At this moment, Gu Fei unleashed his power that was 20 times stronger than before. His pair of chaos divine fists caused the heaven and earth to collapse. Even the 9-star alignment couldn't suppress him. When the Green Emperor noticed the 9-star alignment, he also noticed Gu Fei. When he caught sight of this, he was extremely shocked as well. To think that this powerful being of the human race would be able to fight against the 9-star alignment. After all, the Green Emperor had perished under the 9-star alignment all those years ago. The reason why Taoist Hongjun was able to defeat the Green Emperor was because he had obtained a saint weapon of that ancient sage. This saint weapon was the 9-star alignment. Boom! A chaos divine fist tore through the void and struck out from within the 9-star alignment. The power that burst forth from the fist was earth-shattering. It was so strong that it could send chills down one's spine. A power that was 20 times stronger than the heavens was way too strong. This was a power that surpassed that of a quasi-saint and even a half-saint. This was the strongest power that anyone below the sage realm could muster. Even the power of the 9-star alignment couldn't suppress Gu Fei. Without any suspense, Gu Fei broke through the sealing power of the 9-star alignment forcefully and rushed out. The chaos chi surged for 30,000 miles, causing the entire world to lose its color. Too strong. Even the Green Emperor couldn't help but change his expression. This human before him was way too strong. To think that even the void around him wouldn't be able to contain his true body with the power of chaos. The void around Gu Fei was vibrating as a series of black cracks appeared. Hongjun, prepare to die. With a single step, Gu Fei arrived before Taoist Hongjun, punching out with a single fist. A supreme amount of power burst forth from his fist. Ugh! The white-haired Taoist Hongjun did not dodge at all. With that, he was turned into a blood mist by Gu Fei's punch. Even his essence spirit didn't manage to escape as his body and spirit were destroyed. What? When the masses caught sight of this, they were completely dumbfounded. To think that Taoist Hongjun, one of the three powerful beings of the Saint World, would be killed by a single punch from Gu Fei just like that. You! When the Green Emperor saw how Gu Fei had killed Taoist Hongjun with a single punch, he was stunned as well. Everything had happened way too quickly. By the time he came back to his senses, Taoist Hongjun was already dead. After Taoist Hongjun died, the 9 scarlet stars in the skies dimmed down immediately. Their divine splendor was retracted as that earth-shaking energy ripple receded like a receding tide. Shoo! The Green Emperor came back to his senses and roared. He shot up into the skies and charged towards the 9 scarlet stars, wanting to take them away. You sure know how to take advantage of others. A figure suddenly appeared before the Green Emperor, blocking his path. The chaotic aura on this person's body surged for 30,000 miles. This person was none other than Gu Fei. The Green Emperor stopped. He had no choice but to stop because he could already sense an extremely dangerous aura emanating from the other party's body. As long as he continued charging forward, the other party would definitely make a move. The 9-star alignment was the other party's spoils of war. It was not something that could be taken by others. To be able to kill Taoist Hongjun with a single punch, this person's battle prowess was unparalleled. This caused the Green Emperor to feel immense pressure. The other party definitely had the strength to kill him. The Green Emperor wasn't a fool. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. Fellow Taoist, please don't misunderstand, the Azure Dragon said, and then he retreated. At this moment, that extremely powerful energy ripple on Gu Fei's body was gradually weakening. The time limit for his Heaven Ascension secret skill was up. He could no longer maintain his battle prowess in this state of invincibility. However, other than He Tian who was present, no one else knew that Gu Fei was at his weakest right now. After the borrowed energy was used up, he would feel as though he was on the verge of collapsing. His entire body was aching. It was as though his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh had been sliced up by a sharp knife. Gu Fei kept the 9 scarlet stars in the skies into his inner world. He then used the mountain and river cauldron to suppress them completely. He had obtained a flawless saint weapon. Chapter 1867. Gu Fei displayed 20 times the strength of Ascension and killed Taoist Hongjun with a single punch. Then he collected Taoist Hongjun's 9-star aligned pearls. They were 9 scarlet pearls that were the size of an adult's fist. Tao patterns could be vaguely seen on each of the pearls. This was a flawless sacred artifact. Everyone was very envious of it, but no one dared to compete with Gu Fei for it. At this time, he could already be said to be invincible with his 20x ascension power. Even a flawless saint weapon could not kill Gu Fei. If no one else had a saint weapon, they would definitely not be a match for Gu Fei. Even the Green Emperor did not make a move. The Green Emperor had faked his death for tens of thousands of years. But when he jumped out, his mortal enemy was killed right before his eyes. This feeling of not being able to take revenge with his own hands was something that others could not understand. The Green Emperor was a proud son of the heavens. He was a powerful being of the ancient Sky Wolf bloodline. The ancient Sky Wolf was extremely strong, and the ancestor of the Sky Wolf was a heavenly beast. The Green Emperor had the bloodline of the Sky Wolf flowing through his veins. His talent was even greater than that of Taoist Hongjun. Back then, Taoist Hongjun had used some extreme methods to defeat the Green Emperor. This was also the reason why the Green Emperor was unconvinced. Hongjun. He died just like that. Looking at how Gu Fei killed Taoist Hongjun with a single punch, the Green Emperor was filled with mixed emotions. The opponent that he had fought with for half his life had been destroyed just like that. Ever since the Green Emperor and Taoist Hongjun were recruited by the ancient sage, the two of them had been fighting openly and secretly. Both of them had fought for half their lives, and yet this was the outcome. I want to fight. After keeping the 9-star alignment, Gu Fei looked at the Green Emperor. This Green Emperor was really strong. He seemed to be even stronger than Taoist Hongjun. Furthermore, the Green Emperor's true form was a sky wolf. The Sky Wolf bloodline was famous in the ancient times. One must know that the ancestor of the Sky Wolf race was a heavenly beast. Heavenly beasts were existences that were comparable to the supreme beings. Although the physique of this kind of monstrous beast was not the strongest, it could still compete with the god-fiend body when cultivated to the greater success realm. However, it was still a little inferior to the greater success human race martial body. The Green Emperor shook his head. Right now, he wasn't a match for this human. The energy ripples that were emanating from the other party were way too strong. Unless he were to use his ultimate trump card, it would truly be hard for him to fight against the other party. And at this moment, the supreme energy fluctuations on Gu Fei's body suddenly began to converge back into his body. That powerful energy was fading away. In just a few breaths of time, that oppressive energy fluctuation had completely disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, as if a boulder had been lifted from their hearts. Oh no, boss time is up. He Tian was taken aback. He knew Gu Fei's background. There was a limit to how long the ascending secret art could be used. Once the time limit was exceeded, the ascending secret art's power would dissipate. The changes on Gu Fei's body had everyone bewildered. No one knew what was going on with his body. Fellow Taoist, how about we join forces to break through the seal of the main hall? The Green Emperor asked Gu Fei. Compared to the item within the main hall, what he was thinking about the most right now was how to get out of this world. This world wasn't a huge one. Even though the spirit chi here was denser than the outside world, there was a flaw in the heaven and earth here. Therefore, even if the cultivators of this world were to cultivate to an extreme state, it would be impossible for them to give birth to a sage. Within this heaven and earth that was created by the sage, it was impossible for anyone to become a sage. Join forces. The moment Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Earlier on, Taoist Hong Jun had wanted to join forces with him as well. However, he still chose to join forces with the Ninth Sword Emperor. This was undoubtedly a fatal decision on the part of Taoist Hong Jun. Taoist Hong Jun had chosen the wrong person. Hence, he had died. If he had chosen to stand on the side of Gu Fei, he might not have died. Old dog, it's your turn now. The killing formation was activated. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. Rays of divine light of destruction appeared in the formation and pierced towards the Ninth Sword Emperor who was trapped in the killing formation. Taoist Hong Jun's death caused the Ninth Sword Emperor to turn pale with fright. He knew that they had lost the upper hand and no one could contend against Gu Fei. But the Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword vibrated in the Ninth Sword Emperor's hand. He wanted to break out of the killing formation. However, he had no time to care about anything else. The light of the golden dragon sword shot into the sky. This was the power of a flawless saint weapon. Even the killing formation of He Tian could not completely suppress this power. But just as the Ninth Sword Emperor shook the killing formation and wanted to rush out, a huge seal descended from the sky and smashed towards the Ninth Sword Emperor's head. This huge seal was filled with auspicious chi. Divine light shot into the sky. Ancient Tao patterns appeared on its surface. A wave of heaven transformation power spread out, able to melt everything. The heaven transformation seal suppressed the sky and forced the Ninth Sword Emperor, who was about to rush out of He Tian's killing formation, to retreat. The battle continued. The others attacked as well. They all wanted to defeat each other. However, those who stood on Taoist Hong Jun's side were extremely dispirited, because they stood on the wrong side. Kill! Qiu Wuqing shouted. He held his halberd and charged towards the black dragon. He wanted to kill all the giants in this area first. The 3 stoneman warriors also soared into the sky and joined the battle. Swoosh! The mysterious lady shot an arrow. This divine arrow pierced through the void and locked on to the mysterious giant. In an instant, it arrived in front of the mysterious giant. Freeze the heavens and earth! Yelled the mysterious giant. An extremely cold aura rushed out of her body, freezing the space around her in the blink of an eye. Bang! The divine arrow shot by the mysterious lady broke through the frozen void around the mysterious giant. It brushed past the mysterious giant's body and shot towards him. The mysterious giant was shocked. She never expected that her ice domain would be pierced through so easily. This was the first time something like this had happened. However, the mysterious giant was not out of danger yet. The divine arrow shot by the mysterious lady would not stop until it was stained with blood. Swoosh! The divine arrow turned around in the void and continued to shoot towards the mysterious giant who had just dodged it. Mph! The mysterious giant sneered. Then, she waved her hands in front of her. A black hole appeared in the void, emitting a cold aura. The divine arrow was swallowed by the black hole. The mysterious giant used this method to neutralize the arrow. Chapter 1868. The mysterious giant cultivated the power of extreme yin and extreme cold. To think that she had cultivated her own inner world as well. She used her inner world to dispel the arrow shot by the mysterious woman. Although he had only taken a glance at the inner world, Gu Fei knew that this inner world was very special. There didn't seem to be any life in it. It was a world that was only cold. Bang! The divine arrow that was sucked into the mysterious giant's inner world exploded in that part of the world. Terrifying energy waves shook the entire world. Rumble! The sound was like tens of thousands of horses galloping. Some of the mountains that were covered in snow started to have avalanches. Inner world. The mysterious woman muttered to herself. To think that the other party had cultivated out an inner world. This was really shocking. One should know that it was not that easy to cultivate out an inner world. Some people could cultivate their entire lives but could not even touch the edge of an inner world. Swoosh! The mysterious woman shot out another arrow. This arrow was even more powerful than the previous one. This was a divine arrow that was completely formed by the Nanmingli fire. The Nanmingli fire was one of the most powerful divine fires in the world. Legend had it that the Nanmingli fire was a divine fire that was formed when the vermilion bird race was reborn. It was extremely powerful and could even burn a vermilion bird to ashes. Nanmingli fire. The mysterious giant was shocked. This divine arrow that was formed by the essence of the divine fire was extremely terrifying. If she were to attack that divine arrow, it would definitely explode instantly. As long as she was touched by a trace of the Nanmingli fire, even a half-sage or a quasi-sage would be burned to death. Retreat. Without any hesitation, the mysterious giant retreated and the leaf fire divine arrow chased after her. Just as the mysterious woman was fighting the mysterious giant, the three stone warriors rushed towards the Green Emperor. Their killing intent was so strong that even the sky changed color. One had to admit that these stone warriors were really strong. It was no wonder that they were an invincible force under the hands of the ancient sage. These stone warriors were much stronger than the beast warriors. The Green Emperor sneered. He then waved his robes and a divine light rushed out. Within the divine light, one could vaguely see the great Tao marks. It looked like a casual wave, but the power contained within it was astonishing. The Tao pattern rushed out and sealed the three stone warriors. The three stone warriors seemed to know how powerful it was and immediately retreated. The Green Emperor roared out and charged straight into the encirclement of the three stone golem generals. He then struck out at the three stone golem generals at the same time with unparalleled might. Fighting the three stone giant battle generals alone, the combat prowess that the Green Emperor displayed was shocking. Boom! Just at this moment, a loud explosion rang out. Gu Fei had just slammed into the suppressive force of the Grand Hall ahead of him. The entire Grand Hall was enveloped by an invisible force. Bang! Gu Fei attacked with all his strength and punched out. A layer of misty celestial light immediately appeared in the transparent void. This layer of celestial light enveloped the hall. Apart from the formation patterns, there were also the Tao patterns left behind by the ancient sage in the celestial light. Everyone was shocked when they saw Gu Fei attacking the array. Extraordinary indeed. Gu Fei's eyes shone with a bright gleam. This was a formation laid down by the ancient sage himself. The great Tao of the ancient sage was imprinted within the void. It was extremely difficult to break through this formation. Even a true sage would have to expend some effort to break through this formation. Gu Fei was not a sage. With his own cultivation state and strength, It was impossible for him to break through this formation. The only thing he could rely on was his extreme Dao's sacred weapon. Very soon, the formation patterns and Dao patterns that appeared in the void due to the impact of Gu Fei's attack disappeared back into the void as though they had never appeared in the first place. This formation was extremely mysterious. It was no wonder why it was laid down by the ancient sage himself. It was not easy to obtain that item within the Grand Hall. However, it was not impossible for Gu Fei. It was just that he would have to spend quite a bit of time on it. The extreme Dao's sacred weapon could not be used easily. In order to unleash the power of the extreme Dao's sacred weapon, various preparations had to be made. However, under the current situation, it was difficult for Gu Fei to calmly prepare. It was not something that could be done in a day or two if he wanted to unleash the true power of the extreme Dao's sacred weapon. The stone men in the Divine City would definitely not allow Gu Fei to do as he wished. They had to stop him. At this time, the 100,000 beasts were still fighting against the stone men in the Divine City. More than half of the beasts were dead or injured. Blood flowed like a river in the Divine City and the smell of blood was extremely heavy. In order to resist the 100,000 beasts, the stone men that guarded the Divine City had also suffered great losses. As one of the three giants, the Black Dragon was fighting against Qiu Wuqing at this time. The dragon Qi was vast and mighty. His dragon claws constantly tore through the void, trying to tear Qiu Wuqing into pieces. Buzz! The black halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand was vibrating. He had the god-fiend body, so his physique was extremely strong. The power of his physical body and the god-fiend power were perfectly fused together. Bang! The black dragon was pushed back. You! The black dragon was shocked and furious. He was a half-step saint while his opponent was only a half-step saint. No one would believe that he, a half-step saint, was actually pushed back by a half-step saint. However, the truth was so cruel. Qiu Wuqing was too strong. He was simply the second Gu Fei. His combat strength was so strong that he could challenge those with higher cultivation than him. The path that Qiu Wuqing had taken was somewhat similar to Gu Fei's, constantly improving and improving his cultivation and strength in the midst of a desperate fight. The black dragon was suppressed by Qiu Wuqing and was at a disadvantage. On the other hand, the battle between the mysterious giant and the mysterious woman was not as intense. However, the level of danger was not any less. The first to be decided was between He Tian and the Ninth Sword Emperor. Without any suspense, the Ninth Sword Emperor could not withstand He Tian's overwhelming attacks in the end. His body was pierced by the invisible sword released by He Tian. The killing intent on the invisible sword was very shocking. The moment the sword was pierced, the killing intent severed all of the Ninth Sword Emperor's vitality. Even the Ninth Sword Emperor's primordial spirit was heavily injured. Bang! The heaven transformation seal above the formation fell. The power of heaven transformation was vast and vast. It completely destroyed the Ninth Sword Emperor in the killing formation. His body and soul were both destroyed. Within the killing formation, there was only a golden divine sword floating in the air. Chapter 1869. A flawless sage weapon was extremely attractive to every cultivator. Even He Tian, who had reincarnated countless times, was the same. As He Tian's cultivation level increased, he could awaken more and more memories of his past life. The things hidden in the depths of his soul were shocking. This was He Tian's secret. He didn't even tell Gu Fei. This is mine. When the sage ruler golden dragon sword was in his hand, He Tian felt his hand sink. This divine sword was extremely heavy. He was so shocked that he almost lost his grip on it. Everyone was jealous, but no one came forward to snatch it. This was because He Tian was on the same side as Gu Fei. Gu Fei's strength was obvious to all. Good sword. He Tian looked at the golden divine sword in his hand. On the body of the divine sword, there were indistinct Dao patterns. A restrained Dao aura circulated. The flawless sage weapon was flawless. If it landed in the hands of a saint-level expert, this divine sword would be able to unleash its greatest power. With He Tian's current cultivation level and strength, it was impossible for him to unleash the true power of this divine sword. I'll keep it first. I'll study it slowly in the future. He Tian muttered to himself. Then, he threw the golden divine sword into the array world that he had created. His array world was a type of inner world. It was a world of arrays. Of course, this kind of world could also be transformed into a real world. At this moment, Qiu Wuqing had gained the upper hand in his battle with the Black Dragon. The mysterious woman and the mysterious giant had also reached a climax. It wouldn't be long before a winner was decided. On the other hand, the battle between the Green Emperor and the 3 golem warriors was earth-shattering. Roar! The Green Emperor roared angrily. A green celestial wolf shadow appeared on his body, displaying the ferocious might of a demonic beast. Although it was 1 against 3, he still had the upper hand and suppressed the 3 golem warriors. Green Emperor, even you want to betray Master? A stoneman warrior roared angrily. What kind of betrayal is this? I just want to leave this world. The Green Emperor's cultivation had already reached the limits of this world. Although this world was created by the ancient sages, it was not a true world after all. The world was flawed. In such a world, it was impossible to become the strongest in the world. The Green Emperor had great ambitions, and he couldn't stay in this world forever. He wanted to charge out of this world and charge into the Saint Realm. Sophistry. When Master returns, all of you traitors will die. The other Stoneman General shouted. The Stone General's loyalty to the ancient sage had not changed even after hundreds of thousands of years. This was because the Stone General was a puppet without a soul and only had its own consciousness. This kind of puppet would never betray the master who had created them. There's no need to say anything more. As long as I'm strong enough, so what if Master returns? As the Green Emperor spoke, he displayed the Celestial Wolf race's great technique. The green Celestial Wolf phantom that appeared on his body gradually became clearer. Roar! The Celestial Wolf howled, and the world shook. The Green Emperor exerted his strength, and the 3 Stoneman Generals were sent flying. This wolf cub is really strong. From afar, He Tian was shocked when he saw this. The Celestial Wolf bloodline of the Green Emperor was awakening, and a strong wave of energy exploded from his body. The 3 Stoneman Generals were no match for the Green Emperor. Swoosh! The Green Emperor's divine form flashed, and he caught up to one of the generals. He then grabbed the general's legs and tore him into 2. There was no blood and flesh splattering. In front of the Green Emperor was a pile of rubble. An extremely strong general was killed just like that. The Stoneman General collapsed, and the Tao patterns within it dissipated. A Stoneman General had become history just like that. So strong. The Black Dragon, who was fighting with Qiu Wuqing, could not help but be shocked when he saw this. Qiu Wuqing made use of this opportunity to display the God-fiend battle technique. The halberd in his hand struck the waist of the Black Dragon viciously. Dragon scales shattered, and blood splattered. This attack almost split the Black Dragon into 2. The Black Dragon let out a long roar, and a huge wave shattered the void, forcing Qiu Wuqing to retreat. Countless transparent ripples that could be seen with the naked eye rippled in the surrounding void. This long worm. Qiu Wuqing's ears were ringing from the Black Dragon's roar, and his spiritual soul was shaken. Blood seeped out of his ears, and he could not hear anything for the time being. The Black Dragon's roar was a great technique of the dragon race. This was a legacy of the dragon race. Every generation of the dragon race would have the dragon race's cultivation technique hidden deep in their souls. Although the Black Dragon was not of noble birth and did not have the royal bloodline of the dragon race, he was a dragon after all. Deep in his soul was the legacy of the dragon race. I'm going to kill you. The Black Dragon's son roared furiously. The wound on his waist was healing rapidly, and the dragon blood that had splattered flew back and returned to his body. Dragon soars to the 9 heavens. The Black Dragon let out a loud roar, and he displayed another great technique of the dragon race. He soared into the sky, and the dragon energy around his body was vast and mighty. His cultivation had doubled in an instant. Then, when the Black Dragon was about to attack, his battle strength had already doubled. The 2 forces were stacked together, forming an extremely powerful force. The dragon soars to the 9 heavens. When he attacked Qiu Wuqing, his strength had already increased 9 times in a row. Every time he attacked, it was as though he had broken through a layer of heaven and earth. This was the power of the dragon soars to the 9 heavens. 9 forces stacked together before he attacked. Everyone's attention was attracted by the battle between Qiu Wuqing and the Black Dragon. Even Gu Fei was shocked when he saw the Black Dragon displaying such a great technique. This great technique of the dragon race seemed to be similar to the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, the Heavenly Ascension secret technique. However, compared to the Heavenly Ascension secret technique, this great technique of the dragon race couldn't be compared. First transformation of the celestial demon. Qiu Wuqing could no longer maintain his composure at this moment. He had no choice but to display the great technique of the celestial demon race. At this moment, his body underwent a shocking transformation. A thick layer of black scales appeared on his skin, and 2 protrusions grew on his forehead like 2 horns. His eyes were extremely bright, and there was a divine light of the Immortal Path circling around them. Everyone was shocked to see Qiu Wuqing transform into a demon king. This was the physical body of the demons, but it was the soul of the celestial race. Chapter 1870. Qiu Wuqing displayed the secret technique of the Divine Demon Clan, the first layer of Divine Demon transformation. Rumble, the void was shaking. Streaks of black astral energy circled around Qiu Wuqing's body. His shirt was already torn, revealing his body that was covered in black scales. This was the physical body of the demons. It was extremely tough, especially the layer of scales on his body. It was impenetrable and ordinary divine weapons could not break through the defense of the scales. The strength of this demonic body was undeniable. What was even more frightening was that Qiu Wuqing did not fall into a frenzy of killing because of the existence of the demonic power. His mind was extremely clear. Rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. He possessed the soul of the divine clan. This was a mysterious state. Without saying a word, Qiu Wuqing charged towards the black dragon that was charging towards him. The power of the first layer of divine demon transformation was too shocking. Qiu Wuqing's battle power had increased by at least 3 to 4 times. A simple wave of the halberd in his hand shattered a large area of the void and struck out the chaotic aura. The halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand collided violently with the dragon claw. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Qiu Wuqing's mouth. He had suffered a great impact just from the contact. The power of the 9th layer of True Dragon was too strong. The power of the 9th layer of True Dragon had far exceeded the limits of the Black Dragon. This was a desperate technique. If he still could not defeat Qiu Wuqing, the Black Dragon could only wait for death. 9 dragon shadows appeared around the Black Dragon, emitting waves of dragon energy. Those were the 9 dragons. He had raised his strength to the limit. If this attack did not succeed, he would die. The power of this attack was displayed. Qiu Wuqing was sent flying. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The scales on his body were also stained with blood. His hands were in extreme pain. Cracks had appeared on the bones of both his arms. The palm that was holding the halberd was already a bloody mess. Some parts of the palm were even showing the bones. However, he still held on to the halberd tightly. Qiu Wuqing roared into the sky. The injuries on his arms were healing rapidly, and the cracks on his arm bones were disappearing rapidly. New flesh and blood were growing rapidly on his badly mangled palms. Qiu Wuqing's demonic body was very strong, and his recovery ability was even more shocking. In just a few breaths' time, his heavily injured arms had completely recovered. The demon body is truly formidable. Seeing this scene, the crowd could not help but exclaim. The Black Dragon charged over. He wanted to kill Qiu Wuqing in one go. He was very clear that if he allowed Qiu Wuqing to catch his breath, he would be the one in trouble. Qiu Wuqing roared. His divine body changed once again. A series of explosions rang out from within his body. His entire divine body actually grew taller by about a foot. The 2 bulges on his forehead finally turned into 2 demon horns. The demon horns pierced through his skin and grew out. Second transformation of the fiend god. Qiu Wuqing was going all out. He displayed the second layer of divine demon transformation. With this transformation, the demon horns on his head finally grew out. However, the two demon horns stopped growing after growing for half a foot. They were two small black horns. The aura of the demons on Qiu Wuqing's body became even stronger. His physical body was getting closer and closer to that of the demons. However, this was still not a complete demonic body. Kill! Qiu Wuqing's combat power soared once again. This time, even Gu Fei felt a dangerous aura from Qiu Wuqing. Qiu Wuqing did not display the 9 transformations of the Fiend God race's secret technique during their previous battle. Buzz! Qiu Wuqing shook the halberd in his hand. Countless Dao patterns appeared on the halberd, and a surge of saint-level energy erupted from it. He was not a sage, but he had already condensed his own Dao. Of course, Qiu Wuqing was not like Gu Fei, where his Dao patterns turned from complex to simple and condensed into the embryonic form of 9 Dao patterns. Boom! Qiu Wuqing was like a black demonic sun, crashing towards the 9 dragons. This was a strange phenomenon that shook everyone's mind. 9 dragons crashing into the demonic sun. This was a great destruction. Even the divine city below was affected. The divine city shook, and the Dao patterns imprinted by the ancient sages appeared. The Dao patterns condensed the power of the Dao and protected the divine city. This time, Qiu Wuqing was not sent flying. He was evenly matched with the black dragon. A large area of the void was annihilated, and the destructive power spread in all directions. Many stone men nearby were affected. They were instantly shattered into countless rocks by the destructive power. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated far away. They did not dare to get too close to the place where the 2 experts were fighting. Such power was not something they could contend against. These fellows only show their true strength when they are fighting with their lives on the line. None of them are simple. He Tian also retreated. Qiu Wuqing and the Black Dragon were really fighting. He could see that these 2 fellows were really fighting with their lives on the line without any scruples. Qiu Wuqing was the successor of the divine demon clan in the depths of the fallen god sea. No one knew what kind of heritage this mysterious and ancient inheritance had. At this time, the Green Emperor had already decided the winner. The 3 Stoneman warriors had all been shattered by the Green Emperor. These Stoneman warriors were war tools refined by the ancient sage. They had once helped him attack cities and seize territory, conquering a piece of territory in the great desolate world. However, after today, these Stonemen warriors, who were once killing tools in the hands of the ancient sages, would become history. Swoosh! At this time, the mysterious giant suddenly used a secret technique and tore the void apart. He appeared at the city gate in an instant and rushed out without looking back. This shocked the mysterious woman who was fighting with the mysterious giant. The mysterious giant did not lose, but he retreated. Could it be that the mysterious giant was afraid that the Green Emperor would settle the score with her? The Green Emperor was extremely powerful. He had directly destroyed the 3 Stonemen warriors. Such combat strength was definitely shocking. One should know that the 3 Stonemen warriors had combat strength that surpassed a demisage. The mysterious giant disappeared at the city gate. The Green Emperor did not make a move. He had his eyes on the Black Dragon who was fighting with Qiu Wuqing. Back then, when the Green Emperor and Taoist Hong Jun were fighting for the rights to rule this world, the Black Dragon stood on Taoist Hong Jun's side. It was also because of the Black Dragon that the Green Emperor was defeated by Taoist Hong Jun. The reason why the Green Emperor had appeared at this time was to take revenge for what had happened in the past. However, the Green Emperor was destined to be disappointed. The Black Dragon could not possibly survive the battle with Qiu Wuqing. But the halberd vibrated. Qiu Wuqing immediately used the triple transformation of the celestial demon. A 3-headed, 6-armed celestial demon shadow appeared on his body. His combat strength soared again. Swoosh! Chapter 1871. The Black Dragon had died. It had been nailed to death in midair by Qiu Wuqing's halberd. Dragon blood flowed down Qiu Wuqing's halberd. Everyone was shocked by this outcome. Anyone who had come out of the forbidden land of life was extraordinary. Qiu Wuqing had actually cultivated the 9 divine demon transformations, a secret technique of the divine demon clan. His battle strength had also increased to an unimaginable level. Such a person was almost invincible among his peers. He could challenge existences of a higher realm than him. Although Qiu Wuqing only had the cultivation of a half-step saint, his battle strength would instantly soar once he displayed the 9 transformations of demons and gods. Not to mention other half-step saints, even a half-step saint could be slaughtered. Such an existence could not be understood with common sense. The Green Emperor was speechless when he saw this outcome. 2 of his greatest enemies had actually died in front of him one after another on the same day. Furthermore, the person who had killed them was not him. Of the 4 giants of the Sage Realm, only the Green Emperor and the mysterious giant were left. The Green Emperor had never expected such an outcome. Who are these people? The Green Emperor's gaze swept across Gu Fei, He Tian, and the others. From what he knew, these people were the second batch of people to enter this realm in tens of thousands of years. Before this, only one person had entered this realm. However, he had been severely injured by Taoist Hongjun. Then he had escaped using a forbidden weapon. That forbidden weapon was very powerful. It had actually torn apart this realm and allowed that person to escape. However, forbidden weapons were different from other divine weapons. They could only be used once. After they were used up, they would self-destruct and leave nothing behind. Outside the Sage Realm, there was a Sage King formation that the ancient sage had personally set up. As long as one could pass through the Sage King formation, they would be able to enter this realm. The ancient sage's idea was actually very simple. Anyone who could pass through the Sage King formation would definitely be a Sage King or an existence even more powerful than a Sage King. Anyone below the Sage King level, even if a sage came, would not be able to break through the formation. When the ancient sage had set up the Sage King formation, he had never imagined that Gu Fei and the others would be able to pass through the formation and enter this realm. The Green Emperor did not dare to underestimate Gu Fei and the others. These people were all extremely powerful, especially Gu Fei, who could actually shake a Sage King formation with his body alone. This kind of physique was too powerful. He had once followed the ancient sage, thus he knew many secrets of the heavens and earth. This person called Gu Fei was most likely walking the path of the supreme martial progenitor. The strength of the human clan's martial body was unquestionable in ancient times. It was recognized as one of the strongest physiques. After killing the black dragon, the divine body of Qiu world would disappear. After killing the dragon with the halberd, he would be, and would be. The layer of black scales covering his body also disappeared, and the 2 demon king horns on his head gradually shrank until they finally disappeared. The characteristics of the demonic body disappeared. Very soon, Qiu Wuqing's body disappeared completely. Only the halberd in his hand was still dripping with blood. At this moment, there were only a few of them left in the entire divine city. When the 100,000 ferocious beast warriors saw that Taoist Hongjun and the black dragon were dead and that the mysterious giant had escaped, they turned around and fled as well. All of them rushed towards the direction of the city gate. After fighting with the dire beast warrior for so long, many of the stone golems were killed by the dire beast warrior. However, even though the 4 stone men warriors had been smashed into pieces, the stone men continued to advance towards Gu Fei and the others. This was an instinctive action. The ancient sage had created the stone men to protect this divine city. These stone men were not much of a threat to Gu Fei and the others. However, when countless stone men gathered together, the power they formed was enough to shock them. "Friend, it's better for us to join forces," the Green Emperor said to Gu Fei. They wanted to break the seal of the hall, but it was not something that could be done in a short time. If they joined forces, it would be beneficial for both parties. If they were to focus on their own matters, it was likely that no one would be able to break the seal. "Boss, what do you think?" He Tian was a little tempted. After all, the Green Emperor's cultivation and strength were there for all to see. If they joined forces, they might be able to save some time. After all, they would not use the Extreme Path sacred weapon if they could. All right. Gu Fei nodded. At this moment, it would be beneficial for everyone to join forces with the Green Emperor. He felt a little uneasy. It was as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him. It can't be that guy, right? Gu Fei thought of Long Bideo. This guy from the extraterrestrial divine mountain. He had to be wary of him. This guy was a ruthless character who could do anything. Therefore, everyone struck out together and sealed up all the stone men within the city. After that, everyone's gazes were focused on the grand hall in the middle of the city. This was a grand hall that wasn't all that glamorous. From the outside, this grand hall looked ancient and majestic. It was hard to imagine that an ancient sage had once resided within this grand hall. Green Emperor, you've once followed that ancient sage. I'm sure you should know how to break this formation. He Tian said to the Green Emperor. The Green Emperor's background was not simple. Since this guy had once followed the master of this world, he should know this world like the back of his hand. Everyone looked over at the Green Emperor. Brother Black, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Even though I've followed my master for a period of time, the formation laid down by my master isn't something that I can break. The Green Emperor said helplessly. The strength of the ancient sage was not something he could comprehend. Besides, to that ancient sage, the Green Emperor was nothing more than a beast that he had subdued. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel a little disappointed. The Green Emperor was so strong and was a half-step saint. However, he was still not taken seriously by that ancient sage. If one was not a saint, one would still be an ant. Only by becoming a saint would one be able to stand on equal footing with the ancient sage. One should know that in the world of cultivation, strength was everything. The weak would not be taken seriously by the strong. Brother Gu, looks like you'll have to do something. The mysterious lady said. Gu Fei looked at the mysterious lady and said, You think too highly of me. I can't break the formation of a king saint. He was speaking the truth. Even a saint would not dare to break the formation laid down by a king saint, let alone Gu Fei who had yet to become a saint. However, if he wanted to break the formation, there was still a way, and that was to use an extreme saint weapon to slowly erase the formation. Chapter 1872. The Sage King formation was a formation set up by an ancient Sage King. Among everyone present, no one could guarantee that they could break it. Even Formation Grandmaster He Tian was not confident. He needed to deduce it, but it would cost him a lot of energy. If the deduction failed, all his efforts would be in vain. He would not do something so strenuous and unrewarding. Gu Fei pondered. There was an aura of heaven and earth lingering in the hall in front of him. It was the origin of this world. As long as he obtained the origin of this world and refined it, this world would belong to him. Old He, you should do it. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said, Boss, He Tian could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He did not want to work hard for others. He had worked so hard to break the formation, but in the end, the thing would belong to others. He would only be able to obtain something that was not very useful. Don't you want that thing? How can you not put in some effort? Gu Fei said. He knew He Tian very well. This guy would not do anything without benefits. He would run faster than anyone else when there were benefits. Boss, you mean to give me the thing inside? He Tian's eyes immediately lit up. He knew what the thing Gu Fei was talking about was. That thing in the hall in front of him was the most precious thing. In the whole sage world, there was nothing more precious than that thing. Gu Fei nodded. How good. Old He, even if I die of exhaustion for that thing, it will be worth it. He Tian felt great. As long as Elder Gu nodded, who would dare to fight with him for that thing? It was a world created by a sage. Everyone was jealous when they heard this, but they did not say anything. In the world of cultivation, the one with the strongest fist would get the best things. In the world of cultivation, everything depended on one's strength. The weak had no right to speak in the cruel and realistic world of cultivation. The dragons in the sky would never care about what the weak ants on the ground thought. The origin of heaven and earth. He Tian's eyes were filled with excitement. He knew that if he could refine the source of heaven and earth in this world, he would be able to take this world away. More importantly, he could fuse the formation world that he had created with this world, allowing the formation world that he had created to have limitless possibilities of transformation. The inner world that He Tian had opened up was incomplete. When he fused this sage's world into his inner world would be complete. No one knew better than He Tian what a flawless world meant. Such a world had almost infinite space for growth. He Tian walked up and seriously deduced the Sage King formation in front of him. At this moment, He Tian's eyes were shining. Under the scanning of his yin-yang divine eyes, the countless formation patterns hidden in the void had nowhere to hide. In He Tian's eyes, the void in front of him was densely packed with formation patterns. These formation patterns enveloped the entire hall, and as the formation patterns intertwined, he sensed a sage-level power wave. Good Lord, this formation is hiding a killing intent. He Tian's heart trembled. The Sage King formation in front of him that enveloped the hall not only had defensive capabilities, but also various offensive methods. If one barged in without knowing the details, even a sage would be in danger. He Tian began to seriously deduce the formation in front of him. He was a formation grandmaster, and only he could study and deduce the formations set up by others. Even the formations set up by the Sage King had flaws. However, even He Tian would have to spend a lot of time and effort to find these flaws. Everyone was watching, and no one thought that He Tian could break the Sage King formation in front of him. He Tian was only a half-sage and he was not a sage. His cultivation and strength were far inferior to a sage's. Who would believe that a half-sage could challenge a sage? However, nothing was absolute in this world. With He Tian's array Dao cultivation, although he could not break the formation, it was not easy to find a flaw in the formation. The others could only watch as He Tian constantly deduced the formation. He sat down cross-legged and waved his hands in front of him. Formation patterns constantly appeared between his hands before dissipating in the void. He Tian sat down for 10 days and 10 nights. Even he did not know that he could only deduce a portion of the power of the Sage King formation in those 10 days. How is this possible? He Tian constantly scanned the formation in front of him with the yin-yang divine eyes. Among the countless formation patterns of the formation, there were quite a few true Dao patterns. In those 10 days, Qiu Wuqing was the first to attack. He attacked the shrine, but it was all in vain. The gate of the shrine was unbreakable. Qiu Wuqing used various methods in an attempt to open the seal and retrieve the item in the shrine. However, there seemed to be a transparent wall in front of him. Unfortunately, even though Qiu Wuqing used the killer move of the Divine Demon Clan, it was still difficult to break the layer of seal outside the Divine City. After Qiu Wuqing attacked, the mysterious woman also attacked. She pulled the divine bow with all her might, and the essence of heaven and earth immediately gathered from all directions and entered the divine bow in her hands. Buzz! The divine bow vibrated, and a tricolored divine arrow appeared on the bowstring. The mysterious woman had shot this arrow, but even such a powerful attack could not break the seal set by the Sage King. At this moment, Gu Fei was standing behind He Tian. He seemed to sense a pair of eyes staring at him, but when he released his divine consciousness, that feeling disappeared. Who is spying on me? Could it really be that guy? Gu Fei thought of a person. This person was decisive and did not hesitate. Moreover, he hid in the dark and was a great threat to them. However, Gu Fei realized that other than himself, no one else seemed to sense anything strange. Even the Green Emperor did not feel like he was being spied on. Could it be that he was too nervous? Gu Fei was thinking about how much longer that person could hide for. That person was ruthless and could do anything. This was what he was most worried about. One had to know that he was a ruthless person who could jump out and stab you at any time. Everyone was being used by him. Long Bedeo, what are you trying to do? Gu Fei muttered to himself. Where was this guy from the extraterrestrial divine mountain hiding? Chapter 1873. In the depths of the heavenly city of the Sage Realm, everyone who had entered this realm had already gathered. There was a large hall in front of them. In this world created by the ancient sages, the most precious thing was in this hall. Everyone wanted to get their hands on that thing. However, this hall was protected by a formation personally set up by a Sage King. No one could break this formation, not even someone like Qiu Wuqing. Although the mysterious woman had a saint-level divine bow, it was still difficult for her to break this formation. Although the divine bow was a saint-level weapon, it was still a formation set up by a sage king. At this time, the divine city was very quiet. No one spoke. Everyone was waiting, including Gu Fei. Of course, there were not many people who could hold on until now. Only Gu Fei, He Tian, Green Emperor, Qiu Wuqing, and the mysterious woman could hold on until now. He Tian was seriously deducing the formation that protected the divine city. This formation was very extraordinary. When no one touched it, all the formation patterns were hidden in the void and could not be seen. However, once someone touched the formation patterns that were hidden in the void would immediately appear and gather the power of a sage king to block people outside. Gu Fei and the others were very patient. They waited for half a month. During this time, He Tian did not stop. Formation patterns constantly appeared in front of him. During this time, Green Emperor left once. After that, all the ferocious beasts in the entire Sage realm were subdued by Green Emperor. He wanted to find the mysterious giant to settle the score, but the mysterious giant seemed to have disappeared. Even he could not find him. There was another person who did not appear again. That person was Long Bideo. Long Bideo was a very scheming person. Moreover, he was the successor of the mysterious extraterrestrial divine mountain. Even Gu Fei did not dare to underestimate this person. He knew how powerful Gu Fei was, so he had been hiding. Of course, no one knew what he was doing in the dark. Gu Fei could ignore Long Bideo, but it would be dangerous for Gu Zhong and Zhong Liming to meet Long Bideo. One must know that Long Bideo was a half-step saint while Gu Zhong and Zhong Liming were only almighty cultivators. However, Zhong Liming and Gu Zhong had been taken into Gu Fei's inner world. Under such circumstances, he would not let them out. Unless Gu Fei had already killed Long Bideo. Cultivators who came out of the forbidden zone for life would always avoid them, not daring to provoke them. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, these people were nothing special. Gu Fei was not afraid of these people. It's done, it's finally done. On this day, as Gu Fei was meditating on the ground, He Tian's voice suddenly rang out. Success! Gu Fei opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. He Tian had really created this sage ruler formation. How was this possible? This was a formation set up by a sage ruler. How could it be created so easily? However, it had to be said that Mahakala's title as an array formation grandmaster wasn't just for show. He had the ability to deduce the sage monarch array and actually found a flaw in it. Of all the people present, only Erebus had the ability to deduce that the sage monarch array was flawed. Gu Fei walked over. I'm confident. Gu Fei asked. They had been waiting in the sage realm for many days, but the item was still inside. If they couldn't break the formation, they wouldn't be able to get the item inside. I'm confident that I can break this formation, but boss, you have to lend me the mountain and river cauldron, He Tian said after pondering for a while. If he had the mountain and river cauldron, he would need to shorten the time needed to break the formation. You're trying to steal my mountain and river cauldron again. Gu Fei glanced at Erebus, a faint smile on his face. Boss, please help me. He Tian knew Gu Fei's ability very well. If he had Gu Fei's help, it wouldn't be so hard for him to break the formation. He had to make sure that nothing went wrong. Gu Fei pondered for a while before flipping his right hand. An ancient cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. An ancient aura spread from the ancient cauldron in his hand. This is the mountain and river cauldron. The crowd couldn't believe that such an inconspicuous little cauldron was the legendary mountain and river cauldron. The Extreme Path Saint Weapon Mountain and River Cauldron had finally returned to Gu Fei's hands. Thank you, boss. He Tian was extremely excited when he saw that Gu Fei was really willing to lend him the mountain and river cauldron. With the mountain and river cauldron, he was 100% confident that he could break the sealing force of this sacred city. After receiving the mountain and river cauldron from Gu Fei, He Tian started to set up a formation. Formation runes flew out from his hands and intertwined with each other, activating the power of the heaven and earth. Not everyone could withstand the power of the heaven and earth. Those who couldn't withstand it would die to the tribulations, while those who could would have a breakthrough and their cultivation base would increase by a lot. He Tian placed the mountain and river cauldron in the center of the formation. Then he personally activated the formation. Just as the formation was successfully activated, a smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. This was a spirit-gathering formation and it was extremely huge. When the formation was activated, the spiritual qi in the heaven and earth immediately gathered from all directions. In reality, He Tian's idea was very simple. He wanted to activate the mountain and river cauldron and cause it to release an extreme power to create an opening in the Saint Ruler formation. Of course, this was only an idea of He Tian. He would only know if it would work after he tried it. Brother Gu, is this really the mountain and river cauldron? The mysterious woman couldn't help but ask. It should be known that the mountain and river cauldron had actually landed in Gu Fei's hands. If this news were to spread, the cultivation world would probably be in an uproar. Those people would do anything to obtain the mountain and river cauldron. It's the real deal. Gu Fei only said these 4 words. What? When everyone saw that Gu Fei had actually admitted it, they couldn't help but be shocked. This was an ancient cauldron that had existed since the era of myths and legends. Its origin was mysterious and no one knew who had refined this ancient cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron could be said to be the most ancient and mysterious extreme saint weapon among all the extreme saint weapons. The Green Emperor's eyes lit up as he looked at the mountain and river cauldron that He Tian had placed in the center of the formation. Who wouldn't covet an extreme saint weapon? Even the mysterious woman couldn't help but be moved. Only Qiu Wuqing still had a cold look on his face. As someone who had walked out of the depths of the God-fallen sea, his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. However, Qiu Wuqing only sought the strongest power. He didn't know much about the outside world. However, this didn't mean that Qiu Wuqing didn't know what an extreme saint weapon was. The huge spirit-gathering formation continuously provided the mountain and river cauldron with spiritual qi. Very soon, the ancient cauldron in the middle of the formation vibrated. This method really works. He Tian laughed out loud. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was gradually awakening. This meant that the item in the main hall would sooner or later belong to him. No one dared to act rashly because Gu Fei was at the side. However, even if He Tian used the spirit-gathering formation to attract endless spiritual qi for the mountain and river cauldron, it would definitely be difficult for the mountain and river cauldron to display its power in a short period of time. However, as time passed, some of the Dao patterns on the mountain and river cauldron really began to awaken. A wave of power that shook one's spiritual soul spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. As it was affected, the transparent void around the main hall started to reveal lines of formation patterns. The king of Sage Array seemed to have a mind of its own and seemed to have sensed danger. The spiritual qi in the sage realm was much denser than the spiritual qi in the outside world. The essence of the heaven and earth gathered from all directions and entered the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron was like a bottomless pit that could not be filled no matter how much it was filled. However, the ancient cauldron was really awakening. However, the speed at which the mountain and river cauldron was recovering was very slow. The Dao patterns on the body of the cauldron were gradually lighting up. The mysterious woman, Green Emperor, and the others were all extremely shocked. They had never seen someone actually awaken an extreme path sacred weapon. This He Tian, Green Emperor, was very displeased. At this moment, he could already tell that He Tian had the ability to break the array in front of him. However, he needed a reward. Who would do something that did not benefit him? He Tian's reward was the item in the main hall. A few days passed. Divine light flowed on the mountain and river cauldron and blurry images appeared on the body of the cauldron. It was a world with flowers, birds, insects, fish, birds, and beasts. It was all-inclusive. Even the figures of the ancient ancestors appeared on the body of the mountain and river cauldron. All right. Chapter 1874. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook. An ancient cauldron, like a primordial god mountain, slowly moved towards a palace. The god city below began to tremble, as if it were about to fall from the sky. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. They never expected Gu Fei to use such a direct method to break the sage ruler array. Boss is really fierce. Even He Tian was extremely shocked when he saw this. At this moment, Gu Fei's entire body was emitting chaotic divine light. He was using his full strength. It was not an easy task to move the mountain and river cauldron. As his cultivation level increased, Gu Fei realized that it was getting harder and harder for him to use the mountain and river cauldron because it consumed too much yuan qi. With Gu Fei's current cultivation level, it was still not enough. He did not dare to use his own strength to move the mountain and river cauldron. He was afraid that the mountain and river cauldron would suck all his yuan qi dry. Of course, with He Tian, a formation grandmaster, Gu Fei did not need to use much of his own yuan qi to move the mountain and river cauldron. However, it would take a lot of time to set up a huge spirit gathering array. Gu Fei used his full strength. Everyone retreated far away. The energy waves that spread from the mountain and river cauldron were too strong. Such power was at least at the sage level. Of course, this was only a phenomenon of the mountain and river cauldron showing signs of awakening. In fact, Gu Fei did not think that the spirit qi gathered by He Tian's spirit gathering array could completely awaken the mountain and river cauldron. As long as it recovered a little, it would be enough. He could feel that the artifact soul in the mountain and river cauldron was still in a deep sleep. Bang! The huge mountain and river cauldron finally collided with the sage ruler array. Countless runes intertwined, and a powerful sage ruler level power appeared in the divine city. Buzz! The sage ruler array that protected the hall was shaking. The collision of the mountain and river cauldron had directly shaken the array, and some runes were dissipating. Even the array that the sage ruler had personally set up suffered an unprecedented impact. Some runes were directly obliterated in the void. He really managed to shake the formation, Qin Wendian muttered. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. However, when they thought that the most important item in the hall had already been decided, they didn't feel good. One had to know that even a sage would be jealous of that item. The Green Emperor sighed. In the tens of thousands of years that he had faked his death, he had been plotting how to invade the God City in the sky, obtain the item in the God City, and then settle the score with Taoist Hong Jun. As long as he refined that thing, Taoist Hong Jun wouldn't be a match for him even if he had 10 flawless sage tools, let alone a single flawless sage tool. However, once the source of heaven and earth was obtained by the other party, he would only become a prisoner. However, it seemed like it was useless to think about this now. He just wanted to leave this world as soon as possible. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. The mountain and river cauldron was too heavy. With his cultivation, he could only push it slowly. The power of the Sage King array was completely unleashed. A huge figure stood up from the formation. That is, the moment he saw that figure, the Green Emperor couldn't help but shiver. The figure gave off a familiar wave that he would never be able to forget. The Green Emperor was shocked. He had once followed the ancient sage in this world, and he knew very well how strong and terrifying this sage was. Otherwise, the Azure Dragon and Taoist Hong Jun would not have only started to fight for the leadership of this world after the sage had disappeared for 50,000 years to become the ruler of this world. The great formation protecting the Great Hall was in operation. The illusory figure actually began to solidify, as if a real ancient sage was about to appear. The shadow standing in the middle of the array moved and punched the mountain river cauldron, causing it to shake continuously. Gu Fei felt a huge force coming from the mountain and river cauldron. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of a Sage King was too strong. Even if it didn't hit his body, he still suffered a huge impact. Sage, Gu Fei's eyes glistened. It was just an attack from a figure and it could hurt him. If it was a real sage, what would the scene be like? The strength of a sage was unquestionable. They were existences that stood above all others. If one didn't reach that level, one would never know how strong a sage was. Rumble, Gu Fei didn't stop. He continued to use the martial path true force in his body and pushed the mountain and river cauldron forward. Boss, Seeing this, He Tian couldn't understand why Boss would personally push the mountain and river cauldron. He didn't have to do this. As long as he activated the primordial chaos chi in the mountain and river cauldron, he would be able to break this formation. The primordial chaos chi was the ancestor chi of heaven and earth. Not to mention the Sage King formation, even the extreme Dao array could destroy it. He Tian couldn't understand, but he seemed to have sensed something. Bang! The figure formed by the formation punched the mountain and river cauldron again. Although the powerful force was mostly dissipated by the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei still vomited blood. Seeing this, He Tian couldn't help but be shocked. But at this moment, the mountain and river cauldron vibrated and the primordial chaos chi started to appear on the mountain and river cauldron. An extremely ancient aura immediately spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. Primordial chaos chi. Seeing the essence chi surrounding the mountain and river cauldron, the mysterious woman and Qiu Wuqing couldn't help but be moved. That was the ancestor chi of heaven and earth. No wonder the mountain and river cauldron could suppress heaven and earth. One had to know that even a wisp of primordial chaos chi could crush a mountain. It wasn't without reason that the mountain and river cauldron was said to be able to suppress 3,000 worlds. The appearance of the primordial chaos chi accelerated the collapse of the Sage King formation. In the void, countless array patterns and Dao patterns dissipated in the primordial chaos chi. This really is the legendary primordial chaos chi. The Green Emperor was dumbfounded. His master was so powerful in the past, but even with his strength, it was difficult for him to obtain a wisp of primordial chaos chi. Something that even Sage Kings couldn't get their hands on had actually fallen into the hands of Gu Fei. However, at this moment, Gu Fei was seriously injured. The Sage King formation was collapsing, but he kept vomiting blood. The shadow was very powerful and displayed the power of a Sage King. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Fei's martial body was so strong that it was abnormal, he would have died long ago. Even so, he was still seriously injured. This was something that rarely happened in recent years. Open for me. Gu Fei's chest was stained with blood. He used all his strength and pushed the mountain and river cauldron forward. Countless array patterns and Dao patterns dissipated continuously, and the power of the formation was rapidly retreating. He really broke through the Sage King formation. Everyone was extremely excited. However, at this moment, no one dared to rush forward. It was important to know that the destructive storm that spread after the collision of the two great powers was something that even a half-step sage would find hard to resist. No one wanted to go forward and die. Just as Gu Fei was exhausted, a figure suddenly appeared behind Gu Fei and directly attacked Gu Fei's head with a palm. How dare you! He Tian roared angrily and pounced towards the person who had suddenly appeared to ambush Gu Fei. This person actually dared to sneak an attack on Gu Fei. He deserved to die. Buzz! Qiu Wuqing also attacked at the first instant. The halberd in his hand slashed towards the head of the person who had suddenly appeared, wanting to force the person to defend himself. However, the person's movements were extremely fast. Moreover, he accurately calculated the moment when Gu Fei was using all his strength to push the mountain and river cauldron and could not stop. Gu Fei, go to hell! The person shouted loudly. His palm was about to hit Gu Fei's head. The person had used all his strength in this attack. Even the void between heaven and earth was pierced. Gu Fei sneered. His body suddenly moved 10 feet to the side. The person's full-strength palm immediately lost its target. This shocked everyone. What? The person was shocked. Boom! The person's full-strength palm hit the mountain and river cauldron squarely. Then, an unimaginably strong force rebounded from the mountain and river cauldron. But the recoil was very strong. The person directly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never thought that this would be the result. The attack that he had been plotting for a long time had failed. Long Bideo, you finally came out. Gu Fei turned around and looked coldly at the person who had sneakily attacked him. This person was none other than Long Bideo, who had been scared away by Gu Fei and He Tian. Seeing that Gu Fei had turned around and stopped pushing the mountain and river cauldron, Long Bideo knew that he had fallen into a trap. From the beginning to the end, his opponent had been acting. His goal was very simple. He wanted to lure him out. And he had really been tricked by his opponent. He had actually jumped out on his own accord. Let's see where you can run this time. He Tian approached. He held the Heaven Transformation Seal in his hand. The invisible sword turned into a sword light that was almost invisible to the naked eye and circled around him. Despicable. Long Bedeo was really afraid this time. However, he still looked calm on the surface. Speaking of despicable, how can we compare to you? He Tian couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman also approached. They formed a circle around Long Bedeo, blocking all his escape routes. Long Bedeo knew that he had failed miserably this time. Moreover, this was a fatal mistake. He would not be arrogant enough to fight against Gu Fei and the other 4 experts alone. Even if Gu Fei attacked alone, Long Bedeo might not be a match for Gu Fei. Swoosh. Chapter 1875. Gu Fei had successfully lured Long Badao out. Long Badao was indeed lurking at the side, waiting for a chance to deal a fatal blow to Gu Fei. When he thought that Gu Fei had been injured in order to activate the mountain and river cauldron, his chance came, so he decisively attacked Gu Fei. However, he never thought that this was just a trap set by Gu Fei, waiting for him to jump out. Swoosh! Long Badao was very decisive. He knew that he was no match for Gu Fei, so he immediately turned into a beam of divine light, wanting to escape. Gu Fei let out a cold laugh and threw out a punch. Bang! With a muffled sound, Long Badao was punched by Gu Fei. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was extremely shocked that Gu Fei's vitality was not injured at all. How is this possible? He clearly saw that Gu Fei had been injured in order to activate the mountain and river cauldron to attack the Saint Ruler formation. How could Gu Fei still be so powerful? Long Badao, we've been tricked by you. The mysterious woman said coldly. She held the divine bow in her hand and slowly pulled it back. Spiritual qi from all directions immediately gathered towards the bow and the person. At this time, Long Badao was surrounded by 5 experts. Even if he was extremely intelligent and quick-witted, beads of sweat could not help but appear on his forehead at this time. It should be known that any one of them here was no weaker than him in terms of cultivation and combat ability. Despicable, what kind of hero are you? If you have the guts, come and fight me. While speaking, Long Badao's mind was constantly calculating how to resolve the crisis in front of him. But at this moment, he was so anxious that he was covered in cold sweat. Hearing this, He Tian smiled. Little Long, I'm not a hero and I don't care to be one. If you want to fight, I'll grant your wish. Come, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Long Bedeo's eyes were cold and a murderous aura spread from his body. Under the impact of this murderous aura, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. I didn't say I wanted to fight you one-on-one. Why are you being so fierce? As He Tian spoke, he glanced at Gu Fei. Boss, you should be the hero. He Tian said such words. You? Long Bedeo was taken aback. He was most afraid of fighting against Gu Fei. One must know that even the cultivation madman Qiu Wuqing was not Gu Fei's opponent. Shua! At this moment, Gu Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. Long Bedeo was shocked. Gu Fei had made his move. In the next moment, Gu Fei appeared behind He Tian and kicked the unresponsive He Tian towards Long Bedeo. Ah, boss, you're murdering me for money. He Tian screamed, but at the same time, he attacked Long Bedeo. His hands seemed to be dancing randomly, but countless formation runes rushed out from his hands and interweaved into a big net, shrouding Long Bedeo. Formation in the void. Long Bedeo thought that it was Gu Fei who attacked him, but when he realized that it was not him, he heaved a sigh of relief. But He Tian flew towards him. The power in Long Bedeo's body exploded. The powerful force caused the void around him to vibrate, and visible ripples spread out. Roar! A huge phantom rushed out from Long Bedeo's body, filled with killing intent. The phantom directly punched out, creating a big hole in the net that was shrouding it. Shwa! Long Bedeo took a step and rushed out from the big hole in the big net. Then he stretched out his hand, and a big gray hand appeared in the void, grabbing towards He Tian. Black Yin Devil Art. He Tian was startled. Long Badeo's claw was a great art of the devil path called the profound Yin Great Qi Na hand. As long as one was caught by him, they would be destroyed in body and soul. Moreover, the scary thing about the Black Yin Devil art was not the Black Yin Great Qi Na hand, but the fact that it could absorb the essence, qi and spirit of other cultivators to enhance one's cultivation and combat power. In other words, those who cultivated this kind of demonic art would have their battle prowess gradually increase. This was because their opponent's essence, qi, and spirit would be gradually absorbed by them when they fought. Even if someone with the same cultivation and combat power fought with someone who cultivated the Black Yin Devil art, the one who cultivated the Black Yin Devil art would win in the end. This was because the opponent would use less and less power, while the cultivator would use more and more power. Devil art. Everyone was shocked to hear this. One should know that demons were the enemy of all living beings. Their gazes towards Long Badeo changed. But what was strange was that when Long Badeo used the devil art, they couldn't feel a trace of the unique demonic nature of the devil Dao. He Tian quickly retreated. He realized that he had underestimated his opponent, so he had no choice but to get serious. Long Badeo once again used the Black Yin Great Qi Na hand, grabbing towards He Tian. He wanted to kill He Tian with a thunderous method and then escape. Although the Black Yin Devil art is powerful, your grandpa He has nothing to fear. He Tian's hands were constantly moving in front of him. Formation runes flew out from his hands and imprinted themselves in the air. Long Badeo didn't say a word. He wanted to defeat He Tian in one move. However, He Tian was also a half-step saint, and he knew the ins and outs of the Black Yin Devil art. Long Badeo couldn't devour his essence, qi, and spirit. Windrise. While retreating, He Tian finally attacked again. Following his shout, a gust of astral wind descended from the sky, turning into countless transparent wind blades that flew towards Long Badeo. Long Badeo sneered. He directly used the Black Yin Great Qi Na hand to shatter all the wind blades. In his opinion, such an attack couldn't cause any harm to him. Cloud movement. He Tian shouted again. At this time, clouds and mist suddenly appeared around Long Badeo. The appearance of these clouds and mist was very special, as if they appeared out of thin air. Lightning Devil Slayer. He Tian pointed his right hand towards the sky. Then, a dazzling lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning carried a destructive power, falling towards Long Badeo's head. What? Long Badeo, who was trapped by the clouds, was shocked. This He Tian was not simple. He actually used the power of lightning. In the end, he still fell for it. Long Badeo dodged the lightning at the same time. This was the power of heaven and earth. Even a half-step saint wouldn't dare to contend against it. Wind, clouds, and lightning, these three powers of heaven and earth were drawn by He Tian. In the air around Long Badeo, formation runes constantly appeared. He Tian laid out a great formation, trapping Long Badeo inside. He Tian seemed to be casually drawing out formation runes, but he quickly laid out a great formation that was enough to trap Long Badeo. Everyone has the right to slay a devil. Fellow Taoists, if you don't act now, when will you? He Tian shouted. He didn't want to fight Long Badeo alone because he was not a hero. He knew that the ending of a hero was always miserable. Swoosh. As soon as He Tian shouted, the mysterious woman made her move. A divine arrow was shot out. The divine arrow turned into a nearly transparent flame, piercing through the clouds in the formation and shooting towards Long Badeo. You guys, Long Badeo was shocked and angry. If everyone attacked together, he wouldn't have any chance. How, Long Badeo, you're dead? He Tian's voice came. Damn it, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Long Badeo was trapped in the clouds. He couldn't sense the mysterious woman's almost untraceable arrow at all. When he sensed danger, the extremely weak flame pierced through his shoulder. At this time, the mountain and river cauldron had already smashed a hole in the protective formation of the hall. Through this hole, everyone could sense an unusual aura in the hall. Azure Dragon saw this scene and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He wanted to sneak into the hall while everyone was dealing with Long Bideo and take away the 9-star alignment. However, when he saw that Gu Fei was looking at him, Azure Dragon did not dare to move. Since this human ancient martial art practitioner could kill Taoist Hongjun and take away the 9-star alignment, a flawless sacred weapon, he had the ability to kill him. Buzz! At this moment, there was a sudden rumble in the hall. Then, rays of divine light shot out from the hall. Powerful energy ripples spread out from the rays of divine light. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. But they quickly reacted. Then, someone rushed into the sky and grabbed at the divine light. Divine weapons with intelligence. Even Gu Fei was shocked. The divine lights that had rushed out from the palace hall were all divine artifacts. Moreover, they were all intelligent objects. Once they sensed danger, they would automatically retreat. There were as many as 18 beams of divine light that rushed out from the hall. These divine weapons had been sealed in the hall by the original masters of this world. At this time, the formation was broken. The 18 divine weapons immediately changed. They turned into divine lights and rushed out, wanting to escape. The mysterious woman also rushed into the sky and used a great technique to grab at the divine lights. Clang! When the mysterious woman grabbed a beam of light, her expression immediately changed drastically. An extremely pure ripple of sword chi erupted from the thing in her hand. What? The mysterious woman was shocked. She wanted to let go of the sword in her hand, but at this time, her right hand was already a bloody mess. She was injured. This divine sword was definitely a killing sword. Even if there was no one to control it, the sword energy that spread out from the divine sword could still hurt people. The mysterious woman couldn't grab the divine sword and let it escape. Ah,